You may not know the ins and outs of these two American agencies, but there is little doubt you haven't spent a significant amount of time enthralled by their actions, whether that is through the news media, documentary film, or regular old Hollywood films. Both are, to some extent, shrouded in mystery. Both can be blamed for duplicity at times, bearing the scars of numerous scandals, and they are still currently the target of conspiracy theorists. Whatever your view, this duo are both catalysts of excitement, intrigue, and apprehension. While we can't promise you the often secret workings of the agencies, we can provide you with a few minutes of fascinating facts. In this episode of the Infographic Show, FBI versus CIA. Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell button so that you can be part of our notification squad. We will start with an abridged history of both agencies. The FBI, or the Federal Bureau of Investigation, was the brainchild of Attorney General Charles Bonaparte. In 1908, he and President Theodore Roosevelt agreed that the Justice Department needed a corps of special agents. At the time, it had no name, and it said that the two men were not sure how to recruit agents. According to the FBI website, Bonaparte jokingly told the president they should have men shoot at each other and whoever survives gets the job. The Bureau of Investigation was created soon after, and 34 people were hired at first to work as special agents across all of America's state borders. In 1935, it officially became known as the FBI, and prohibition became its raison d'etre. As you well know, this meant investigating mobsters we still see on the big screen today, and from 1924 to 1972, the controversial crime-busting icon known as J. Edgar Hoover was the director. Mobsters weren't Hoover's only concern, and much of the FBI's resources were spent on investigating political radicals during the Great Depression, which later included diminishing the impact of Americans with communist sympathies. The FBI's historical cases are of course too many in number to list, but some famous investigations include the stick-up robbing sweethearts Bonnie and Clyde, the white-collar crimes of the company Enron, the JFK assassination, the murder of 3 civil rights workers in Mississippi, Watergate, and of course 9/11. The FBI currently has its headquarters in Washington, D.C., and there are 56 field offices in major US cities, as well as more than 350 smaller offices around the country. It also has about 60 offices in other countries. It employs about 35,000 people in all, which, as well as special agents, include scientists, intelligence analysts, language specialists, and those with a considerable IT acumen. Contrary to popular belief, the FBI does not just shoo the police aside during big investigations because it has no right to. State and local officers work with the FBI. The Central Intelligence Agency, or CIA, was an intelligence agency focused on national security and not domestic crimes, though the twain can sometimes overlap. The CIA's main concerns are terrorism, weapons of mass destruction, knowing what dangers or political upheavals are happening around the world, this could be called spying, and more recently, cyber intelligence. It was created on July 26, 1947, when Harry S. Truman signed off on the National Security Act. One of the main impetuses to create such an agency was the attack on Pearl Harbor. It has been involved in numerous conflicts, again too many to recount, but those include the 1953 Iranian coup d'etat, attempting to enact a military coup in Indonesia, trying to quash all kinds of pro-communist movements around the world, the Vietnam War, and controversially arming rebel forces when the USA believed it suited them. The CIA is an intelligence agency, but one that uses its brains and brawn to manipulate countries, governments, factions outside of governments in the interest of American national security. The number of people working for the CIA is not something the agency discloses, but its employees cover many areas of expertise. It's a very secret organization, but it does release millions of pages of its findings, much of that being historical, what we might call after the fact. Unlike the FBI, the CIA website states that it never monitors US citizens, although it also states it will if there is a reason to believe that an individual is involved in espionage or international terrorist activities. Many of its workers are in Washington, D.C., at its headquarters in Langley, Virginia, but agents are also stationed, often working undercover, all around the world. Do these two agencies work together? Well, this is also a matter of controversy, and people have written books that delineate a war between the agencies. The CIA's website states that the relationship is strong, as threats to national security come in all sorts of guises, and so information can be shared. That information might relate to drug trafficking, money laundering, organized crime, and terrorism. Nonetheless, after 9/11, a congressional report stated that because intelligence was not shared responsibly, a possible counteraction did not happen. The New York Times wrote, "They failed to counter the threat from Al-Qaeda, even though they had known for years that its leader, Osama bin Laden, was determined to attack the United States." So, yes and no. They work together, but it seems the relationship may be somewhat difficult at times. The CIA is focused on collecting intelligence and cannot make arrests. On the other hand, the FBI could technically investigate a CIA agent and make an arrest if that agent violated federal law. So, what do you have to do to get on one of these teams? To join the FBI, you must be between the age of 23 and 37. You need a 4-year degree, 3 years work experience, and have a driver's license. You might also have a qualification in one of the following categories: language, law, accounting, computer science/information technology, or it just says diversified. Your skills will then be prioritized, and this could come under lots of things from accounting to law enforcement to military expertise to finance. Few applicants are actually selected, and even after all that, you will have to pass a series of difficult tests. You'll have to be fairly fit and be able to sprint 300 meters, do a load of push-ups, and run for 1.5 miles. After that, you've got medical checks, background checks, and polygraphs to pass. Get through that, and you could become anything from a regular FBI officer to a sniper or a behavioral analyst. You will also need to spend 20 weeks training at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia. In interviews, former agents have said getting into the FBI is a long and arduous process. Not surprisingly, the CIA is pretty strict too on who it accepts, and to reiterate, not all workers are covert spies. You could be doing anything from specializing in math or economics. Most of its clandestine service employees are aged between 26 and 35. Like the FBI, background and medical checks and polygraphs will be part of the interview process. Again, you'll need a university degree, know your international affairs, and if you have traveled the world and know a few languages, the CIA states that that is a bonus. The CIA says on its website that some of the skills needed are to be able to analyze data, have strong negotiation skills, discretion, diplomacy, have criminal investigative experience, and if your degree is in criminology, homeland security, or emergency management, that helps too. You'll have to undertake a 56-day criminal investigation training program and train for a further 18 months at its headquarters. If you want to get a taste of what it's like working at the CIA, you can work as an intern at any time of the year. This, no doubt, should you prove yourself useful, will get your proverbial foot in the door. It generally lasts 90 days and you won't need to take the polygraph. Which would be the best place to work? That depends on a lot of things. One important matter when working for the CIA is secrecy if you are an agent. As its website points out in bold as important, friends, family, individuals, or organizations may be interested to learn that you are an applicant for or an employee of the CIA. It goes on to say that it is in your best interests not to tell anyone. It's very probable this was in bold because it alludes to what kind of life you are getting into. On the upside, for some people the life of a covert operator might be very exciting. You may know things that go against your conscience, you may see things that you never wanted to see, it just depends how deep you go. In one interview, a former CIA agent responded when asked if all the stress was worth it. I ask myself the same question every goddamn day. Was any of it worth it? The FBI won't involve the stress of remaining a kind of mystery to one's own friends and loved ones. You'll probably have much more chance of being killed on the job, as the FBI's Hall of Honor can show you. You are dealing with criminals, and that means sometimes seeing the aftermath of their destruction. In one interview, a former agent said that was not the worst part, but the fact that you could spend much of your life away from your family. You can at least tell them about what you do though. The former agent told Business Insider, "There's only a very small amount of information that an FBI agent would not be able to share with someone. We can usually talk about what we are working on or have worked on in the past." As for wages, there are many scales when working for the FBI. A new agent, according to one salary website, receives about $47,000, but a senior agent might earn more than $130,000 a year. A CIA website puts wages for special investigators anywhere from $74,000 to $137,000.
This episode is brought to you by Dashlane. Try Dashlane Premium free for 30 days at dashlane.com/infographics. And never forget another password and keep all your online accounts secure. Just after midnight on February 24, 1968, a submarine set out from a major Soviet naval base near the city of Petropavlovsk on Russia's far eastern Kamchatka Peninsula. The Cold War had been playing out for years in Vietnam in the form of a grinding proxy struggle, as well as in the frozen conflict in Korea. Now, officials both in the United States and the Soviet Union feared the situation was in danger of descending into a direct conflict between the superpowers. The Soviet-allied North Koreans had captured a U.S. spy ship. In the context of this crisis, a Soviet submarine K-129 received orders to head out early for a mission in the North Pacific, its third in quick succession. The K-129 carried 3 missiles capable of delivering a nuclear payload well over 700 miles and had been in service since 1960. Powered by a diesel engine, she belonged to the 629A class of submarines, known to the U.S. as Gulf II. Gulf subs weren't at the cutting edge of Soviet technology, but were still important assets in their arsenal. With an extra-large complement of 98 officers and sailors packed on board, this patrol was scheduled to continue through May 5. making a distant approach to American waters far northwest of Hawaii. But on March 8th, the Soviet base failed to receive a planned radio transmission from the sub. The following day, the Soviet Navy began sending out a flotilla of subs, other ships, and planes to search for the lost vessel. But with as much as 1 million square miles of ocean to search, they were unable to even locate a wreck. Months later, the Soviet government would inform the families of the crew aboard the K-129 that they were presumed dead. Because the Soviet command had made no attempt to disguise the major deployment of so many warships, the US Navy immediately became aware of the operation, if not its purpose. But the Americans also had something called the Sound Surveillance System, or SOSUS, a network of advanced audio receiving equipment in the Pacific, and they'd registered an explosion on March 11th. So they were able to surmise that their adversaries were searching for a lost and now sunken vessel. Not only that, they were able to locate the site of the explosion to within 6 miles. The Soviets were hundreds of miles off in their search party, and US intelligence could examine the site without the risk of immediate interference. To take advantage of this opportunity, in what was called Operation Sand Dollar, the US Navy sent a specially equipped spy submarine, the USS Halibut, for reconnaissance. Among the photos it captured were unmistakable images of a wrecked sub on the deep ocean floor. CIA officials realized that if the US could access the Soviet submarine, the intelligence would be invaluable. But what they were suggesting was the single biggest technological challenge in their organization's history, and one of the most ambitious intelligence operations in history, period. The K-129 was resting at some 16,000 feet, nearly 3 miles beneath the ocean's surface. At such a depth, the pressure is crushing. Ordinary submarines would never dive anywhere near that. Moreover, the heaviest object ever lifted from a comparable depth weighed 50 tons. They were proposing the recovery of an object that weighed 1,500 tons, and they would have to perform the incredible lift with complete secrecy. If Soviet intelligence discovered the mission, international law would shut it down, and in the Cold War, legal battle was hardly the biggest conflict that could develop between the two nations. The CIA might seem an unusual branch of government to carry out a naval mission. You might, for instance, think about using the Navy. There were people in naval intelligence who were not pleased to take a supporting role in what they considered to be their natural territory. But by now, the CIA had for several years demonstrated the ability to develop advanced technology on the fly, employing engineers as contractors in secret projects with minimal organizational friction. So began Project Azorian, named for the Azores Islands in the Atlantic Ocean, for no particular reason. CIA codenames were essentially arbitrary. Still, this was really a new scale of research and development. The technology to lift a heavy object from the bottom of the ocean did not exist. Even mining and drilling in deep water were considered a considerable challenge. But that fact actually helped provide the mission with its cover. The story would actually be another major project of naval engineering, building a ship-based deep ocean mining rig. There would be some overlap in the equipment needed, and the building of a huge recovery ship impossible to hide would make perfect sense. If all went well, Soviet spies wouldn't even think to look for a military or intelligence component to the civilian industrial product. In 1970, the company Global Marine was the leader in development and operation of deep-sea mining equipment. They had that year successfully tested complex manipulation of seafloor drilling equipment with their ship the Glomar Challenger. Funding the research would present two challenges. First, the expensive project of course had to be given the green light from the highest levels, but there also had to be some explanation for the funding of the extensive development. To that end, the eccentric and private billionaire Howard Hughes lent his name as the mining operations investor of record, forming a shell corporation called Summa to hide the money for Project Azorian. Hughes had assisted with intelligence gathering in the past, and in addition to being a plausible funder, his inaccessibility meant he wasn't likely to be a security risk. He may not even have known or cared exactly what the real operation was, but his name added a kind of luster to the cover story, which received some interest from the press. The Hughes Global Marine venture would be the development of equipment that could gather nodules of manganese and other minerals that accumulated around sediment on the ocean floor. In principle, it seemed like it could be a profitable enterprise, and since no one had ever tried it before, there was no hard evidence to the contrary. Early on, the CIA team rejected exotic ideas like extracting hydrogen from the water around the wreck to create a balloon that would lift the sub. Instead, they would use what was called a string, actually a series of steel pipes, to lower a remote-operated capture vehicle with a claw to the ocean floor. The vehicle would have a detachable complement of legs as a kind of lander, which would allow leverage to initiate the tremendous lift. without the risk of sinking into the seafloor if it proved semi-fluid. The legs would then detach and the string would be pulled up one segment at a time. The ship itself, the Glomar Explorer, would have a giant hidden moon pool in its hull that could accommodate the submarine, which measured over 320 feet in length. Pulling the wreck to the surface required that the vehicle remain virtually stationary in the water, and so the Explorer was outfitted with a complex gimbal system that allowed continual adjustment in the effective center of mass for the huge ship. But there was also the matter of the nuclear weapons. The recovery crew would have to treat the entire wreck as contaminated because the material within the warheads would have by then leaked onto everything. Plus, there were nuclear-tipped torpedoes, but the payoff would be an inside look at the Soviet nuclear weapons program, in addition to all of the technology of the submarine itself. Even more valuable would be insights into the Soviet Union's communication systems, specifically their coded communications. Provisions were made to try to salvage waterlogged paper to preserve the K-129's codebooks and other records. By 1974, the undertaking had overcome all the engineering obstacles, at least they hoped, not to mention calls from some who were in the loop to call off the project that was costing hundreds of millions of dollars, with a dubious chance of success. The ship was its own prototype. The team could do testing closer to shore, and did, off California's Santa Catalina Island. But the whole thing was designed for one mission, and likely they'd only get one try. Once the Explorer was in place about 1,500 miles west of Hawaii, with sophisticated, essentially experimental equipment, it took longer than planned to get everything running properly for a retrieval attempt. There was an inkling of what the Americans were up to, but the CIA mission had apparently managed to keep intel out of the hands of any foreign agents, and the task itself seemed impossible, so it was reasonable for the Kremlin to brush aside fears that the US might recover the K-129. Still, while the recovery team were in position, the Soviets took notice and sent a surveillance mission in what looked like a civilian vessel to contact the Explorer. They exchanged messages in Russian, and the command on the Soviet ship bought the cover story. This was, they determined, what it looked like, an experimental mining expedition. Still, not everyone in the Soviet military brass was convinced, and later a tugboat arrived with much the same purpose. The interaction the second time was, in a way, both more confrontational and less harried for the recovery team. With the tugboat in close visual range of the Explorer, the Soviet sailors mooned the American rig workers, who responded in kind, after which the enemy tugboat departed. This was not the peak of tension in the Cold War. When all of the components of the ship were ready, the crew of the Explorer began lowering the recovery vehicle Clementine nearly 3 miles to their target, one steel pipe section at a time. The lander arrived above the hull of the sunken submarine, and the arms of the recovery craft closed and took hold. Up at the other end of the video feed, remote steering of the robotic vessel took great skill and cool nerves. Once the arms were in place, the remote pilot began the incredible feat of lifting the enormous payload from the seafloor with the force of the lander's legs. Fortunately, the ocean bottom was quite solid, preserving more lifting power than a fluid base would allow. Once the sub was safely suspended in the water, the legs were detached and the rest of the power to pull would come from the string. As sections of the pipe were removed from the string, the cumulative weight dropped significantly, reducing the force needed to pull each time. But partway up, 2 of Clementine's claws broke, and the submarine they held snapped. Most of the K-129 broke away and fell back to the seafloor, although a chunk was still in her grasp. The recovery team had to relay this news back to Langley. The first reaction from the Home Office was to abort and try again, but the engineers of the Glomar Explorer knew that if they stopped and reset, they were likely to come back completely empty-handed. Even a partial success had been far from assured. In the end, their boss at the CIA relented and let the team continue with the lift. At last, a portion of the submarine rose up and into the moon pool. Everyone intended to make necessary repairs and adjustments to the equipment and return to the site the next time ocean conditions were favorable, the following summer. The missiles and most of the sub remained unrecovered, but a second expedition would never happen. The Soviet Union may never have learned the extent of Project Azorian, but journalists in the US were picking up clues to the story. Eventually, the Los Angeles Times received a tip with enough details to report on the real mission behind Project Jennifer, and a popular radio commentator broadcast an opinion piece on the story. Whatever the American public may have thought about the funding of CIA Black Ops was irrelevant though, since a return trip would have required the same secrecy as the first. Workers now suited up to handle the wreckage laced with nuclear waste. There would be no missiles in this section, but the presumption was that the radioactive material would be everywhere. Additionally, there were nuclear-tipped torpedoes in the recovered portion. As the crew bagged equipment that might have value for American intelligence, they also found the remains of 6 sailors from the K-129's last unfortunate voyage. Orders were to treat all human remains, including fragments, with respect and dignity. Before the Glomar Explorer returned to port, the sailors received a burial at sea with military honors, with both the Soviet naval flag and the American flag on display, and both of the nation's anthems played. The ceremony was videotaped, and years later, when the Cold War adversaries had awakened from their decades-long nightmare, a later CIA director would present the naval flag and the video to Boris Yeltsin, first president of the newly established Russian Federation. The final price tag for Project Azorian was $350 million. It took longer to plan than the early space missions and coincided with the Nixon era, when American confidence in the government in general was low, and the illegal abuse of secrecy was rampant. Like the space program, it did offer some spin-off technology. Almost as an afterthought, it made major advances in the field of deep ocean drilling, and the Glomar Explorer would later serve a function similar to its cover story. The requirements of détente with the Soviet Union necessitated a calculated silence about the program, since an acknowledgement by the Americans would embarrass their adversaries, unhelpful in strategic negotiations. In fact, it was in response to Freedom of Information Act requests about the project that the CIA developed its so-called Glomar response, that it would neither confirm nor deny a matter in question. But parts of the project were declassified in 2010, following the release of Michael White's 2009 documentary Azorian, The Raising of the K-129. Josh Dean's The Taking of K-129, published in 2017, provides most of the details of our coverage, but the exact extent of the intelligence that was gleaned from the K-129 remains a secret. We want to give a big thank you to the sponsor of today's video, Morning Brew. As a fan of the infographics show, we know that just like us, you're tired of getting your news and information the boring, old-fashioned way. Nothing's worse than starting your day by endlessly scrolling through news and social media apps, hoping to find something relevant to you. Believe us, we used to have the same problem, which is why we're so happy we found Morning Brew, the free daily newsletter that really is the absolute best way to start your day. It'll get you up to speed on everything you need to know in minutes, with business, finance, and tech stories that actually respect your time and get you the info you want quick, like how electric vehicles are the best-selling cars, and that Amazon's buying up an entire fleet of 767s. Signing up is completely free and takes less than 15 seconds, so what are you waiting for? Become smarter in 5 minutes and sign up for Morning Brew right now. The CIA, the world's second most feared intelligence agency. First place naturally goes to the Russian FSB. But what the CIA lacks in technique versus its Russian competition, it more than makes up for in sheer crazy. Get ready to learn about the craziest CIA covert operations. Number 10. Spying is for the birds. Literally. It's the height of the Cold War, East versus West, democracy versus Stalinism. With nuclear weapons aimed at each other's throats, the US and Soviet Union are in for a struggle for the very fate of the world itself. In this high-stakes, winner-take-all, zero-sum game, the United States unveils its newest weapon, a pigeon. Well, not just one pigeon, thousands of them, all released in Eastern Europe with the hopes they'll drop sensors that will help the US learn where the Soviet Union is conducting chemical weapons tests. Pigeons were even trained to fly cameras over facilities, with surprisingly good quality images being returned. But pigeons are far from the only birds enlisted to defeat the Reds, and ravens are too put to task, fighting for freedom in the American way. These especially clever animals are trained to drop off listening devices on windowsills that are otherwise inaccessible. And in at least one operation, a red laser beam was used to guide a raven to a target, drop off the bug, and return to its handler with the use of a special lamp. Sadly, that particular operation yielded no usable intelligence as the bug failed to work properly. But the CIA would go on to successfully use birds in many still classified operations. With the ability to fly loads up to 40 grams, there's little doubt that in today's age of smart, miniaturized electronics, birds are once more on the front lines of the CIA's covert wars. But the CIA's next crazy operation truly takes things out of this world. Number 9. Flying saucers from the Earth? In 1950, flying saucers were all the rage, and it seemed like everybody was seeing one every other day. With events like Roswell and the real-life flying saucer invasion of Washington, though, we can hardly blame boomers for being afraid of aliens from outer space or south of the border. During the height of the flying saucer mania, the CIA and the Air Force both got an idea. What if there was something to flying saucers? If alien flying saucers could cross the void of space, surely they'd do a pretty good job of flying around the Earth, right? With generous funding from the federal government's black budget, the CIA and Air Force began collaborating on a flying saucer-shaped vehicle that could fly spy missions deep into the Soviet Union and shoot down bombers. After all, what better cover for a secret CIA vehicle than making it look like an alien is piloting it? Turns out there's a reason UFOs are claimed to use all sorts of science fiction tech, like magnetic levitation or even ESP, because without it, they fly about as well as a drunk frisbee. After an unknown number of years in testing, the flying saucer program was finally canceled in 1961 as the design was deemed completely uncontrollable at high speeds and aerodynamically unstable. The CIA is meant to protect Americans, but the next crazy covert operation made the CIA an enemy of the American people. Number 8. Operation Blame the Cubans. It's 1962 and the Soviets have done the unthinkable. Cooperate with Cuba to place Soviet military forces literally next door to America. You know, sort of the way that the US had placed nuclear missiles in Turkey and on the Soviet Union's doorstep. Something had to be done about Cuban-Soviet cooperation before the relationship got too chummy, and that something was an invasion. Only one problem: how to justify an invasion of a tiny country that had absolutely nothing to do with the US. No worries, the CIA quickly came to the rescue. Proposed to President John F. Kennedy, who immediately rejected the idea and fired more than a few of the CIA's top brass. Operation Northwoods was a convoluted plan to, in essence, carry out terrorist attacks all across the US and blame them on Cuban operatives. Plans included assassinations, the bombing of a restaurant in DC, riots, and other acts of terrorism. Basically, the CIA was seeking permission to go all Grand Theft Auto on the US and then blame it on the Cubans. Thankfully, Kennedy immediately shot down the proposal, and along with it, the careers of several CIA personnel. Who says the CIA doesn't have a heart, though? The next CIA operation was all about turning former enemies into close new friends. Number 7. Operation Paperclip. After long years of fighting Nazi Germany, one thing was clear: Nazis were terrible. But they were pretty brilliant about coming up with ways to kill people. With the freeze of the Cold War setting in, the United States desperately needed some of that good old-fashioned Nazi murder know-how for itself. Barely 1 year after the end of hostilities, the US president authorized Operation Paperclip, handled by the Office of Strategic Services and predecessor to the CIA. The goal of Paperclip was simple: lure or threaten former Nazi scientists into making the move to the United States and working for America, with the other option being getting swept up by Soviet KGB agents and forced to make missiles in Siberia. It wasn't exactly a hard sell getting Nazi scientists to make the move out to sunny California. The project remains one of the most controversial aspects of the post-World War II period, as many Nazi scientists who should have rightly been tried as war criminals were instead granted a free pass to live a very comfortable life in the US in exchange for their genius. One man in particular, Wernher von Braun, helped establish the American space program and masterminded the Apollo missions, but received lifelong criticism for his role in developing V-2 rockets to be used on civilians in Britain. The next CIA crazy covert operation is one they don't want you learning about, so feel free to shut this video off now. No, really, Uncle Sam would thank you. Number 6. Let the CIA do your thinking for you. The Cold War was a terrifying time for the world, with the US and Soviet Union locked in a bid for global supremacy. There was just one problem: why should an auto plant worker from Detroit or a farmer from the Russian Urals care? What stake did the average Soviet or American citizen really have in the world's greatest international penis measuring contest to date? Turns out the average Joe on either side of the Iron Curtain had little stake in the posturing between East and West, but the CIA and KGB were here to fix that. Operation Mockingbird was a still little understood operation undertaken by the CIA to convince Americans that Russians were bad. While the full extent of the CIA's reach is still not known, a former investigation in the 1970s revealed 50 journalists at the country's most influential newspapers all had secret links to the CIA and were compensated to run CIA-approved articles. The program was eventually shut down for, ironically, mirroring the exact same press manipulation and intimidation tactics that the Soviets used and freedom-loving apple pie-eating Americans were supposed to abhor. Still, rumors persist to this day that the program never really ended, with QAnon believers now claiming that every headline they don't like is part of Operation Mockingbird. Like survival challenges, pooping in the woods, and learning to fight like a guerrilla fighter? Well, then the Cold War-era CIA sure had a job for you. Number 5. The CIA created the original Doomsday Preppers. During the Cold War, nothing kept the CIA awake at night more than the thought of Soviet tanks steamrolling the free countries of Western Europe. The paranoia of a Soviet invasion was so high that the CIA and US military, along with NATO members, cooperated in the creation of a top-secret counter-invasion force, codenamed Operation Gladio, members of NATO set about creating secret armies, personnel from all walks of life who would remain behind in case of Soviet invasion and engage in a guerrilla war of resistance. The plan was simple. Without using nuclear weapons to stop them, Soviet armies would easily reach all the way to France before the US could transfer the bulk of its forces to Europe. Rather than fight a certain-to-be-lost battle, nations all over the border with the Soviet bloc would fight retreating actions while leaving behind large amounts of clandestine forces. Once the Soviets swept past them, these secret armies would rise up and wreak havoc on Soviet supply and communication lines, grinding the Soviet advance to a halt. Operation Gladio was so secret that even some of the highest-ranking members of government and military in the nations these secret armies were staged in had no idea of their existence. It would only be at the end of the Cold War that the secret of these ghost armies would finally be revealed. Ironically, the world would also learn that despite all the paranoia, the Soviet Union didn't have a single plan to ever preemptively invade Western Europe. And it was in fact just as terrified as the West that NATO would invade it first. The next crazy CIA covert operation was definitely the cat's meow. Number 4. Eavesdropping kitties. The internet loves cats. This is a fact. Turns out the CIA also loves cats, or at least used to. Operation Acoustic Kitty may have sounded like a traditional codename meant to throw off anyone who learned its name as to its true nature, but for once this codename was spot on. Gathering intelligence was of the utmost importance during the Cold War, and the best way to do that was to eavesdrop on people. Problem is, trained spies are pretty good at realizing they're being listened to, and technology to help detect bugs and even long-range listening devices was getting better and better every passing year. Enter the humble kitty cat. At some point, a CIA R&D specialist with way too much time on their hands got the brilliant idea of using cats to spy on people. After all, cats are pretty innocuous, and unless you're suffering from a crippling mental illness, you're not likely to think your cat is spying on you. To accomplish the task of creating spy kitties, the CIA surgically implanted microphones onto cats, with a wire leading to a transmitter implanted in the cat's tail. Unsurprisingly, the plan was met with little success, as training the cats and getting them to do what they were told proved entirely too difficult even for a global spy agency like the CIA. Literally any cat owner could have told them that though, and saved the US government millions of dollars. Also, the first test cat was apparently run over in its first field trial just seconds after being released, though the CIA continues to deny said kitty was actually killed. Let's face it, when the Cold War started, the Soviet Union didn't just have the better spy agency, they had better technology, but the CIA was determined to change that. Number 3. Borrowing a Soviet satellite. In the 1960s, it was clear the Soviets were winning the space race, with America coming in at a distant second. The Soviets didn't just trumpet their accomplishments in space, though. They decided to rub it in America's face by putting the Lunik satellite on a world tour. As the first spacecraft to approach the moon and return, it represented the state of the art at the time and the cutting edge of human exploration. While the Lunik was on tour, the CIA decided it would borrow the spacecraft for a night and take the entire thing apart bolt by bolt to learn everything it could about Soviet space engineering. The truck carrying the satellite was intercepted and the driver encouraged to take the night off at a local hotel, under CIA guard. Meanwhile, CIA agents and American engineers went to work on the Lunik. Over the course of the night, they photographed every square inch of the spacecraft, though sadly most of the electronics were missing. The next morning, the original driver was returned and compensated for his silence. The next CIA covert operation was perhaps their most infamous, even if it was a complete failure. Number 2. Operation Kill Castro. There's perhaps few rivalries in history more famous than that of the CIA and Fidel Castro. For years, the CIA did its best to kill him, and yet Castro would go on to die peacefully at a ripe old age, having outlived many of the agents whose job it had been to end his life. Known as Operation Mongoose, for almost 3 years, the CIA tried everything in its power to kill Castro, floating such insane ideas as exploding seashells, diving suits laced with poisonous fungus, and of course, exploding cigars. The intensity of the CIA's attempts to kill Castro actually ended up leading to the creation of his own cigar company to ensure the safety and security of Castro's beloved cigars. Plot after plot was either attempted or brainstormed and rejected as impractical. One attempt to poison his shoes as he left them out for cleaning by local hotel staff was canceled at the last minute because Castro was at the time visiting the UN, and it was believed it would make the US look bad if Castro bit the dust as he was attending a peaceful international assembly. Another plot involved training a former lover to assassinate him in private, and after months of preparation and training by the CIA, the lover was sent back to Cuba and managed to spend the night with him, only to fall back in love with him and admit the entire plot. The true length and breadth of the insanity that the CIA explored in their attempt to kill Castro may never be known. but the plots that are public knowledge hint at the legacy of incredibly inventive assassination attempts, which all failed or were impractical in hilarious ways. Our number one crazy CIA covert operation is one whose terrible legacy will never ever truly be known. Number 1. MK Ultra. At last we have it, the single most insane CIA operation ever attempted, that we know of anyway. Known as MK Ultra, the CIA's attempt to develop psychic powers is legendary, and without a doubt the most batshit crazy waste of taxpayer money in US history. Officially running for 20 years, MK Ultra sought every way conceivable to control a subject's mind. Nothing was out of the question, and no idea was too insane to try. Claims by self-proclaimed psychics and mentalists were explored, their techniques analyzed and scrutinized. Chemists toiled for years to create cocktails of chemicals capable of controlling a person's mind. Even zombie drugs used by voodoo practitioners were explored. Nothing was off limits during the age of MK Ultra, though one drug in particular drew a great deal of attention: LSD. The CIA explored every possible use of LSD for the purpose of making enemy spies compliant and willing to give up their secrets. It was no secret that the agency would routinely expose its own agents to LSD in a bid to examine its effects, once even dosing an entire office party celebrating a birthday. The full range and extent of MK Ultra may never be known, as when the rest of the government started getting wind of the insanity the CIA was engaged in, not to mention the dubious moral nature of many of its experiments, the CIA immediately began destroying records. To this day, nobody knows just how far the CIA took their mind control experiments or what success they might have found, but the legacy of MK Ultra is a murky one indeed, with many deaths and broken lives blamed on the CIA's secret experiments.
Following on from our strangest serial killer in the US, we now bring you one of the weirdest tales from the dark side of humanity. Okay, so our woman of the hour may not have been as maniacal as lady killer Ted Bundy, or as utterly demented as Ed Gein, the man who liked to dress in skin suits made from dead women, but she has certainly worked her way into the serial killer hall of infamy just for originality. It's conceivable the novel and then movie Fight Club may have used her wicked deeds as inspiration regarding soap made out of liposuction waste, so we can't say she made her mark on history. Welcome to this episode of the Infographic Show, Leonarda Cianciulli, aka the Human Flesh Soap Maker. Okay, so there isn't really a big reveal to this show, as the title pretty much explains what this serial killer got up to. But who was she before she started making lumps of soap out of the people she killed? Let's start with a short bio. Leonarda Cianciulli, aka the Human Soap Maker, aka the Soap Maker of Correggio, in Italian it sounds much more poetic, La Saponificatrice di Correggio, was born in 1894 and lived until an old age, dying in 1970. Her childhood wasn't easy, and reading about it, you might not be surprised that she turned out, a little odd. Apparently her mother was a nasty woman, telling Leonarda that she was cursed by the devil and that her life would come to nothing. That's not easy on a child, and when she was a teenager, she tried to commit suicide not once, but twice. She was yet another serial killer with what is known as an overbearing mother. She then met a fellow when she got older, a registry office clerk, but he wasn't quite what her mother was expecting, and so the man was vociferously disapproved of. She had in total 17 kids, which is quite the accomplishment, but unfortunately only 4 of them lived past the age of 10. You could say after all that heartache and pain, she was a protective mother to those that survived. Leonarda doted on her kids, but she was full of anger at what life had thrown at her. And it threw a lot more than dying children and miscarriages. Perhaps it was very much her fault when she got imprisoned for fraud at the age of 33, but when an earthquake destroyed her house a few years later, that seemed like rotten luck again. Nonetheless, this unlucky woman was apparently well liked in her community, if not in her own mind, doomed somewhat. In fact, it said she even believed that her mother was right, and indeed she was cursed. She went to see a gypsy fortune teller, but that just made matters a lot worse, as it said this is what she was told. In your right hand, I see prison, in your left, a criminal asylum. Okay, so you kinda get the picture. This is a woman who had a brutal life, but on the surface of things, she looked okay. Her neighbors liked her, and she was a loving mother to the dear children that didn't kick the bucket before they got out of primary school. But something sinister was lurking behind the scenes. Imagine this. One day your neighbor, a loving mother and good friend, the owner of a shop in town, a trusted member of the community, invites you for cake and coffee. You accept the offer and are greeted with some sweet-tasting cakes. Only you don't know that the cakes are part human. Yes, between 1939 and 1940, when she was about 42 or 43, Leonarda murdered 3 women. The story goes that she wasn't just killing because she was inherently evil, but she believed, again, that she was cursed and that to keep her remaining kids alive, she had to make some sacrifices, as you do. She was particularly concerned about her favorite son Giuseppe, who had just signed up to the Italian army and was about to join the battlefields of bloody Europe. So, that's what she did. She made some sacrifices like those old-school Aztecs who propitiated the gods with human blood. Leonarda lured these women into her shop and then drugged them. After they passed out, she killed them with an axe and then boiled their bodies in caustic soda. So far so good, but that doesn't mean everything just disappears. In her own diaries, Leonarda described what was left as a thick, dark mush. So, our killer went a step further. You might know that regular soap often contains animal fats. So, Miss Cianciulli realized she could turn human fat into soap. She actually explained this in her diaries. Her flesh was fat and white. When it had melted, I added a bottle of cologne, and after a long time on the boil, I was able to make some most acceptable creamy soap. I gave bars to neighbors and acquaintances. What a sweet gift that was, and Leonarda went as far as to call the remains of her victims very sweet. She didn't stop there though. Waste not, want not was likely her motto. She used part of this mush to make what she called crunchy cakes. This wasn't, it seems, out of rage towards her neighbors, because she said she and her sons all ate the delicious cakes. She said of her process, "As for the blood in the basin, I waited until it had coagulated, dried it in the oven, ground it, and mixed it with flour, sugar, chocolate, milk, and eggs, as well as a bit of margarine, kneading all the ingredients together. Voila! Human cake." You could at least call her resourceful, which isn't necessarily a bad thing during a world war. But she wasn't exactly a clever killer and was easily found out. You see, she didn't just make things from her victims, but she scammed them out of money too. She went as far as to tell these women that she had found a great teaching job for them abroad, and just before they set off, Leonarda coerced them to write to their family and friends, explaining that they would be leaving the country for a while to work. There was no job, of course, and a fate worse than cake awaited them. One such victim, Virginia Cacioppo, had disappeared, and her sister had said the last person who had seen her was that shopkeeper called Leonarda. She didn't buy into the teaching job and believed a cunning canard had taken place. She was right. Later, Leonarda would remark that this was her best victim in terms of how she turned out on the plate and in the bathroom. In her diaries she wrote, "The cakes, too, were better. That woman was really sweet." At first the Italian cops accused Leonarda, who denied any wrongdoing. But then the cops accused her son, good old Giuseppe, and that was too much to bear for the doting mother. She confessed to everything, even the soap and cake bit. Not surprisingly, this soon became a cause célèbre in Italy. The trial lasted 3 days, and after that, our loving mother would spend a total of 30 years in prison and 3 years in an asylum. She died at age 76 from a cerebral apoplexy. She still causes shivers down people's spines today, as you can see her axe and other instruments, including the pot in which she boiled the bodies, at the Criminology Museum in Rome, Italy.
This episode is brought to you by Dashlane. Try Dashlane Premium free for 30 days at dashlane.com/infographics. And never forget another password and keep all your online accounts secure. The CIA and the KGB, two Cold War juggernauts who jockeyed for advantage against each other for decades throughout the Cold War, launching countless campaigns against each other that resulted in proxy wars, assassinations, and even entire cultural revolutions. The rivalry between these two great spy agencies nonetheless very often helped prevent all-out nuclear war. But which agency was truly the greatest spy agency in the world, and which was ultimately more successful than the other during the 45 frigid years of Cold War? During World War II, American President Franklin Roosevelt was concerned about the lack of American intelligence capabilities. American isolationism, which had dictated so much of the USA's foreign policy before and after World War I, had given rise to a wholly insular attitude toward the rest of the world amongst American leadership. Thus, while great powers of Europe frequently made use of covert intelligence agents against each other, and even America, the US found itself with no such capabilities at the start of World War II. The British needed their American allies properly in the fight, and thus dispatched one of their intelligence chiefs to the US in order to teach their rebellious colonists how to undertake the dastardly acts of ungentlemanly warfare. From this initial training program, the Office of Strategic Services was born, and American commandos would undertake many daring missions throughout the war. After the war, the United States realized it could no longer afford to ignore the rest of the world, especially since Europe had developed the nasty habit of kicking off world wars every 20 years or so. To this end, the National Security Act of 1947 established both the National Security Council which would advise the president on defense and intelligence matters, and the Central Intelligence Agency, a bona fide spy agency tasked with both peacetime and wartime intelligence gathering. While the Americans were dipping their feet into foreign intrigue, the Russians were already old hands in the art of intelligence gathering. The KGB, or the Komitet Государственной Безопасности, Committee for State Security, was formed in 1954 and formally gathered together Soviet intelligence operatives under one umbrella. Even before its start, though, the men that formed the KGB were seasoned masters of spycraft, themselves descendants of the early communist spies who helped topple the czars and establish the Soviet Union. Thanks to rising income inequality and disillusionment with capitalism throughout Europe, Soviet intelligence agents found many allies throughout the world. And by the time World War II started, they had so many agents operating inside France, Great Britain, and America that Stalin knew about his allies' military developments almost the same time they did. The KGB would itself become one of the most legendary spy agencies of all time and develop a reputation for ruthless efficiency that made its agents feared around the world. Yet, the truth is that KGB agents were masters of their craft and could play any role they needed to masterfully. From deadly assassin to charming confidant, coaxing, manipulating, or forcing their targets to divulge their deepest secrets. Two of the world's most powerful intelligence agencies, but which is truly superior? To find out, we'll look at some of each agency's greatest successes. Americans may have been new to the spy game when the CIA was first established, but what they lacked in experience and technique, they more than made up for in sheer guts. In May 1962, CIA agents got wind that the Soviets were abandoning a research facility deep in the Arctic. While the Arctic may be significantly warmer now than it was back then, in 1962 the icy conditions were so bad that shifting ice made the base's sole runway unusable. With supplies dependent on delivery via aircraft, the decision was made to pull the researchers out while a transport aircraft could still land. With the base completely abandoned, the CIA leapt on the opportunity to gather intelligence on Soviet research. The freezing conditions had made the runway unusable once more though, and with no sign of the weather letting up and fearing that the Soviets may return when it did, the CIA decided that there was only one way to get men into the facility. They would have to parachute in despite freezing cold Arctic winds gusting at high speed. What would be a suicide mission for most turned out to be one of the greatest intelligence coups of the Cold War. Successfully parachuting down to the station in near whiteout conditions, the two CIA men immediately plundered the facility of all useful intelligence, and a few days later their plane pickup arrived. Yet there was no way the big B-17 could land on the frozen runway, which is why the CIA had developed a unique extraction technique pioneered in the Second World War but never used in the extreme conditions of the far North Arctic. The men on the ground filled 3 balloons with helium and floated them into the sky. The skyhook system, as it came to be known, was nothing more than a hook at the end of a winch, which was itself attached to the interior storage bay of an aircraft. The plane would fly the hook into a line hoisted up by the balloon, and then the entire line would be winched up into the plane. Attached to the first balloon was 150 pounds of secret Soviet equipment and documents. The two agents on the ground, knowing that the skyhook system was extremely dangerous and thus deciding that it was more important the secret equipment and documents be rescued than them. Despite very low visibility and strong winds, the B-17 managed to snag the first balloon and hoist it up into its cargo well, and 2 passes later the agents on the ground were themselves winched to safety. Dangling beneath a plane moving at over 150 miles per hour through Arctic weather, the CIA had just proven that any lack of experience and technique on its part was more than made up for in sheer courage and ingenuity. The data recovered showed that the Soviets had been working on techniques to detect American subs under the Arctic ice and to attack them, and it helped keep the US subs hidden from prying Soviet eyes. The United States may have led the way in computer technology, but the KGB was happy to exploit America's use of its advanced computer networks for its own benefit. In the late 1960s, the US created ARPANET, or Advanced Research Projects Agency Network. This fledgling internet was used by US research labs to share data nationally on secret defense projects. When the space shuttle was announced shortly after the successes of the Apollo program, the Soviets initially believed that the shuttle was secretly a space-based bomber, something which could threaten the entire Soviet Union. Soviet Premier Leonid Brezhnev immediately tasked the KGB with plundering the secrets of the shuttle and demanded that the Soviet Union's Military-Industrial Commission create their own. As work on the shuttle progressed throughout various labs across the US, the cooperating research teams made use of ARPANET to swap data back and forth. Aware of ARPANET's existence, Soviet spies in the US soon infiltrated the computer network and teased out troves of data about the shuttle, learning that it was indeed a peacetime reusable space vehicle and not a secret spaceborne bomber. Not wanting to be outdone by the US once more in the realm of space exploration, Premier Brezhnev ordered Soviet scientists to make full use of the stolen information, resulting in the Buran, a Soviet copy of the space shuttle. In many ways, the Buran is actually superior to the American shuttle, despite using stolen information from which to base their copy and the fact that it only ever flew once. This is because the American shuttle program was beset by outside pressures exerted by various politicians, and shifting priorities constantly changed what the core mission of the shuttle should be. Forced to compromise in order to achieve a wider range of capabilities rather than a specific set of objectives, the shuttle was a fundamentally flawed design. The Soviet Buran, on the other hand, benefited from a single vision that drove its development, and the fact that Soviet lawmakers left its design almost solely in the hands of its chief architect, Valentin Glushko. While the Soviet Union was training and arming North Vietnamese forces during the Vietnam War, it had provided great amounts of aid to the North Koreans and the Chinese during the Korean War a decade before that. The CIA got the chance to take its revenge when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan in 1979. Even before a single Soviet tank rolled into Afghanistan, though, American agents had already uncovered intelligence that showed the Soviets were about to invade. For 6 full months before the invasion, CIA agents were already busy training Soviet Mujahideen and arming them with modern anti-tank and anti-air equipment. Much to the surprise of the Soviet commanders, the moment their troops stepped foot into Afghanistan, they came under fire from advanced precision weapons, such as Stinger missiles, which downed nearly 300 helicopters and 100 airplanes. Grooming contacts in the Pakistani government, CIA operatives ensured that shipments of weapons, medicines, and other vital supplies made their way to Afghan warriors, who put up such a stiff resistance that the Soviet Union was forced to withdraw a decade later. While many factors played a role in the collapse of the Soviet Union and America's triumph in the Cold War, the quagmire of manpower and capital that the CIA had turned Afghanistan into for the Soviets was a key factor in bankrupting the Soviet Union. Even before the KGB's official start, though, the men who would later birth the legendary spy agency had already achieved the greatest intelligence coup of the 20th century. In the years before World War II, modern physics hinted at a bomb with a potential for explosive power that could only be described as apocalyptic. Dubbed the atomic bomb, various nations around the world launched research programs in a frantic race to be the first to develop these doomsday weapons. At the time, many of the world's top physicists lived in Germany, or territories which quickly fell under German influence, and thus they fled their homeland seeking safety in the Soviet Union, France, Great Britain, and the US. As World War II began, the British undertook a great effort to gather up as many of these brilliant physicists as they could, in order to keep them from falling into Nazi hands. The Soviet Union lacked the scientific expertise of Great Britain or the US, however, and in a bid to ensure it was not left out of the race to develop a nuclear weapon, it very quickly got to work infiltrating the nuclear programs of Great Britain and the United States. If the Soviets could not develop their own bomb, they would steal the knowledge to build one from their allies. German refugee theoretical physicist Klaus Fuchs was one of the many scientists scooped up by the British, who fully vetted the young scientist and quickly shipped him to the United States, where the world's greatest concentration of scientific genius was gathered with a single goal: beat the Nazis to a working atomic bomb. Fuchs proved an invaluable addition to the Manhattan Project, and his work sped along the development of a working bomb. Unfortunately for the US and Great Britain, though, Fuchs was also a Soviet agent. Recruited by Soviet intelligence and groomed to spy on their behalf, Fuchs was just one of many Soviet spies who had penetrated the Manhattan Project so deeply that Soviet intelligence knew of its existence even before the American FBI did. The stolen work would ensure that just 4 years after the end of World War II, the Soviet Union had its own nuclear weapon. Both the CIA and the KGB are legendary agencies in their own rights, and both sides scored incredible victories against each other throughout the 45 years of the Cold War. Yet, in the end, the KGB is widely acknowledged by intelligence officials around the world as being the superior spy agency, with capabilities so extensive that for almost 10 years the CIA feared recruiting any Soviet agents for fear of being penetrated by moles. While the US enjoyed the security of two oceans for the first half of the 20th century, Russian agents were fighting a covert war against their own czars, and eventually the other great powers of Europe. This vast experience helped produce one of the most sophisticated and capable spy agencies that the world has ever known. And despite its eventual end with the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, its capabilities have been passed on to a new generation of intelligence agents who now work for the Russian Federal Security Bureau. This episode is brought to you by Dashlane. Try Dashlane Premium free for 30 days at www.dashlane.com/infographics, and never forget another password and keep all your online accounts secure. Periodically, the CIA discloses millions of pages in declassified documents that become part of the public record. In these, many top-secret projects and studies of the past are revealed that many find surprising, if not unbelievable. Some of the craziest may be rather embarrassing, if not flat-out damaging to the CIA's reputation. Let's explore some of the weirdest government-sanctioned operations with psychics, cats, drugs, and prostitution in this episode of The Infographics Show. CIA declassified documents that will blow you away. Up until surprisingly recently, the CIA believed in psychic abilities, and they thought they could be utilized to benefit the government. According to CIA intelligence, they also thought the Russians believed the same. In fact, from 1969 to 1971, the CIA was concerned that the Soviet Union was training its citizens with psychic powers in the area of intelligence collection. Evidence suggested that the Soviets' efforts were funded by a 60 million ruble budget in 1970, which was later increased to 300 million 5 years later. In alarm, the CIA concluded that efforts must have been met with success to justify this additional expenditure. Not to mention the large number of suspected technicians and scientists involved. The CIA decided that for their country's future security, they too needed to investigate psychic powers. To this end, the CIA created several programs to study remote viewing, or the ability of an individual with psychic abilities to perceive something that a normal person cannot, because it's obscured from view, far away, or happened at another point in time. In other words, something understood using only their minds and without the use of sight, hearing, touch, taste, or smell, and in absence of being given any information via person or device or the use of simple logic. According to declassified documents, the CIA believed that every person possessed this ability to some extent as a means of self-preservation, and that though this talent is generally underdeveloped in the general population, it can be strengthened and utilized successfully with the correct training. The use of remote viewing by the US government had three given benefits: that it was a talent that required little action on behalf of the viewer, had minimal associated costs, and as far as the CIA knew, could not be prevented or defended against. It first explored this concept in 1972 at the Stanford Research Institute in California under program Scanate. It began with just a couple seemingly psychically gifted individuals, including a New York artist known as Ingo Swann, who was a Scientologist. In fact, many of the other study subjects were Scientologists as well. All trainees were required to have a 65% psychic accuracy rate, and those involved claimed to surpass this minimum over the course of their training. In other words, things looked quite promising. The CIA also reached out to television personality Uri Geller, who had made himself famous by allegedly bending spoons with his mind. They tested Geller's ability in 1973. To do this, the CIA placed him in a room shielded from sight, sound, or electricity. They then picked a random word from a dictionary, illustrated its meaning, and taped it to a wall outside of the room Geller was in. For the word fuse, the experiments drew a firecracker, and Geller sketched a drum, or as he described it, a cylinder object that made a sound. For the word bunch, experimenters drew 24 grapes. So did Geller. 24 of them exactly. However, when a scientist later drew a picture of a rabbit, Geller was unable to replicate anything similar. It wasn't his only failure. Though his initial experiments still convinced the CIA of his gift, others later labeled him as a fraud. Then came projects where this supposedly effective skill was applied in sensitive matters of government security, such as the proposed 1977 Gondola Wish program, thought up by the Army Assistant Chief of Staff for Intelligence. The given purpose of the program was to train personnel to collect sensitive intelligence using psychic abilities, and thereby determine potential threats, weaknesses, and methods for defense. When it became operational the following year, it was given the name Project Grill Flame, and its research was conducted at Fort Meade in the state of Maryland. Eventually, journalist Jack Anderson got a hold of the information about these CIA-endorsed psychic experiments and wrote about them in April of 1984. That same year, the National Academy of Sciences National Research Council gave its opinion, and it was not a flattering one. Unsurprisingly, the Army's funding was cut. However, that didn't stop the experiments, which were renamed and transferred elsewhere. By 1991, the latest program was codenamed Stargate. Stargate and its supporting research cost the U.S. government $20 million and included 40 personnel, 23 of which were remote viewers. 3 of these psychics worked at Fort Meade for years and were consulted by different government agencies on a need-by-need basis. During its run, Stargate claimed to have many unbelievable or 8 martini successes, after which those involved downed 8 beverages in order to calm down. Among other promising finds, one remote viewer was able to narrow down where a Soviet bomber had crashed in Africa, only missing the exact mark by a few miles. Another predicted that a Soviet submarine with 20 missile launch tubes would be sent out in 100 days, and 2, one of which fit the viewer's description, was seen 120 days later. When asked about Libyan chemicals, a remote viewer thought a ship called either Patua or Potua would go from Tripoli to Libya with them in his cargo. A ship called Batato did sail that route. However, what exactly it was carrying was never determined. Psychics supposedly helped with the identification of tunnels and underground structures in Iraq as well. There were even rumors that they hinted at the location of Saddam Hussein in Iraq, though this has never been unquestionably verified. However, for these successes, there were many flat-out failures as well. In 1974, a viewer asked to describe a Soviet airfield got minor details correct, but several additional ones wrong. Psychics were also unable to locate any plutonium in North Korea when asked in 1994. A statistician found that psychics working for the government had given correct information just 15% of the time, and incorrect details the remaining 85%. Similarly, a psychologist asked to evaluate their findings had little favorable to say. As a result, the American Institutes for Research recommended termination of the program in November of 1995. However, as crazy as trying to get information on Russian or other types of targets with the use of psychics may seem, the CIA has done other odd things as well. For example, the US government at one point tried to get recordings of critical intel by using a microphone-wearing animal according to a declassified 1967 memo. This plan, called Project Acoustic Kitty, was also thought up during the Cold War era as a way to spy on the Soviets, specifically on the Kremlin and those in embassies. And the CIA planned to train cats, renowned for taking direction from no one or anything save their stomach and insatiable curiosity to do it. The project started with one cat and a recording device. According to diagrams, a radio transmitter was inserted in the back of the cat's head and a microphone was placed in its ear. The power supply was embedded beneath its fur and down the front of its body, and an antenna ran along its spine to its tail. The operation to attach the device took approximately 1 hour to complete. However, the project itself took 5 years. It was difficult to determine the best placement of each piece of the recording device, or come up with one that could be both functional and indiscernible once attached. Then, of course, the cat also required training. However, despite their best efforts, the feline failed to cooperate. While this comes as a surprise to no cat owner anywhere, it apparently was unanticipated by the CIA. The cat would get easily distracted by things around it or wander away to get food, instead of focusing on the key objective during training. Then there was also its first official mission, which was a dismal failure. The cat was sent to spy on 2 men seated on a bench, but it was instead hit by a car while crossing the street. After years of hard work and $20 million of government money, Project Acoustic Kitty was, for obvious reasons, discontinued. While the death of the cat was unfortunate, there was no scandal when it died, and Project Acoustic Kitty ended. The same could not be said for MK-Ultra, another CIA project that resulted in a congressional hearing when it was not cats but human beings involved in questionable experimentation. The MK-Ultra program was given the green light in 1953 and continued for the next 10 years, though what we know about it for certain is limited to its surviving pages. Many, understandably, were destroyed to protect those involved. The motivation for the program, once again, was an attempt by the US government to keep abreast of Soviet advancements, this time in the area of mind control. The CIA had reason to believe that the Soviets had been attempting to both make and purchase all available LSD for this purpose. This in turn led the CIA to conclude that the drug could have brain warfare applications, though little was known about it in the States. To determine its exact uses, several scientists agreed that an experiment involving unsuspecting participants would prove helpful. The government did this in program MKUltra. MKUltra ultimately got out of hand and resulted in government representatives giving drugs to thousands of Americans without their consent or knowledge. The drugs were used to see if they could mimic alcohol intoxication, aid in hypnosis, boost torture endurance, or create amnesia or confusion. The government hoped that they could assist with interrogations as well. Unfortunately, many of those who were experimented upon had little say in the matter. They were selected from among the most vulnerable of the population, such as prisoners addicted to drugs, sex workers, or the terminally ill. 2 Americans died and many more suffered because of the related experiments carried out by the CIA and contracted universities and research institutions. One of those who was killed was a CIA employee who had consumed a drink that had been laced with LSD by his supervisor. 9 days later, he was dead after falling 13 floors from the Hotel Statler. After his death, President Gerald Ford apologized to his family, and they were given a wrongful death settlement. However, some suggest that beyond this and its other known casualty, the program had additional far-reaching effects. Some claim MKUltra's experiments are related to JFK's assassination to the actions of Charles Manson. However, there's no concrete proof of either. As shocking as MKUltra was, further paperwork has revealed yet additional drug-related and government-supported experiments. For example, LSD was also used in the CIA's Operation Midnight Climax from 1953 to 1964. This program was carried out by an Army captain and CIA operative known as George Hunter White and targeted the residents of New York and San Francisco. White took CIA safe houses and used them to create makeshift brothels with suggestive decorations and where prostitutes were given cash to engage in sexual activities. These actions were observed behind two-way mirrors after LSD or other drugs were added to clueless men's drinks. A memo found from related documents has made some question whether the real purpose of Operation Midnight Climax wasn't to observe the drugged men, but rather the prostitutes to see if they'd be effective as government spies. By having sex with the enemy, it was thought that they could get information that could prove useful to the government. Indeed, the CIA worked to determine when during the process of seducing a man that a woman can ask questions to get critical intel. The answer was directly after sex, not before. LSD experimentation of all kinds ground to a halt in 1963. The Inspector General deemed that the agency needed to follow different research ethics and discontinue all experiments on unsuspecting citizens. Congressional hearings followed. However, CIA agents claimed they couldn't remember a lot of details, and because many files had been destroyed, little could be done in the area of accountability. Given the documents we do have that detail these shocking government-initiated events, missing pages make us wonder just how much and what exactly remains unknown still. It's pure luck that some documentation of MKUltra was mistakenly left behind while the rest was destroyed. However, the CIA could have avoided the resulting outrage or bewilderment by simply having used better logic and judgment and never having done most of these operations to begin with. Psychic experimentation and drugging citizens are clearly not the greatest ideas. This episode is brought to you by Skillshare. The first 1,000 people to sign up using the link in the description will get their first 2 months free. Imagine you're a spy deep undercover and you have to relay a message to another spy without saying a word. Short of telepathy, how could you possibly convey a secret message without anyone realizing it? Well, how about your shoelaces? Hello, and welcome to the Infographics Show. Today, we're looking at the Shoelace Code and other secret techniques used by the CIA. During the height of the Cold War, the world hung on the brink of nuclear annihilation as the Soviet Union and its Soviet bloc allies prepared for war against the United States and NATO. Each side knew that in the case of war, every single advantage possible would have to be exploited to try and avert all-out destruction. And so the golden age of spying began. For deep spies undercover, though, it was vital to be able to communicate with their handlers or other spies without being detected, as a good spy assumes he is and probably was under surveillance 24/7. As is so often the case in the world of spying, one of the most effective techniques for clandestine communication turned out to be one of the most effective. Agents were taught to read hidden messages written with, of all things, a person's shoelaces. While no official lexicon was ever created so that if one spy was caught, the entire system couldn't be deciphered. Instead, agents were taught different ways to tie their shoes or arrange the laces through the shoe's eyelets so they could communicate pre-arranged messages. Thus, spies would come up with their own meanings for different shoelace combinations, leaving the message completely secret except to the two communicating spies. Some examples of possible messages included, "I brought someone with me," "I am being followed," or "I have information." Though the CIA remains secretive about specific operations, it is known that the shoelace code was in wide use across its operations around the world throughout the entirety of the Cold War, with the Soviets never the wiser. Government bureaucracy is notoriously slow and always seems out of pace with the modern world. Yet the CIA proves time and again that it is always on the forefront of new technologies and trends. In 2017, WikiLeaks published a trove of secret CIA documents given to them by a leaker. Amidst the leaked documents, there appeared a new form of secret CIA code: emojis. Using their popularity around the world, the CIA has apparently adopted a complex system of emojis to create entire covert sentences, the meaning of which is only apparent to somebody who understands the secret code. As an adapted form of a Vigenère cipher, a secret code developed over 500 years ago. Each emoji represents a specific word or letter, but the meaning of an individual emoji can be changed depending on what other emojis appear in front or behind it. So, for example, a smiley face may mean you, but a smiley face in front of an angry face may change the meaning to me. Thus, entire messages can be written, and even if the enemy discovers part of the cipher, they still won't accurately decrypt the message without understanding how each individual emoji changes the meaning of those next to it. We've all seen James Bond films, so what about when the time for words is done and it's time instead for action? To that end, CIA agents have had a plethora of tools at their disposal to incapacitate or kill. In the 1970s, US President Gerald Ford signed into law an executive order that banned political assassinations by the CIA or other clandestine agencies. Up until then, though, any politically dangerous individuals were fair game. Yet, as the Cold War began, the US realized it was far behind in sophisticated covert killing techniques versus their Soviet adversaries. As Nikita Khrushchev came to power after Stalin's death in the 1950s, one of his first orders was the assassination of Ukrainian nationalist Georgy Okolovich, a leader within a Russian anti-communist group. After a conversation with his wife, though, Okolevich's would-be assassin KGB officer Nikolai Kolikov defected to the US, where he revealed the tool that was to be used in the murder: an electrically operated gun and silencer hidden inside a cigarette pack and loaded with cyanide-tipped bullets. Yet, while Okolovich was spared, other Ukrainian leaders were successfully assassinated by another KGB officer, Bogdan Stashinsky, who, after defecting to the US in 1961, revealed that he had killed both men with a cyanide gas gun concealed in a rolled-up newspaper. The CIA recovered the weapon which Stashinsky had ditched in a river canal after his last kill and began to accelerate the development of its own covert weapons. The US would go on to develop the non-discernible bioinoculator, a modified .45 caliber pistol fitted with a telescopic sight that fired a toxin-tipped dart silently and accurately up to 250 feet. While the weapon was not as easily hidden as its Soviet counterparts, the dart that delivered the deadly poison was just barely wider than a human hair and almost completely undetectable during an autopsy. For more close-range and stealthier kills, though, the CIA developed the Stinger, a small .22 caliber single-shot weapon hidden inside a tube of toothpaste. But what about when an assassination needs to be carried out in such a way that the assassin has time to get away? For that, the CIA proved incredibly ingenious, developing slow-acting but deadly poisons made from shellfish toxins, cobra venom, botulinum bacteria, and crocodile bile, all of which would be sprayed into things as innocent as a handkerchief. While it's impossible to know how many times these were used in the field, it's known that in 1960, one such attempt was made against Congolese President Patrice Lumumba with a tube of poison-laced toothpaste prepared to be inserted into the president's toiletry kit. The plan was rejected at the last minute by a CIA office chief for unknown reasons. Fidel Castro proved to be a popular target for CIA ploys. The leader of communist Cuba was considered a major threat after he began to cozy up to the Soviets and declared intentions for Soviet military weapons and even missiles to be based on Cuban soil. The possibility of a sizable Soviet military force less than 100 miles from American soil was completely unacceptable to the US, and thus the green light was given for Castro's removal from power, either by assassination or by discrediting him in the eyes of the Cuban people. This chapter of CIA history would be known as Operation Mongoose. At first, the CIA attempted outright assassination, and to that end proved to be quite ingenious, even if their efforts failed for a variety of reasons. In one attempt, a Cuban double agent was to offer Castro a cigar treated with botulinum, a toxin produced by the bacteria Clostridium botulinum. But the plan failed when the double agent failed to get the cigar to Castro. Knowing that Castro dearly loved his cigars, the CIA did not give up in their efforts and developed an exploding cigar, which would, in their own words, blow his head off. A box was developed and prepared for delivery during a visit by Castro to the United Nations. But fearing the political fallout of an assassination during a UN visit, the plan was ultimately scrapped. Not easily discouraged though, the CIA started thinking way outside the box and came up with a plan to plant explosive seashells at one of Castro's favorite beaches. Ultimately, that plan was canceled too, when it proved ineffective during CIA trial testing. After President Ford's ban on assassinations, the CIA changed its strategy to one of instead discrediting the leader. Knowing of Castro's pride in his macho image, the CIA developed a cigar coated with a depilatory agent that would make Castro's beard fall off. After that plan was scrapped, Cuban security officials eventually created the private cigar brand Cohiba exclusively for Castro and to safeguard his supply of cigars from tampering. Yet the CIA would not be discouraged and proceeded with attempts to discredit Castro by more attempts at harming his macho image via hair loss. Known for leaving his boots outside his hotel room door at night to be shined, the CIA developed a powder to be dusted inside the boots, which would cause Castro's hair to fall out. Ultimately, the plan failed when he canceled his targeted trip. On yet another attempt to discredit Castro, CIA agents prepared a device to spray LSD remotely inside of one of Castro's broadcast studios from which he gave his weekly address. That plan too was ultimately scrapped for unknown reasons. From secret messages written with shoelaces to exploding seashells and cigars that make your hair fall off, the CIA proves it has no shortage of imagination. It's impossible to know what new and incredible plots and tools modern CIA agents are equipped with. But one thing is for sure. If it sounds too crazy to work, it's almost certainly been tried or tested by either the CIA or their Russian rivals. Because in the great spy game, if you come second, you're probably dead. These are just some of the things that ultimately became public. The real secrets are still with the CIA.
This episode is brought to you by Skillshare. Start the new year by committing to learning new things. Maybe this year it will be creating videos like this. For a limited time, you can get Skillshare Premium for just 99 cents for 3 months by clicking the link in the description below. Who was the most famous spy in the world? As you well know, that accolade goes to the British Secret Service agent James Bond, writer Ian Fleming's 1953 creation that turned out to be the gift that keeps on giving. But who's the most famous British spy that isn't fictional? You probably don't know, as those guys keep a very low profile. It might actually be the secret agent who James Bond was based on, a man called Sidney Riley, aka the Ace of Spies, who was murdered on the job in Russia in 1925 after orders were given by the rightly paranoid Joseph Stalin. Today we are going to take a look at the organizations in the UK and the US where real-life spies might currently be getting a paycheck in this episode of the infographic show, MI6 vs. CIA. Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell button so that you can be part of our notification squad. Let's start with looking at the CIA, an organization you might already know something about if you watched our show FBI vs. CIA. The Central Intelligence Agency was created in the interest of the USA's national security. This might well indeed mean spying on other countries, or even keeping tabs on US citizens, although how much that actually happens is a matter of debate. The agency is involved with terrorism, weapons of mass destruction, cyber intelligence, and generally keeping an eye on what is happening politically around the world and trying to ensure it doesn't negatively affect America. The CIA was created on July 26, 1947, when Harry S. Truman signed off on the National Security Act. It was the attack on Pearl Harbor that proved to be the greatest impetus to start such a covert agency. After that, the CIA had a hand in many countries' affairs. It was working underground in Jamaica in the 70s, and no, there's no proof the CIA killed Bob Marley, fixing coups d'etats in Iran and Indonesia, and generally making sure communism didn't pick up too much traction as it was a threat to global democracy and America's dominance. That's quite the position the CIA holds in the world, and judging by many of your comments on our last show featuring the agency, many of you believe the CIA is slightly lacking in ethics. Well, what about the UK's covert agency? Is it any better? We should also explain that MI5 works in the UK catching foreign spies, while MI6 is basically UK spies abroad. MI6, or the Secret Intelligence Service, has a similar function to the CIA in that its raison d'etre is protecting the UK's national security. According to its own website, in the early 1900s, the British government was increasingly concerned about the threat to its empire posed by Germany's imperial ambitions. The Brits also wanted to hold on to their global dominance and wealth, so they needed to keep the Germans from becoming too powerful. It was believed at the time that Germany had its own spies wandering around the streets of England, so in 1909, Prime Minister Herbert Asquith created the Secret Service Bureau. As you saw already, it wasn't only Germany that worried the UK, but also the Soviet Union and its communist ambitions. That's why the Bureau's best spy met the Grim Reaper in the face of the trigger-happy master of pogroms, Joseph Stalin. Is it always the good in the battle of good versus evil? Well, like the CIA, its operations at times could be said to be dubious. Some of the more famous operations actually include trying to find out who in Britain was working for the Russians. It would be revealed that MI6 agents were actually passing secrets to Russia, and even 2 politicians were found to be working for the KGB. Cleaning house, as you might have seen in the movie Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, was a big part of the Bureau's job. On the other hand, MI6 actually worked with the Nazi secret police, the Gestapo, to thwart the rise of communism. The Bureau might be most famous for its cryptanalysis, which was breaking codes using cryptographic algorithms. MI6 was verily the first computer hacker on a large scale, creating the foundations for modern computing. Later, MI6 had its hands full with the IRA, and throughout the 70s and 80s concentrated on international terrorism. Its intelligence wasn't always that intelligent, which was demonstrated when it told the world there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. One of the latest programs of MI6 is to spy on North Korea. Back to the CIA. The agency has its headquarters in Langley, Virginia, but its secret agents work all over the world. It has a number of regular workers, of course, and many of those can be found in Washington, D.C. It's thought the agency employs around 21,575 people. According to Statistica, the CIA budget for 2017 was approximately $13 billion. This is only one part of the USA's black budget, a kind of secret budget that was revealed when Edward Snowden released those files. It's thought the black budget is well over $50 billion. MI6 is based in London, and it too has agents all over the globe. It's much smaller than the CIA, employing around 2,479 people. It's thought that MI6's budget is around $3.5 billion. So, how do you get into the CIA? As we said in our other show, you can do all sorts of things in the CIA, but let's focus on agents rather than accountants. Most of its undercover employees are aged between 26 and 35. They all go through medical and background checks, not to mention polygraphs, which are also a part of the interview process. They need a university degree, knowledge of international affairs, and good foreign language skills. Other assets include strong negotiation skills, discretion, diplomacy, and criminal investigative experience. Ideally, your degree will be in criminology, homeland security, or emergency management. All present agents have undergone a 56-day criminal investigation training program, and they will have trained for a further 18 months at the CIA's headquarters. On the CIA website, it doesn't say that agents are required to do any kind of physical test, but it does say they must be in excellent physical and psychological health. To become an intelligence agent for MI6, you'll need to be at least 22. You need a university degree, but any major, it seems, will do. You then have to take a 6-week foundation investigative training course, and after that you'll be training for 2 years before you become a proper agent. On its website, MI6 explains that you'll go through thorough background checks, medical tests, and if you've taken any illegal drugs, you're gone. The interview and screening is stressful, they point out, stating it's a long process, up to 3 months in most cases, and it takes a very fair, in-depth, and pretty intrusive look at your life, including your finances. It's important to be aware of this commitment before you apply. You are also supposed to say nothing to anyone about your application, as the Bureau pretty much picks apart your life. At time of writing, there were over 20 jobs available in MI6, but only one position was for intelligence officer. So, what's it like to be a CIA agent? It can be lonely, as we pointed out before, if you go deep undercover. You can't tell anyone what you do exactly, and you will even keep secrets from your own family. On the CIA website, it gives 10 reasons why you should work there, which includes working with very smart people, having an exciting job, being at the forefront of global politics, and also receiving great benefits. According to one salary website, new agents receive about $47,000, but a senior agent might earn more than $130,000 a year. One CIA agent of 15 years said he loved the job at times, telling Business Insider, "A lot of the fieldwork provided incredible moments both in terms of personal satisfaction in my work and in awe at catching a glimpse of the breadth of diversity in this world." He also said it's nothing like Hollywood depicts. Former MI6 intelligence officer Harry Ferguson told The Guardian what it was like working for the organization. He actually said it did all start a little like a movie, with someone approaching him while he was a student at Oxford and asking quietly, "Have you ever thought of working for your country?" After he nodded, he later received an anonymous envelope containing a description of where to go for an interview. He said they are looking for independent, self-driven people because once you land the job, he says it can be very lonely. It's not necessarily as dangerous as people think, and it can be mundane, but the biggest downside is knowing someone else was imprisoned, tortured, or killed because you didn't do your job properly. That can be quite a terrible burden. He also said the CIA is more dangerous as their officers are semi-military. MI6 officers basically spend most of their time trying to recruit people to give them information, so they mostly stay away from danger. For that kind of risk, you'll start on a salary of $40,000 US. This will go up after around 5 years service to $53,000. The more senior you become, obviously, the more you get.
Two dim lights illuminate the room. More a concrete box, really, unpainted and with power cables running along the upper edges of the wall. Some of these cables plunge into adjoining rooms, others snake down the wall and along the floor to a chair-like device. It looks a bit like an electric chair, but with a bulkier rear section that hums with power. A scientist works at a panel at the rear of the chair, while a second scientist secures a skull cap to the young teenage boy being strapped into the chair by a guard. The skull cap has dozens of wires of different colors and sizes, all running out of it and into the strange machine. The young boy looks scared but determined. The guard tests the restraints, then when satisfied nods at two men in black suits standing by the entrance to this dimly lit concrete room. The men are smartly dressed and both wear dark sunglasses despite the low light. One of the men in black now looks at the scientists. Begin. The scientist at the rear of the machine furiously works the controls as the entire thing powers up with an audible hum of electricity. The boy's eyes widen in fear, but the second scientist leans down to reassure him. Just like we've discussed, concentrate on the target and the date, September 4th, 1976. See the man's face in your mind's eye. Focus on each line and the crease of his face. The boy shuts his eyes and nods. The hum of power in the room grows in volume, almost becoming unbearable. The boy grits his teeth and begins to yell, when suddenly, a bright flash of light and nothing. The boy is gone. A moment later, the boy returns, once more strapped to the chair. He's sweating profusely and panting as the scientists rush to let him out of his restraints. One of the men in black rushes to the boy and lifts his head up. "Did you see him? Did you see the target?" The boy, exhausted, nods his head. "And? What did you learn?" The boy barely manages to speak in a hoarse whisper, clearly on the verge of physical and mental collapse. "He was talking with a man. New submarine in construction. Called it Akuda." The boy faints. As the scientists call for a nurse and remove him from the chair, the two men in black meet together, speaking in low whispers. "Tell the president our operative successfully infiltrated Soviet time space. He failed to gather any useful intelligence, except confirmation of what our field operatives already told us. The Russians have built a new submarine, something big. We'll try again tomorrow, with the focus on gathering operational and technical details. Project Montauk is a success." Project Montauk, the infamous conspiracy theory that might have inspired Netflix's Stranger Things, a show about a secret government lab using psychic children to reach out to a different dimension. Only if whistleblowers are to be believed, traveling to other dimensions is only the beginning of what the United States government has successfully accomplished deep underground in New York State. Camp Hero, New York, was established in 1942 on the very tip of Long Island Sound. Disguised as a simple fishing village, Camp Hero was actually a coastal defense station packing some serious firepower, meant to stop a Nazi invasion of New York. The gun emplacements were set in massive concrete bunkers sunk into the earth, and defenders would be able to rain hell down on any invaders with 3 batteries of 16-inch guns and 6-inch guns. Shortly after World War II, the site was abandoned by the US military, with the exception of a long-range radar station meant to monitor the Atlantic for incoming Soviet nuclear missiles. Today, despite efforts to sell the land to developers, environmentalists have succeeded in protecting much of the former facility, which has been turned over to the National Park Service. At least, that's the official history. If you're one of the unlucky few who visited Camp Hero against their will, then you know that the real history is far, far more sinister. 11 years after Camp Hero was officially shut down, 2 men underwent hypnotherapy to recover repressed memories they'd buried since they were children. Much to their surprise and horror, the men discovered they had their memories of their time spent in a secret government lab under Camp Hero buried deep into their subconscious. But now, the memories came flooding back. The tale is sinister. Discovered to be psychically sensitive, Preston Nichols and Stuart Swerdlow were both abducted by the government agents and brought to Camp Hero. Entering through one of the old gunnery doors, they took an elevator down to the bottommost levels of a secret underground research lab. There, the young boys were introduced to others like them, but there'd be no time for socializing. The experiments conducted deep underground varied, but all were pushing the very cutting edge of science, and often even beyond that. With rumors that the Soviet Union was busy researching all manner of paranormal phenomena in a desperate attempt to gain any edge they could over their American rivals, the United States government undertook a slew of secret programs to ensure American supremacy in every realm of warfare, even the paranormal. Remote viewing drew great interest from the intelligence community, allowing intelligence agents to get an inside peek at sensitive Soviet installations without their ever knowing. Young children who were psychically sensitive were trained in remote viewing techniques and even had their talents enhanced through a combination of technology and various drugs. But if the US could use psychics to spy on the Soviet Union's most secret installations, then surely the Soviets could do the same. And so the Psychic Warrior program was born, with American psychic soldiers training to mentally defeat enemy psychic spies. Other experiments, however, sought to bend and twist the very fabric of reality itself. In the early 1940s, the United States had successfully teleported an entire warship in the incident which would come to be known as the Philadelphia experiment. The results of the experiment were messy, however, with the rematerializing ship having fused the living crew to its hull, leaving not a single survivor. Under the quiet grounds of Camp Hero, though, the US sought to perfect this technology. Teleportation experiments began small, with items such as apples or pencils being moved a few feet. The installation of a nuclear-powered generator allowed much greater energy to be dumped into the teleportation experiments. Until a stunning breakthrough, researchers were able to teleport a test subject outside of the Earth itself. The subject was swiftly returned, but had already suffered exposure to deep space and died shortly after. Over the years, however, the technology would be refined to the point of allowing Project Montauk scientists to teleport individuals all the way to Mars. In fact, it's believed that in 2012, President Obama himself was teleported to Mars to meet with an alien delegation there running a cooperative research base staffed by both Americans and alien scientists. Aliens, of course, had their hand in Project Montauk, as it was their technology that helped to unlock the secrets of many of Project Montauk's greatest accomplishments. To this day, there's little known about these alien partners that the United States government has allied itself with, or their true intentions for our world. Perhaps Project Montauk's greatest accomplishment, however, was in the realm of time travel. The benefit of time travel is obvious. Imagine being able to send an operative back in time to avert national and global disasters. In fact, history as you know it today is all shaped by Project Montauk. The Allies winning World War II? That's thanks to intelligence sent back in time to warn President Roosevelt of German and Japanese plans. The US triumph over the Soviet Union in the Cold War? Once more, the secret work of American time-traveling spies, changing the past to correct future mistakes and eliminate potential threats. Of course, this is the history of Camp Hero, according to Preston Nichols and Stuart Swerdlow, with most of this history outlined in Nichols' series of books named the Project Montauk series. Nichols has been widely discredited and not a single one of his claims have ever been remotely proven to be factual. Even his claims of having degrees in various scientific fields are false, and he himself calls the contents of the Project Montauk books as soft facts. Swerdlow himself has often been discovered to tell contradicting tales of his own backstory, which he, of course, blames on his repressed memories and CIA brain wipes. Project Montauk is pure fiction, but that hasn't stopped legions of people from purchasing Nichols' books or believing the US government really did abduct teenagers to conduct mind control and time travel experiments. Putin's troubles are mounting at breakneck speed. That's the message from former CIA Chief of Russian Operations Steve Hall. And what comes next might break the Russian dictator. Today, we'll explore Steve Hall's predictions for what will happen in Ukraine and see if Putin is truly doomed. It's almost impossible to turn on the news nowadays and not hear more reports about Ukraine asking for additional ammunition. Recently, a sensationalist story about Ukraine running out of air defense missiles had many believing that the end was nigh, and the Russian Air Force would finally show up and rain destruction from the skies, ending all Ukrainian resistance. However, the truth was that Ukraine was simply stating that at the current rate of consumption, they would be running out of missiles in a matter of months, not immediately. Likewise, Ukraine has famously been running into supply shortages of shells for its artillery as well as other more specialized kit like GMLRS rockets for its HIMARS. But what might surprise you is that Russia is having the exact same problems, if not worse. Russia's ammunition problems are becoming just as acute as Ukraine's, but unlike Ukraine, Russia doesn't have the advantage of a global coalition of allies and partners willing to shoulder the burden of resupplying it. Russia's global coalition instead consists of Iran, reportedly South Africa, and China on the down low. The advantage that Russia has had over Ukraine, however, was a massive stockpile from the Cold War when everyone was hoarding ammo in anticipation of Armageddon. But that stockpile is running dangerously low. A few months ago, Ukraine announced that for the first time since the start of the war, it had achieved artillery parity with Russia on occasion. Typically, Russia fired 20 times the shells Ukraine fired back. But ammo shortages brought the two to a more even playing field. HIMARS strikes and Special Forces sabotage behind enemy lines helped exacerbate Russia's ammo problems, bringing the average exchange rate to 6-to-1. This dramatic drop in artillery had a direct effect on Russia's ability to conduct offensive operations because Russia has a garbage army that relies on blasting everything in front of it to oblivion from far away before moving their garbage army forward to take ground. Unsurprisingly, when Russia is no longer able to deliver overwhelming amounts of artillery at long range and its ground forces have to actually fight, the results aren't very pretty. But that's to be expected of an army that undergoes very little real training and is mostly made up of conscripts, with the few professional soldiers it does have more interested in corruption and lining their own pockets than actually soldiering. Russia's largest gains in the time after Ukraine's fall offensive were at the hands of the Wagner Group, Yevgeny Prigozhin's private army that Putin contracted out to fight in Ukraine. Unlike the rest of the Russian military, Wagner is better equipped and better trained, but their best war-winning strategy was the use of prisoners recruited from Russian detention centers who were promised their freedom if they survived a term of fighting in Ukraine. Neither Prigozhin nor Putin had any intention of allowing the majority of these prisoners back into society after being incarcerated, and thus Prigozhin used them in human wave attacks that were very successful in Bakhmut. Under threat of being shot if they retreated, Wagner unleashed hundreds of armed prisoners to assault blindly into Ukrainian positions. Once the Ukrainians opened up and thus revealed their defenses, Wagner's regular non-prisoner forces would mount direct assaults. The tactic was brilliantly effective if, like most Russians, you have little to no regard for human life other than your own. Ukraine was steadily pushed back under the sheer weight of the manpower the Russians were willing to sacrifice, only to then use well-trained and equipped forces to assault where the weak points emerged or were discovered. It's not entirely unlike Russia's strategy during the great sieges of cities during World War II. Wagner's successes were not just fueled by the sacrifice of prisoners, though, as it was heavily reliant on the Russian Ministry of Defense for supplies and equipment. While Wagner has over the years purchased a significant amount of its own equipment, including attack helicopters and artillery, inside of Ukraine the group has been extremely reliant on the Russian military for resupply. And this has been Prigozhin's Achilles heel, and might end up costing Russia the battle for Bakhmut after 10 months of fighting. And it all comes down to the way Russia does politics. Well, Putin specifically. Like any good dictator, Putin ensures that none of his underlings are too successful, as that might draw people under their banner. If that were to happen, then that underling might gain enough political capital and popular support to usurp Putin's throne. Or, this being Russia, just straight up murder him. Thus, Putin ensures that his government is constantly at odds with itself, with advisors and those who hold senior positions in his government and military all actively working against each other. This is where Prigozhin enters the chat, because the man once known as Putin's chef has seen a meteoric rise to become one of Putin's bestest and goodest of good boys. Despite private military companies being against the law in Russia, Putin has allowed Prigozhin to fund the establishment of Wagner under one condition. It would, in all but name, serve as an extension of Putin's, not Russia's, power. Thus, Wagner Group intervened all over Africa, and the Middle East, greatly expanding Russian influence and enriching Russian businesses while committing a laundry list of atrocities and human rights abuses that would rival the Russian military's own. Wagner's successes quickly shot Prigozhin up the ranks of Putin's personal goodest and bestest boys, until eventually Prigozhin was one of the very goodest and very bestest of all his boys. And that didn't sit well with Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu, because a man with Prigozhin's ambitions and military successes who also owned his own private army wouldn't be content being Minister of Agriculture or silly walks. Prigozhin was gunning for Shoigu's job, and Shoigu was doing a bad job of showing why he should get to keep it. Under his leadership, the Russian military had become the #1 supplier of military aid to Ukraine as it broke and ran time and time again. And we're not kidding about this. While the West has pledged around 100 tanks, Russia has abandoned an estimated 500 to be captured by Ukraine. That's on top of sophisticated air defense systems, vast amounts of ammunition, and a whole lot of very expired rations. To say that this was a real bad look for Shoigu is an understatement, and many have wondered why Putin has fired multiple Russian generals, but never his top goodest military boy. The truth may be that Putin keeps Shoigu in charge of the military because without Putin, Shoigu is nothing. Like Prigozhin, Shoigu is a complete outsider to Russian power politics, having ascended the ranks and coming from a nothing background. This means Shoigu has very few allies in the halls of Russian power, and thus cannot be a threat to Putin. But Shoigu is most certainly feeling the heat, as Prigozhin put the Russian military on blast over and over again over its failures, even while touting the victories of the Wagner Group. It would be easy to replace one man that Kremlin elitists don't particularly care for with a completely different one, and still remain secure knowing whoever's running his military would never have the political capital to challenge him. Eventually, Shoigu struck back. First, he took credit for Soledar, a salt mining town in eastern Ukraine that by all accounts Wagner did most of the fighting for. An angered Prigozhin took to social media to refute the Ministry of Defense claims that it had been the Russian army who took the town. But Shoigu wasn't done, and just as Wagner was on the eve of its greatest success in Bakhmut, with only 2 kilometers left to take the entirety of the town, Shoigu pulled the plug of supplies. Now Russia has been having legitimate supply issues, which Ukraine has tried to alleviate by donating multiple volleys of HIMARS rockets directly to Russian supply depots. But by all accounts, Shoigu has purposefully manipulated supply chains to keep Wagner on a very tight leash in Bakhmut, and then at the start of May yanked the leash hard enough to keep Wagner from succeeding. Prigozhin responded by taking to social media to rant like a 14-year-old who just lost a ranked Call of Duty match. He threatened to pull Wagner forces out of Bakhmut altogether and hand them over to the Russian military, which would have been a massive disaster and thrown the door wide open for Ukraine to launch a devastating counterattack. Shoigu and the Ministry of Defense claimed that they were not manipulating supplies on purpose and that Wagner was receiving everything it was allotted. Then, Prigozhin upped the stakes by declaring his forces would pull out of Bakhmut on May 10th. Suddenly, the supplies started flowing again and Prigozhin recanted. However, just 2 days later, Prigozhin was once more complaining his forces were being denied supplies. So, was Shoigu really preventing Wagner from winning in Bakhmut? Or are Russia's supply problems that severe? First, Russia's supply problems are definitely that severe. Russian guns, which used to fire nearly around the clock, are now silent for long stretches of time. Ukrainian frontline forces have had significantly more breathing room, as evidenced by recent assaults across the Dnipro River in the Kherson region and elsewhere. Operations that would have been met with immediate disaster due to overwhelming Russian firepower. But Shoigu is without a doubt making a play in Bakhmut to cut Prigozhin's knees out from under him, or at least he tried to. Wagner has been responsible for the main assault on Bakhmut itself, while its flanks were secured by the Russian army. The Russian army on the city's flanks have been attempting to cut off Bakhmut for months now with the goal of reaching the 2 major supply routes going in and out of Ukrainian positions. As Wagner drew closer to its complete capture of the city and Ukrainian forces were pushed further to the outskirts, the flank attacks increased in tempo, with up to 53 attacks in one day reported across one stretch of highway. The fighting raged even as Wagner ran out of ammo, making it clear that Shoigu was hoping the Russian army could close the encirclement and claim victory while Wagner was forced to sit on its hands for a lack of ammunition. But Ukraine got a say in all of this and it chose violence. While the initial flank attacks were successful, Ukraine's emergency deployment of special forces held in reserve for the spring offensive stopped the Russian army's offensive and then started to push them back. With Wagner unable to launch attacks against Ukraine's center, it freed up manpower to reinforce the flanks and began to assault in a counterattack that continues to this day. In fact, Prigozhin has recently taken to social media once more to berate the Russian forces, which have been slowly but steadily ceding ground to Ukrainian attacks, and potentially leaving Wagner's flanks completely exposed. Prigozhin's latest attacks against the Russian military have bordered on outright sedition. He's claimed that the Russian army forces have broken and ran at first contact with the Ukrainians, and states that the Ukrainian counteroffensive is in full swing. However, Ukrainian soldiers on the ground confirmed to CNN in an interview that the forces which were cutting and running were actually Wagner troops, while Russian regular army units were holding their ground until they were defeated. And as far as the coming counterattack, there's no sign yet that Ukraine has launched its full offensive, with actions around Bakhmut being part of the regular ebb and flow of the ongoing 10-month battle. Prigozhin didn't stop there, though, as in an incredibly rare event, he seemed to lash out directly at Putin. In one of his broadcasts, Prigozhin appeared to vent frustration aimed squarely at Putin. As his troops once more ran out of ammunition and the Bakhmut flanks came under attack, Prigozhin stated, "And the happy grandfather thinks that he is good. If he turns out to be right, then may God grant everyone health. But what will the country do, our children, grandchildren who are the future of Russia? And how can we win this war if, by chance, and I'm just speculating here, it turns out that this grandfather is a complete shithead?" Putin is frequently referred to as the grandfather by the Russian military and political leadership, and Prigozhin's statement seems to be taking aim directly at Putin in what would be the most public and radical critique of Putin by any senior official. Prigozhin was quick to walk the comment back when interviewed by the press, giving multiple figures in the Russian Ministry of Defense whom he states could be the grandfather he was referring to, while never mentioning Putin. However, in all likelihood, this is a sign of even Prigozhin's growing frustrations, which he is in turn now venting directly into the Russian military leadership. And this is one of Putin's biggest headaches, though it is doubtful if he ever sees it as such. With Shoigu and Prigozhin actively sabotaging each other, the Russian offensive in Bakhmut is coming apart at the seams right when it's at the cusp of complete victory. A victory which, we'll have to remind you, is completely worthless, as Bakhmut is utterly strategically unimportant, save as an ideological win for Russia. The Bakhmut trauma is playing out all over the war effort, though, as different factions within the Russian army all vie to undermine each other and secure their own glory and political wins. This chaos is by Putin's own design, though, as he works to ensure that no one faction, from Chechnya to Wagner to the Russian military, becomes powerful enough to challenge him directly. Even as Russians die by the droves because of it, Putin's own future is assured. Now Putin's troubles have increased once more, and it's for once not because of its own forces. Ukraine has been begging for long-range precision weapons since the war began, but the West has steadfastly refused. It took months to get HIMARS to Ukraine, given the ability to target several dozen miles behind the front lines. But Russia responded by simply moving its command posts and supply depots further back and out of range. This had an immediate impact on its ability to operate, but did not completely disrupt its efforts the way long-range precision weapons would. Since then, the US has categorically declined to supply Ukraine with ATACMS, which would triple the range of the HIMARS Gimler's rockets and could threaten Russian targets all the way to Crimea. The US might be right in its denial, as ATACMS might be very high in demand in case of war in the Pacific against China. But after over a year of waiting, the UK has once more taken the lead and provided Ukraine with the Storm Shadow cruise missile. Originally developed in the 90s, the Storm Shadow missile has a degree of stealth much like the US's long-range anti-ship missile. This makes it a significant problem for Russian air defenses, and with a range of over double the HIMARS, Ukraine will finally have the tool it needs to strike at sensitive Russian targets deep behind the front. The Storm Shadow missile can be fired from either the ground or from the air, where it'll achieve its maximum range. It's not known if the missile is compatible with Ukraine's Soviet planes, but the UK expressed confidence that Ukraine would be able to make the, quote, full use of the missile. It's also unknown just how many of the missiles the UK has donated, though the UK Defense Minister Ben Wallace assured that at least some Storm Shadows are already inside Ukraine, with more on the way. With over 900 of the missiles in its inventory, the UK has plenty to spare, especially as it's now seeking to modernize the Storm Shadow and field a new, more capable variant. This means that there is a pressing need to get rid of the existing stockpile, so Ukraine might find itself with hundreds of Storm Shadow missiles if UK rearmament efforts produce a more capable evolution and begins to mass produce it. Ukraine has promised not to strike inside the Russian Federation itself, because while Russia is allowed to strike Ukrainian targets with impunity, nobody in the West wants to risk giving Putin a frowny face. Once more, Putin's crazy rants about nuclear weapons are paying dividends, as the West collectively browns its pants in anticipation of the imaginary nuclear Armageddon Putin might unleash if military bases in Russia start blowing up. In response, Ukraine has been establishing its own long-range cruise missile program literally from backyard workshops across the country. The fact of the matter is that Ukraine can't hope to win this war without striking at the Russian bases supplying the war effort. And until it does, even if it beats Russian forces all the way back to its borders, Russia will simply launch long-range attacks into Ukraine while massing for a fresh assault. But Putin's final headache is coming from within. On May 3rd, 2 drones were apparently used to launch an attack on the Kremlin. One was intercepted, with Russia claiming it also intercepted the second, which instead simply appeared to detonate an explosive charge next to the Kremlin's flagpole. Russia immediately blamed Ukraine, which categorically denied the attack. According to Russian sources, the drone attack was an attempt to assassinate Vladimir Putin directly, which, if true, would mean that Ukraine came a lot closer to decapitating Russia's leadership than the dozens of Spetsnaz Russia deployed at the start of the war to kill Zelensky. However, the drone's tiny explosive charge would have been unlikely to kill Putin unless he coincidentally chose that night to climb to the roof of the Kremlin to recreate his favorite scene from King Kong. The blame then shifted to the US, which Russia claimed had given the order for Ukraine to attack the Kremlin with drones. However, as one commentator noted, if the US had been behind the attack, the Kremlin would be a crater. Also, it simply doesn't even make sense, as the US had been reluctant to provide any long-range weapons to Ukraine exactly because of its fear that Ukraine would use them to launch attacks into Russia. Putin's nuclear saber-rattling worked. Everyone in the West has the Hershey squirts at the thought of the, quote, escalation. It's utterly unthinkable, then, that the US would simply give the green light for Ukraine to assassinate a flagpole. Instead, many now believe that the drone attack represents an internal threat, and a real one this time. Putin is most likely the master of false flag attacks, although in truth he's simply borrowing his favorite tactic from the Russian playbook, because Russians have no problem killing other Russians to advance political goals. A false flag attack on their own border guards preempted the invasion of Finland in World War II, and Putin coordinated a series of false flag terrorist attacks to legitimize himself as president and launch a hilariously disastrous invasion of Chechnya, where Russian tank forces got their teeth kicked in by a bunch of rebels with exactly 0 tanks. But the attack on the Kremlin just might be the real deal, and the call may be coming from inside the house. Since the war began, Russian military recruiting officers have had a bad habit of spontaneously catching fire. As the war dragged on, it was now warehouses, shopping malls, railroad tracks, and even fuel facilities that were now going up in flames or exploding. Without a doubt, a number of these have been the work of Ukrainian sabotage operatives, as they followed almost to the letter old Soviet sabotage doctrine that would have been put into effect in case of a war against NATO. Russia has apparently forgotten that Ukraine was once part of the Soviet Union, and while it forgot its Cold War training, Ukraine apparently did not. However, a growing Russian resistance movement has been gaining steam, even as hundreds of thousands of men are drafted and sent to war. On January 3rd and 4th, partisan attacks on railroads halted the movement of men and supplies along the Trans-Siberian Rail Network, all going to Ukraine. This would be the 6th case in just the first few days of the new year of partisan activity. In the prior year, multiple locomotives were destroyed, and there were 40 confirmed cases of sabotage of Russian rail infrastructure. The fact that this activity increased significantly after the announcement of Putin's partial mobilization implies heavily that this is a true Russian partisan movement and not more Ukrainian sabotage. Currently, the resistance movement is tiny, but the number of attacks seem to be increasing over time. This could turn into a massive headache for Putin, especially as many now state that Russia cannot win in Ukraine without a full mobilization. But Putin has likely taken the temperature inside of Russia itself and knows that a general mobilization could be the final straw that breaks the camel's back. Russians love themselves a good old dictator, but Putin broke the social contract upheld in Russia for decades. You can be the dictator all you want to be, as long as you don't actively make life worse for Russian citizens. It strips you of your soul. That's how one person described what happened in the dreaded sleep room. Just imagine, it's the 1950s, it's Canada, not the USA, but the CIA's dark storm of mind experiments had managed to cross over the border. It's all top secret, of course, just another black site where mad scientists commit unspeakable horrors on innocent people. People entered the sleep room thinking they were going to be cured, believing that doctors were the good guys. Hadn't those doctors all sworn on the Hippocratic Oath? I will abstain from all intentional wrongdoing and harm, especially from abusing the bodies of man or woman, bond or free. That didn't happen in the sleep room. Quite the opposite. You went in and they slowly rearranged your mind. They took a barely cracked vase, smashed it to pieces, and rebuilt it, adding some of their own terrible features. Welcome to Frankenstein's monster, the mind version. Prepare to hear something that sounds like the script of a horror movie. Let's start with the story of one woman whose tale has been told by her granddaughter. In 1956, the grandmother, named Velma Orlikow, arrived at a Canadian psychiatric hospital in Montreal called the Allen Memorial Institute. She was there to get help. She had just had a child and was suffering from serious depression, what's called postpartum depression or postnatal depression. She was irritable, couldn't sleep. Sometimes she'd just break down crying. That sounds bad, but it affects around 15% of new mothers. It's difficult to cure, but it can be treated, at least by doctors with good intentions. That's not what Miss Orlikow experienced, not by a long way. She was about to be used as a lab rat by a man who was at one point not only the president of the Canadian Psychiatric Association, but also the American Psychiatric Association and World Psychiatric Association. His name was Donald Cameron. His eminence in the circles of psychiatry was never in doubt, but he was also a highly educated thug who would destroy the lives of hundreds of people, all backed by the CIA. In that winter of '56, young Orlikow tramped through the thick snow to arrive at the foreboding castle-like structure that was the psychiatric hospital. What she didn't know was that over the border in the US, politicians and military men had been going out of their minds themselves. What they'd been trying to figure out is why US POWs came back to the States saying they now embraced communism. How did good old American soldiers turn commie, they wondered. They didn't for a minute think it was the influence of Karl Marx. It was brainwashing, they thought. We should get into that ourselves, and that's what they did. They started their brainwashing programs in spring of 1953. The CIA had heard about this doctor named Cameron who worked up in Montreal. He was the guy that was working on changing people's behavior with his own methods. The agency asked the doctor, how could you completely change a person? Could you erase their past and create a new present? Get to work, they said, and here's a ton of money. And so he did get to work on Orlikow and hundreds of other people. This is how Orlikow's days usually went during her 3 months under the supervision of Dr. Cameron. On some days and throughout the day, she would receive high-voltage electroshock therapy. The voltage, you should understand, was much higher than it had been used before in other hospitals. That in itself would be bad enough and isn't how you treat postnatal depression. It's how you rub out a soul. On other occasions, the doctor tried something else on Orlikow. He'd give her such a massive dose of drugs that she'd fall into a drug-induced coma. Thanks to a certain poison, the cocktail paralyzed her body. When she'd wake up and she wouldn't really know what was happening or who she was, and we're not talking about sleeping for 15 hours. We're talking about periods of sleep that could last over a month or even a few months. Could you imagine that? It gets worse. Something very strange happened to them while they were sleeping. We'll come back to that soon. When she awoke, there were more shocks, more confusion, but the worst thing, the thing that really messed her up, is that she was sometimes given huge doses of the hallucinogenic drug lysergic acid dithylamide, aka LSD, aka acid. How do you think those merry pranksters and their friends got hold of it later in the 60s? Well, one of them had been part of the experiments himself in the US. The CIA unwittingly helped create the hippie movement, but that's a story for another day. If you know something about LSD, you'll know that even a small dose can change your life. A bad trip can really mess with your mind. Now imagine taking what a US comedian once called a heroic dose. Imagine sleeping for a month, being shocked, and then being given enough LSD to make an elephant see diamonds falling from the sky. According to research that happened when the CIA's mind experiments came to light, many years later, those shocks and long sleeps and mega doses of drugs would reduce some adults in that hospital to the state of a young child. They just whimper in corners, phlegm would dribble down their chin, they lost the ability to speak or perform the most basic of tasks. They were erased, but controlling them was another matter. Dr. Cameron tried. Sometimes under the influence of LSD, he'd strap them to a chair, a la the dystopian novel A Clockwork Orange. He'd then play the messages on repeat for days on end. This was to reprogram their minds. Endlessly, they'd listen to all the positive things about their new personality, and then the recording would switch to all the negative things. This is what the granddaughter said about that after doing her research. He couldn't get his patients to listen to them enough, so he put speakers in football helmets and locked them on their heads. They were going crazy, banging their heads into walls, so he then figured he could put them in a drug-induced coma and play the tapes as long as he needed. Documents revealed that her grandmother had received mega doses of LSD on 14 different occasions. Every time she'd turn away, pleading with the nurses not to give her another dose. When she did that, the nurses would shout at her, telling her she was an evil mother, a bad person, that she was refusing the very stuff that would make her a better person. After the doses, she often screamed, telling the nurses that her skin was melting off her bones. That's what you call a bad trip. After 3 months of that, how do you think you'd feel? How do you think the woman coped with life after her stint with Dr. Cameron? The answer is she didn't cope very well. Once she was back on the outside, she was never herself again. She couldn't handle many kinds of situations, especially when in public. The smallest thing could set her off screaming. She might be in a shop and drop her purse and then just grab her head and begin to wail and shout. As her granddaughter said, she would just explode into fits of hysteria. She spent a lot of time with her grandmother since her parents were often busy working, so she saw firsthand the damage that had been done. She said just reading one solitary newspaper would take her grandmother in the region of 3 weeks. Writing to a friend might take her months. It was as if she had been slowed down, parts of her brain just wiped. Years later, the daughter went after the CIA. She wanted revenge. She wanted at least the agency to admit its wrongdoings. She wasn't alone. There were hundreds of lives destroyed. Another Canadian said her mother went to the hospital because she'd heard the doctor named Cameron could almost perform miracles. Well, it turns out that his miracles included keeping that woman in a drug-induced sleep on 2 occasions, once for 18 days and the second time for 29 days. When she woke up, she was also subjected to a series of painful and powerful electric shocks. She was given those massive doses of LSD and a cocktail of other drugs. She also came out of there so messed up her life was incredibly difficult. This is what the daughter later said. They say it was torture for human beings, human torture. What they attempted to do is erase your emotions. Her mother never joked and laughed again as she'd done before. She never discussed deep subjects. She couldn't even be lighthearted, just enjoy her days because life was plagued with panic attacks, with constant anxiety. That part of the brain that's responsible for fight or flight was terribly active all the time. Her life was ruined. Why did Dr. Cameron do this? Well, you already know the CIA was conducting mind control experiments in the US with a program called Project MKUltra. Some books have even alluded to the fact that Charles Manson was a victim of this very secretive mind control program. The Unabomber serial killer Ted Kaczynski was almost certainly part of the project. And even if it wasn't connected to MKUltra, he definitely underwent 200 hours of study called by its creators a purposely brutalizing psychological experiment. Such were the times, and then the CIA heard about Cameron and a treatment the doctor had come up with. It was called psychic driving. This mostly involved playing messages on loops to frazzled minds. It was a form of mental reprogramming. To understand why he pioneered this, you have to know something about his philosophy. You see, he'd grown up seeing 2 world wars. He understood very well the darkness in man that had been discussed by such people as Sigmund Freud. He understood Carl Jung's conviction about how a person could easily descend into the underworld. Cameron said the reason why so many bad things happen in society is that weak minds could easily be influenced. He divided society simply into the weak and the strong. Yeah, it was that simple for him. It sounds like eugenics and a lot of the opinions of a man named Adolf Hitler. Cameron believed there were good citizens, super citizens, and the rest needed treatment. He said the weak needed to be taken out of society because if not, there would always be chaos. He called this weakness a social contagion that needed to be wiped out. These people might just be shy, anxious, possessive, insecure, have a need to conform, or indeed be clinically mentally ill. They had to be changed. But how to achieve this? He believed that behavioral scientists could transform the so-called weak. They could reprogram people only if the personality-changing doctors were part of all elements of society. These behavioral scientists, he said, should be part of schools, business, and government everywhere. Cameron once said, "Get it understood how dangerous these damaged, sick personalities are to ourselves, and above all to our children, whose traits are taking form, and we shall find ways to put an end to them." This is what the CIA heard, and so the agency wanted him on board. They sponsored this research and they wanted results, although Cameron wasn't aware he was being paid by the CIA. As is often the case, the CIA created a front organization, and it was that which paid for Cameron's experiments. It's why he could afford to treat a woman with postnatal depression with sleeps, shocks, LSD, and messages inside football helmets. It's why he used the poison curare to basically paralyze his patients while he played them messages for weeks on end. His record was keeping someone under for 3 months. He thought he was curing the sick, but he was only making more demented. He was destroying them, like all mad scientists in the movies tend to do. No one who went into the sleep room ever really fully came out of there. He believed his de-patterning and psychic driving techniques was remaking a human, but he was only taking a wrecking ball to minds that just needed some care and attention. You've heard the stories of 2 people, but there were hundreds of them, most of them going to the hospital with only minor problems. After the experiments, some of them had permanent amnesia. Others became incontinent, meaning they'd pee themselves on occasions. Some didn't even recognize their parents, brothers, or sisters. Most had post-traumatic stress disorder, and a few folks even lost the ability to speak for a while. Was Cameron serious in his belief that his experiments would help people? Maybe, maybe not. Critics have said that in actual fact he was developing torture techniques to extract information from people, techniques that the CIA would use for many years to come. MKUltra almost remained a secret. In the mid-70s, the CIA director demanded that every single file that even minutely discussed MKUltra had to be destroyed, and that included anything related to Dr. Cameron. It didn't happen. 20,000 related files surfaced, prompting some people to ask if they were doing that, then what are they doing now? Some of Cameron's notes have since come to light. This is what he wrote about one of his patients. Once the patient is depatterned, we'll start the psychic driving. She's rather resistive and antagonistic when awake, but not nearly as difficult as she was when she started. This is from another document. The woman had been under for 16 days. She's sleeping well, she's disoriented to time, and is in her second stage of depatterning. There's no incontinence, there's no mutism, and we're continuing this intense treatment of her until we get complete depatterning. When the patient became completely mute and was incontinent, she was considered fully depatterned. This was considered what you might call creating a blank state of mind. It was then the doctor could begin playing those endless loops of messages. Cameron also wrote about drugs he would administer. They included LSD, PCP, amphetamines, barbiturates, antipsychotics, insulin, and more. He also wrote about his favorite paralyzing poison, curare. Victims have since said this ability to transform people made him feel godlike. For the 3 years working for the CIA, he received a heavenly pay packet, almost $600,000 in today's cash. In the end, some of the victims or their families got some compensation from the Canadian government. Hundreds of others were turned down because it was deemed the patients weren't messed up enough. We may never know just how many people were driven completely crazy by these experiments and how that affected both them and others, and what happened to them. One thing is for sure, the CIA has never accepted any liability for its crimes against humanity in Canada. The U.S.'s Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, and Israel's Mossad are two of the world's most famous and most elite spy agencies with a long history of working together as allies and at times spying on each other. Mossad versus the CIA. How do they compare? Israel and the U.S. have long professed to be allies and close friends, and politicians in both countries have been bragging for decades about the special relationship between the two nations. While this may be true, and while there have been many instances of the countries and their spy agencies working together to achieve mutual goals, the US and Israel also regard each other with deep suspicion, and both countries have found themselves on the receiving end of each other's espionage efforts. In fact, some experts suggest that Israel launches more aggressive espionage efforts on the US than almost any other nation on Earth. According to a classified NSA document that was made public in 2014, the Israelis are extraordinarily good partners for us, but they target us to learn our positions on Middle East problems. In one of the most famous cases, U.S. Navy analyst Jonathan Pollard was sentenced to life in prison in 1987 after he was caught stealing U.S. secrets and selling them to Israel. Given the clandestine nature of these organizations, it's hard to get any straight answers about what exactly they do or how exactly the CIA and Mossad accomplish their clandestine missions. But thanks to declassified documents, the revealing memoirs of former spies, and some brave whistleblowers, we can start to piece together a history and profile of the CIA and Mossad to see how they compare. The U.S.'s Central Intelligence Agency was formed in 1947 by President Harry S. Truman, largely in response to growing tensions with the former USSR after World War II. Reporting to the Director of National Intelligence, a cabinet-level official, the CIA's official role is to provide foreign intelligence information to the President of the United States and Cabinet. Today, the CIA employs more than 21,000 people, though only a fraction of them work as spies. Although there have been female spies in the CIA since the very beginning, the agency also has a long history of sexism, and many former employees have noted that a glass ceiling has long prevented women from rising to higher positions in the CIA. In 1992, only 10% of non-support roles were held by women, versus 40% in the general workforce. The CIA has made strides forward in recent years. In 2018, Gina Haspel was sworn in as the first female director of the CIA. Mossad was formed in December 1949 to act as a central body that would coordinate between Israel's existing intelligence agencies like the Army's intelligence arm and the Internal Security Service Shin Bet and the Foreign Office. In 1951, Mossad was reorganized and made a part of the Prime Minister's office, reporting directly to the Prime Minister. From their headquarters in Tel Aviv, Mossad focuses on foreign intelligence. According to their website, their role is to collect information, analyze intelligence, and perform special covert operations beyond Israel's borders. The Mossad ethos is summed up in their motto, taken from the Bible: "By way of deception, thou shalt make war." To help with their mission, Mossad employs nearly 7,000 people. but only about 50 of them are covert operatives called Katsa. Many Katsa are women, and the agency has a pretty progressive attitude toward their female operatives. Mossad chief Tamir Pardo has said, "Contrary to stereotypes, you see that women's abilities are superior to men in terms of understanding the territory, reading situations, spatial awareness. When they're good, they're very good. When it comes to achieving their objectives, flirting is fair game for female spies, but there are hard lines that they will not cross, and that their superiors will not ask them to cross." A former female Israeli spy told reporters that a man who wants to gain access to a forbidden area has less chance of being allowed in. A smiling woman has a bigger chance of success, but was adamant that sex is never used as a weapon. CIA spy training takes place at their headquarters in Langley, Virginia. To be accepted into the CIA spy training, a minimum prospect must be over 18, have a background in science, engineering, or business, and be drug-free for at least a year. Knowing a second language is considered an asset as well. CIA training focuses on handling mental stress. Recruits learn through grueling experience how to function and focus through sleep deprivation, fatigue, discomfort, and in the face of extreme danger. Recruits also receive training in firearms handling and hand-to-hand combat, but the hallmark of CIA training is the year-long clandestine series training. According to former CIA spy Amaryllis Fox, trainees run around DC high on the fact that civilians around them are oblivious to what's happening right in front of them. At the Farm, the nickname for their secret training facility, new recruits will learn the hands-on skills they need to be a successful spy. They're trained in elicitation or bumps, the subtle art of extracting information and getting a mark talking. They learn to perform dead drops and brush passes to subtly hand off information or materials. They become skilled at detecting and eluding surveillance. During training, their marks are other seasoned spies. Some of them see it as their duty to share their hard-earned wisdom with the next generation of spies. Some are just looking for an easy assignment close to home, and still others are being punished for screw-ups in the field. Requirements for joining Mossad appear to be less stringent than the CIA. According to their website, all are welcome regardless of religion, nationality, or occupation. Training takes place at the Midrashah near the town of Herzliya, where prospective recruits are subjected to a battery of psychological and aptitude tests before starting their 3-year training program. During training, new spies are instructed in the arts of espionage, including how to cultivate agents and avoid surveillance. They also receive extensive training in different methods of killing. How do the CIA and Mossad compare? Both organizations have similar structures and mandates, and their recruits undergo similar training. Perhaps the best way to see how the two agencies stack up against each other is to look at them in action. Though their work is, by nature, secret, over time details have leaked out about both agencies' successes and their failures. The CIA's official focus is on gathering intel, and Operation Rubicon was one of the largest, longest, and most successful operations in CIA history. It started out as an unofficial gentleman's agreement between two friends, NSA cryptographer William Friedman and Boris Hagelin, owner of the Swiss firm Crypto AG. Crypto AG was one of the world's most reputable manufacturers of coding machines, and it counted the governments and militaries of over 60 countries among its clients. The two friends, Friedman and Hagelin, agreed that Crypto AG's machines should only be sold to friendly countries, and throughout the 1950s, almost all of Crypto AG's machines were sold as readable to the United States. The relationship between Friedman and Hagelin grew strained over the years, but by the late 60s, the CIA realized that they needed to find a way to retain their access to the valuable information that Crypto AG provided. CIA agents, with help from West German intelligence officials, orchestrated a daring and complex operation to purchase the Swiss company in June 1970. The purchase was done in secret, through intermediaries to deceive Swiss officials, and not even Crypto AG's employees knew the real identity of the company's new owners. Once the CIA controlled the company, they continued to sell less secure machines to enemy countries, and probably to their allies too, and enjoyed decades of unfiltered access to intelligence data from all over the world during the height of the Cold War. Data collected through Crypto AG machines was instrumental in countless Cold War events, including the Suez Canal crisis in 1956, the 1978 Camp David peace accords, and the Iranian hostage crisis in 1979. Like the CIA, Mossad's focus is on counterterrorism and intel gathering. In recent years, Mossad has also branched out into venture capitalism, investing in tech startups in an effort to stay on the cutting edge of cyber technologies. Mossad also aren't too shy about the fact that covert operations, including assassinations, are a major part of their mandate. One of Mossad's most high-profile successes was the abduction of Nazi war criminal Adolf Eichmann, a daring escapade that seems like a plot straight out of a Hollywood spy movie. Eichmann was one of the architects of the Holocaust, personally responsible for the mass murder of 6 million of Europe's Jews. And after the war, he escaped justice and fled to Argentina. There he lived a quiet life with his family under the fake name of Ricardo Clement. When Eichmann's son began dating the daughter of a Jewish refugee who had spent time at Dachau concentration camp, her father realized Eichmann's true identity. He alerted Israeli officials, and Mossad sent a highly trained snatch team to Argentina to capture him. Most members of the team had lost their entire families in the concentration camps that Eichmann had created. On May 11, 1960, Mossad agents approached Eichmann as he was walking home from his job at a Mercedes-Benz factory, wrestled him to the ground and into a waiting car, and sped away. They took him to a safe house where he was interrogated for days before being drugged and smuggled onto a plane to Israel. The trial that followed was the first televised trial in history, and the first time most of the world heard the true details of the Holocaust. Eichmann claimed that he was just following orders, but the evidence showed otherwise. He was found guilty and hanged in June 1962. Some of Mossad's and the CIA's biggest successes have actually happened when the two agencies worked together. During Operation Olympic Games, which started in 2006, CIA agent and Mossad operatives were rumored to have worked together to foil Iran's nuclear weapons program. The operatives created a sophisticated digital weapon dubbed Stuxnet virus, the first of its kind in the world. Since hackers couldn't access the plant systems directly, they coordinated a complicated operation to infect the laptops of 5 different companies believed to be connected to the facility with the destructive virus. These patient zeros then spread the virus to the plant's industrial control computers via USB drives, effectively destroying the plant's centrifuges and preventing Iran from enriching uranium, an important first step in creating nuclear weapons. It took nearly a year for the Iranians to discover the virus in their systems, and to this day, neither the US or Israel have officially taken credit for the attack. When an operation is successful, the public is unlikely to hear about it for years, if at all. Failures, on the other hand, often make headline news. In recent decades, the CIA has come under scrutiny for its perceived failure to prevent the 9/11 attacks on the World Trade Center. It faced increased scrutiny in the wake of the WikiLeaks breach, and Americans' growing concerns about privacy. In 2015, the CIA faced lawsuits and backlash over its interrogation methods, which critics believed amounted to torture. Mossad is not immune to criticism either. They're frequently accused of hyper-focusing on their neighbor and sworn enemy, Palestine, to such an extent that it causes them to miss important intel elsewhere in the Middle East and around the world. They've had their share of scandals, too. In 1972, Palestinian terrorists launched a deadly attack at the 1972 Munich Olympics, killing 6 Israeli athletes and 5 of their trainers. Mossad agents hunted down many of the terrorists behind the attack, but in 1973 they shot and killed a Moroccan-born waiter in Norway, having mistaken him for one of the terrorists. 5 Mossad officers were tried but released, and Mossad compensated the victim's family. Mossad and the CIA are 2 of the most elite and effective spy agencies in the world, at times acting as allies and at others turning their considerable espionage skills on each other. Mossad versus the CIA. How do they compare? Only time will tell who comes out on top, though, come to think of it, maybe we don't really want to find out. The X-Files, one of TV's most popular science fiction series with a recent reboot, follows the adventures of agents Mulder and Scully as they unravel a plot for global domination by aliens with the US government's help. Well, help might be too strong of a word. In reality, the US government realizes that it's completely powerless to stop the aliens' plans, and instead attempts to go along with them in order to secure a better place for itself in the new alien-friendly world order, while also secretly trying to undermine said alien plans. It's a cloak and dagger show that explores the very fringes of real science and has no shortage of monsters. Yet, you may be surprised to learn that the real-life FBI and CIA also have their very own, very real X-Files. The Flying Saucer Swindler. Silas M. Newton made a small fortune for himself in the first half of the 20th century, thanks to his career in oil and natural gas. One of the hardest, most expensive parts of the oil business, however, is the exploration phase, with companies spending tens of millions of dollars just to find a suitable oil field to drill into. In the 1950s, though, Mr. Newton came up with a brilliant answer, and it might have been based on flying saucer technology. In 1950, the world was on fire with news of flying saucers. Just 3 years earlier, a mysterious crash in Roswell, New Mexico, led to military officials making the shocking claim that a flying saucer from another world had been recovered. Just days later, though, the military reversed its statement, claiming no such saucer had crashed, and instead a weather balloon had been recovered. The world wasn't buying it, and soon news of UFOs and alien bodies being recovered by the US government were all the rage. Then a bombshell announcement hit newspapers all across the US. Scientist says flying saucer pilots will land within year. Little men in saucer due soon to explore Earth, savant says. Geophysicist sees saucers landing soon. Thinks pilots from other planet about ready to visit Earth. The story spread like wildfire, fueled along with the credibility of the man behind the claims, a professional scientist. Only there was one problem. The scientist, or geophysicist, as some papers called him, was none other than oil man Silas M. Newton, who definitely had no formal scientific training. Instead, given his knowledge of the oil business, it seems that one of the newspapers gave Mr. Newton an honorary degree, and the rest sorta ran with it. As the story evolved, it was claimed that the predictions came from a real scientist named Dr. G, whom Newton was friends with. The scientist also claimed that the saucers flew using magnetic propulsion, utilizing the Earth's magnetic field to zoom around. Newton soon took things a step further and claimed that the same technology flying saucers were using he had learned to harness in a special device that could be used to detect oil. Unfortunately for Mr. Newton, the story had reached the desk of one J. Edgar Hoover, who, when he wasn't busy secretly cross-dressing or trying to dismantle the civil rights movement, occasionally took the time to do his job and investigate crime. Newton and his device were exposed as a hoax by the FBI, and Newton would end up facing prosecution for his elaborate flying saucer scam. Or at least that's the official story. After all, if Newton really had discovered world-changing tech based on flying saucers, surely the powers that be wouldn't want him to make it available on the free market. Our next X-File comes from the CIA and could truly have been out of this world: the Soviet UFO incident. July 1952, and the CIA station in West Germany receives a stunning report. A local may have just inadvertently stumbled upon a secret Soviet craft in the woods on the American-controlled West German countryside. The man is brought in for questioning as agents immediately move out to verify his story. The man is a 46-year-old German from East Germany and a former mayor, Oskar Linke. Linke has only just recently escaped from East Germany along with his wife and 6 children, and on the day in question is on his way home with his daughter when the tire on his motorcycle blows out. Unable to repair it, he and his daughter walk on foot to the nearest town, when suddenly his daughter points out something strange near the trees about 140 meters away from them. Catching a glimpse of something, Linke tells his daughter to wait and moves closer to get a better look. Once he's about 55 meters away, he spots what appears to be 2 men dressed in shiny metallic clothing, investigating something on the ground. Curious, Linke approaches the men and gets within 10 meters when he suddenly spots a large object on the other side of a small fence. The object appears to be a craft of some sort, something like a flying frying pan and about 13 to 15 meters in diameter. The top of the object is tapered so as to become a large conical tower. It was like nothing Linke or anyone else on this earth for that matter had ever seen. At that moment, Linke's daughter calls out to him, and the men in metallic suits whip around and realize they're being watched. They immediately climb inside the strange craft and disappear inside. The object begins to glow and rise into the air with a loud whistling sound, flames shooting out of the bottom of it as it lifts up and away over the trees. Linke was initially terrified that he'd stumbled across a secret Soviet craft, as he recalled in his testimony to CIA agents. He had known of people in East Germany that the Soviets had placed on travel restrictions for accidentally knowing too much. The CIA investigation into the matter revealed that at the exact same time as Linke's sighting, many other people in the area reported seeing a falling star-like object in the sky, with one shepherd noting that he had seen what he thought was a comet moving at a very low altitude over the forests. While this X-File is declassified, what's most telling is that the CIA's official conclusions on the matter are not, only the initial report. Whatever the CIA discovered after investigating the story and its conclusions on the origin of this mysterious craft remain to this day unknown. FBI's X-ray vision. The 50s were apparently a pretty crazy time because our next X-File also comes from the 1950s. In 1957, 2 individuals from the federal government, whose names remain redacted in declassified papers, attended an event hosted by a Mr. William Foos at the American Legion headquarters in Washington, D.C. Mr. Foos made an extraordinary claim. He could teach the blind to see using extrasensory perception. At the demonstration, Mr. Foos used his own daughter, whom he'd blindfolded, and wowed the audience as she was able to read from newspapers brought by reporters, the Bible, and various other bits of literature. What's more, Mr. Foos's daughter was able to distinguish color and even move around the room without bumping into objects. After the demonstration was over, the 2 government agents questioned Mr. Foos privately, who revealed that he could teach the technique to others, that with some work, Even greater feats could be accomplished, such as seeing through walls or into envelopes. The agents were so impressed by the event that they recommended the FBI look into Mr. Foose, citing the obvious benefits his abilities could be in counterintelligence and criminal investigation. What followed was a firestorm of federal, military, and even CIA investigation into Mr. Foose and others like him. While the demonstration by Mr. Foose's daughter was believed to be genuine, and no trickery could be determined by the agents who witnessed it, another demonstration by Mr. Foose's son, where he attempted to determine what specific card a face-down playing card was, saw only a 50% success rate, which was only a little bit better than when he attempted the same feat without a blindfold on. Officially, while not disproving Mr. Foose's abilities, the declassified FBI files show that they recommended the government not pursue Mr. Foose as a national security asset. However, what may be the most revealing about these files is one single line in one of the reports which states, "The actuality of extrasensory perception has long been recognized, though not to the degree of perfection claimed by Mr. Foose." Perhaps Mr. Foose was officially discredited so that officially he could work for the US government as an extrasensory spy, a phenomenon the FBI seemed to acknowledge was possible. Our next X-File comes from the CIA, which seems to reach some startling conclusions about what's really flying around in our skies. Flying saucer showdown in the Congo. In the early 1950s, the threat of atomic war was very real, and both the US and the Soviet Union took security of its precious uranium mines extremely seriously. That's why when 2 UFOs appeared over a uranium mine in the Belgian Congo, the CIA immediately leapt into action. For the start of its nuclear program, the US sourced most of its uranium from mines in Belgian-controlled Congo, naturally leading to a CIA presence in the region. The threat of espionage or sabotage by Soviet agents was all too real, though the CIA desk in the Congo could have never expected a threat from outer space. On an unspecified day in 1952, 2 flying discs made an appearance over uranium mines over the southern Congo in the Elizabethville district. The discs were witnessed by dozens of observers on the ground and were seen to glide across the sky in elegant curves and change position so frequently that from below they were seen as plates, ovals, and sometimes just lines as they turned edge-on to the ground observers. Suddenly, before the shocked onlookers, the discs came to a complete stop and a hissing and buzzing sound was heard as the discs flew off in a zigzag flight toward the northeast. A Belgian military officer, identified as Commander Pierre, hopped onto a fighter plane and set off in immediate pursuit, taking off from a nearby airfield. He managed to come within 120 meters of one of the discs, estimating that the saucer had a diameter of 12 to 15 meters and was shaped like a discus. It had an inner core which seems to remain completely still, while the outer part of the craft spun at incredible speed, being completely veiled in flame. Both crafts seemed to be constructed out of aluminum-like material. The UFOs flew together in an extremely precise manner, though Commander Pierre could not believe that the discs were manned, as that incredible heat and sudden acceleration and deceleration would have no doubt killed any human occupant. The discs could make changes in elevation as great as 1,000 meters in just a matter of seconds, and they would often shoot down to skim just 20 meters above the tree line. Finally, the discs took off with a loud whistling sound at an estimated speed of 1,500 kilometers per hour, leaving Commander Pierre completely in the dust. Commander Pierre and his report were thoroughly investigated by the CIA, which concluded that Pierre was considered an extremely dependable officer and a well-trained and experienced pilot. While no further conclusions can be gleaned from the declassified document, one line at the end of the report clearly raises a lot of eyebrows. He gave a detailed report to his superiors, which, strangely enough, in many respects agreed with the various results of research. Clearly, the CIA was inclined to believe Commander Pierre's statement on the flying saucers and his reported observations, as they seemed to closely match other eyewitness accounts investigated by CIA agents. Who was really flying those discs, though, we may never know, as any further conclusions remain classified. Codename Cobalt, also known as the Salt Pit. Its official designation is a string of numbers and letters written on a CIA inventory document somewhere. But the 20 men currently held inside have a different name for it, the Darkness. A fitting name given that once you enter this place as a prisoner, you will not see light again for the duration of your stay, if you survive. It was once a brick factory located just north of Kabul, but soon after the American invasion of Afghanistan, the abandoned property was quickly seized by the CIA. At the time, the Central Intelligence Agency was still reeling from the catastrophic intelligence failure of September 11, 2001, possibly the worst failure of any intelligence agency in history. The pressure on the CIA to prevent a future attack was intense, but Al-Qaeda and associated terror groups were notoriously difficult to penetrate with human agents. Motivated by ideology, not greed or even political desire, jihadist terror groups had proven quite difficult to gather human intelligence on. Normally, the CIA and its incredibly deep pockets could bribe greedy or disenfranchised enemy agents, but the strict religious fundamentalism of Al-Qaeda and associates made this tactic extremely difficult and not very productive. If another major terror attack on the United States was to be prevented, they would need to get their intelligence another way. That left interrogation, and there were soon plenty of individuals with knowledge of the inner workings of Al-Qaeda to work with. Experience in Vietnam had proven to the CIA that physical torture was largely ineffective at providing good intel. These findings were backed up by leaked KGB intelligence reports. The Russians, fond of physical interrogations, had discovered a similar lack of effectiveness in using physical torture to extract actionable intelligence. Plus, it was a bad look for the CIA and America. The United States was the injured party here. They were supposed to be the good guys. Torture was unacceptable. But enhanced interrogation techniques? Well, if it didn't leave a mark or cause permanent physical harm, it couldn't possibly be torture. Within a month of opening, the salt pit was already at maximum capacity. The road to the salt pit began almost a year earlier, with psychologists Bruce Jessen and James Mitchell writing a paper entitled Countermeasures to Al-Qaeda Resistance to Interrogation Techniques. Recognizing that high-risk Al-Qaeda operatives would be trained to resist torture and interrogation, much like many Special Forces soldiers, Mitchell and Jessen drew out an outline for recognizing when a detainee was using active resistance techniques in order to thwart attempts to interrogate them for intelligence. The duo's insight was gleaned from the reading of what had become known as the Manchester Manual, an Al-Qaeda training manual discovered during a police raid in Manchester, England, which outlined techniques for resisting interrogations. These techniques included things like rehearsing and sticking to a single story, requesting a lawyer, complaining about prison conditions to authorities and the media, asking for constant medical attention, and reporting that one had been subjected to torture. The two put together a PowerPoint presentation and marketed it directly to the CIA. The CIA seemed to like what the two were selling and soon invited them for more in-depth discussions about their strategies to break Al-Qaeda resistance training on future captives. Waterboarding, walling, sleep deprivation. The dynamic duo had plenty of ideas the CIA was more than ready to adopt. Initially, Mitchell and Jensen insisted that they did not include any physical techniques or anything that would be inconsistent with the Geneva Convention on the treatment of prisoners. However, as pressure to get actionable intelligence mounted, the two quickly began to think about ways of ensuring that they could get good intel out of detainees. The conversations quickly took a turn toward what would infamously become known as enhanced interrogation techniques, things that were allegedly not torture simply because they did not leave long-lasting physical harm. Discussions also turned to moving detainees to facilities where they would be out of the reach of the Red Cross, and both American and international observers meant to ensure good treatment of detainees. Using a CIA black site in Thailand, Mitchell and Jessen began to gather data for the operation of their very own detainment site in Afghanistan. The test subject was, among others, Abu Zubaydah, a known terrorist operative with links to senior Saudi Arabian officials. Zubaydah's interrogations were closely monitored by Mitchell and Jessen, who approved of the use of enhanced interrogation techniques. These included frequent walling, or when a detainee is forcibly slammed against a wall repeatedly on their back, an all-liquid diet, the use of stress positions, a whopping 83 waterboardings, slapping, choking, and gut punches, sleep deprivation, forced nudity, and confinement in very small boxes with no interior lighting. At one point, when the interrogators discovered that Zubaydah was afraid of cockroaches, they filled his confinement box with the insects and left him locked inside for hours. The interrogation techniques seemed to work, though what actionable intelligence was gathered is unknown and still remains classified. However, Mitchell and Jessen observed that after a few weeks, the initially defiant Zubaydah was left a whimpering mess who crawled inside his confinement box without question or protest. When told by a guard, "You know what to do." The dynamic duo had the data they needed, and now, with the salt pit about to open up, had the perfect place to test their applications of enhanced interrogation techniques. The goal was simple: break a subject down psychologically so they would comply with the request for information. To do this, detainees would be reduced to a psychological state of complete dependence on their interrogators, reverting an individual to an almost childlike state. Various techniques would be employed to achieve the desired effect. Immediately upon being transferred to the salt pit, a detainee had a sandbag secured over their head. This disoriented the individual and introduced them to the world of perpetual darkness that was to be their home for months, even years at a time. From the moment that sandbag went on their head, the only other light the detainee would see would be from a guard's flashlight or the bright lights of an interrogation room. The salt pit held enough cells for 20 detainees. The cells lacked beds, chairs, or desks, or furniture of any kind. Instead, a detainee was dragged inside and immediately shackled to a steel ring cemented onto the cold concrete floor. Except for when being removed for a medical examination or to be interrogated, the detainee would remain shackled to the steel ring 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Individuals who were uncooperative could be short-chained or chained with such little slack that they'd be unable to stand up. These, however, were the lucky detainees, as particularly unruly or uncooperative subjects would be placed into 4 of the special cells with steel rings fastened high up above the detainee's head. These individuals would be chained with their arms up, often in such a way that they would be forced to stand on their tiptoes. This was only supposed to be used for a short bounce at a time, but an investigation into the salt pit would reveal that some detainees were held like this for days. Not only was this incredibly physically uncomfortable, but could cause serious long-term damage to the arms and back. Neither the cells nor the facility had any bathrooms for detainees to use. Instead, individuals in the upright sleep deprivation cells were outfitted with diapers, which would often be their only item of clothing, as they would be forced to strip nude for the duration of their stay. Some prisoners got to keep their shirts, but nobody got pants, socks, or even shoes. When diapers weren't available, prisoners would have diapers improvised by the guards, with duct tape being a common construction material. Other times, they would simply do without, and prisoners would relieve themselves on the floor of their cells. A cold water hose would be used to clean them and their cell up. For the well-behaved prisoners in the 16 other cells, their bathroom was a plastic bucket. In the summer, heat would rise to well over 100 degrees inside the dark facility, but prisoners could be kept from suffering heat stroke by a simple rinse of the hose and lots of hydration. It was in winter, though, that the facility became truly torturous, as detainees were forced to sit on the freezing concrete, almost completely nude, in temperatures as low as 31 degrees Fahrenheit. Hypothermia was constant during winter months, and even led to the death of Gul Rahman, a suspected jihadist discovered dead in his cell with the temperature at 32 degrees. While in their cells, prisoners would be blasted with constant music or other noise over a stereo system set to max volume. This actually was not part of Mitchell or Jesson's outline, but instead was improvised by the prison facility manager, and shows the cowboy attitude of the CIA in the treatment of detainees at the start of the war in Afghanistan. Uncooperative inmates would be denied food, or perhaps placed in an all-liquid diet that gave an inmate all necessary nutrients for life, but left the subject perpetually hungry and uncomfortable, with bouts of diarrhea that only added to the discomfort. When it came time to gather information, if a prisoner still resisted, the CIA resorted to more direct measures of encouraging cooperation. This would include the use of waterboarding, which places a detainee on a large slab that's then tilted so the feet are lifted above the head. A towel or piece of plastic is then placed over the inmate's mouth and nose, and a continuous stream of water, perhaps from a pitcher or a hose, is then washed over the inmate's face. The effect very closely simulates drowning, and even hardened intelligence agents typically have a hard time lasting more than a few seconds. Other techniques would involve physical holds that place the prisoner in extremely uncomfortable positions. Often a prisoner's limbs would be stretched out in a way that was incredibly painful, but by releasing after a short time, no lasting harm would be done to the prisoner. One particularly painful technique known as facial holds involves the manipulation of facial features such as the nose and ears in ways that cause extreme pain. In between techniques, prisoners were often walled or slammed into a wall on their back with great physical force. The effect forces the air out of their lungs and often leaves an individual dazed or stunned, and can be very physically disorienting. Next, prisoners could be iced or forced to lay nude on sheets of plastic which were then raised to form a sort of bowl where the prisoner rested in the center. Then, ice-cold water would be blasted over the prisoner from a hose, causing great discomfort and hypothermia. The nudity extended outside of icing, though, with prisoners often kept in states of undress so as to cause great humiliation to them. Thus, they were rarely afforded any clothes. Perhaps one of the most damaging techniques, however, was cramped confinement. In this technique, an individual would be forced inside a small box. The detainee would be forced inside either on their side or on their hands and knees, and the box would be too short for them to stretch out fully or stand up straight. The interior of the box would have observation slits, which would be used by guards to check on the prisoner, but when shut, would allow no light inside. Officially, prisoners were restricted to only a few hours at a time of confinement, but in at least one case, a prisoner was left inside for more than a day. As with Abu Zubaydah, foreign objects such as insects would be placed inside the box to add to the discomfort and terror. Music would also be blasted into the box from an attached stereo, with everything from Metallica to death metal and even Barney the Dinosaur's theme song, achieving great effect in creating psychological stress. Under a directive to avoid causing long-term physical harm, enhanced interrogation techniques were widely adopted by the CIA at the start of the war. However, within a year, Mitchell and Jessen were soon falling out of favor with the CIA for their own hubris and unwillingness to adapt their techniques after concerns were raised over their effects by other CIA officials. Eventually, they were removed entirely from the interrogations program, and an internal review of their procedures ordered by the CIA. Subsequent reviews found that the duo's techniques were often unnecessary and their effectiveness at providing actionable intelligence severely questionable. Eventually, in 2006, the CIA struck 4 enhanced interrogation techniques outright from its approved list and reviewed how others were applied. By then, Mitchell and Jessen were no longer working on interrogation techniques. And to add insult to injury, Mitchell himself would later claim that out of all the EITs used on detainees, only sleep deprivation and walling were necessary to properly condition a subject for questioning.
The First World War is coming to an end, and an American soldier named William J. Donovan is struck by shrapnel in the leg in France and is almost blinded by toxic gas. During the war, he will lead dangerous rescues of soldiers and will also head campaigns against the enemy in which scores of his fellow men will die. He will battle on, refusing to follow orders or take off his medals while fighting. He doesn't care if those medals will make him a target for enemy snipers. They can't hit me and they won't hit you, he will say to his men. But he will get hit again, this time in the knee. He refuses to be evacuated though, and keeps giving orders. Donovan seems fearless, and that's one of the reasons he left World War I with the nickname Wild Bill. After the first of the World Wars ended, Donovan had been awarded the Medal of Honor, the Distinguished Service Cross, the Distinguished Service Medal, the Silver Star, and more awards from other nations. He received the Silver Star and the Purple Heart on top of that for what he'd endured in battle. You'd be hard-pressed to find an American soldier who was more decorated for his efforts in the war. But today, he's renowned more for not what he did on the battlefield, but for being considered the founding father of U.S. intelligence. He's regarded as the man who kicked off what would become the Central Intelligence Agency. And that's why, if you visit the agency's headquarters in Langley today, you'll see a statue of him. How all this evolved is a fascinating story, but let's first go back to the beginning of this man's life. Bill was born on New Year's Day in the year of 1883. His place of birth was Buffalo, New York, and his parents were born to parents who had made the trip from Ireland to the USA in search of a better life. His father was tough and emphasized to young Bill the importance of duty and keeping one's honor, while his mother inculcated in him the importance of beauty and art. His parents were strict Catholics, and whilst growing up, Bill played with the idea of becoming a priest. But as time went by, Catholic dogma didn't sit well with him. Instead, he focused on his education and became a successful student at Columbia University. He later attended Columbia Law School, where he would share a classroom at times with the president-to-be Franklin D. Roosevelt. They didn't know it then, but these two would become main characters in the story of the USA, and they'd also share the same plotline at times. While working in law, he helped create something called the New York National Guard, and this is when he devoted much of his time to military strategy. Bill might become one hell of a brave soldier, but his military mind was what would lead him to becoming an apex kind of leader. He became entrenched in military matters, leading efforts on the U.S.-Mexican border in the fight against the Mexican revolutionary by the name of Francisco Pancho Villa. At this time, the First World War was already claiming countless lives in Europe, and soon Bill would become literally entrenched in that. In 1917, he was a major and led the 1st Battalion of the 165th Infantry of the 42nd Division. He might have been on the older side compared to the young men that fought with him, but his endurance and fearlessness would become legendary. He fought in many battles and witnessed utter carnage, while he suffered grave injuries himself. It was all those losses of men and pools of blood that played a part in the evolution of Bill's thinking. He realized that to win wars, you need to outsmart the enemy, and military intelligence is key to that. In the ensuing years, he would be awarded the Medal of Honor for his heroic actions during that war, and on receiving the award, more than 4,000 veterans turned up to the ceremony. We can't state enough how much respect Bill had from those who had served with him or heard about him. He then surprised everyone and said he didn't want the medal. In his own words, he said it belonged to the boys who are not here, the boys who are resting under the white crosses in France or in cemeteries of New York, also to the boys who were lucky enough to come through. In the 1920s, Bill became the U.S. Attorney for the Western District of New York. He might have been popular among soldiers, but when Bill took very seriously his part in the war on alcohol, he gained quite a few detractors. This was the era of prohibition in the USA, and he made sure the law was strictly enforced. He also fell out with some people belonging to the New York's rich, because he raided their clubs too. Many of the wealthy during that time thought they were immune to the law, but that wasn't the case when Bill was attorney. He was seen by the working people as at least fair and gained a reputation for fighting corruption. This got him a position in the Department of Justice after a lot of officials had been found out to be corrupt and involved in scandal. There he decided that it was time to hire more women, and he let it be known that he didn't much like staff that didn't question authority. About this time, he became embroiled in a fight against the Bureau of Investigation's director, one J. Edgar Hoover. Bill was macho, handsome, clever, and well-liked, while Hoover was full of insecurities and was, we might say, a strange and petty man at times. Hoover didn't like seeing the rise of Bill, and the two butted heads frequently. This relationship would get worse as Bill moved into intelligence, and Hoover himself was spying on anyone who he took a dislike to. A small internal war broke out between the two men. Hoover versus Donovan would become the fight of the century in the realms of government. But first, the Second World War had to happen, and on the lead up to that, Bill had been hired to visit parts of Europe and collect intelligence there. He started to make close relationships with British spies and high-ups in the government. He visited Nazi Germany, Fascist Italy, and traveled extensively, meeting heads of government in other countries. His opinion after his travels was that war was inevitable, and of course, he was right. He soon became an important advisor to President Franklin D. Roosevelt, even though the two men had been on opposite sides of the political spectrum. When Nazi Germany at the start of the war just blitzed anyone who stood in its way, both Roosevelt and British leader Winston Churchill were agreed on one thing, and that was that Germany was more powerful than anyone had expected. Germany's blitzkrieg tactics and very effective propaganda was without question a force to be reckoned with. So who did Roosevelt send to Britain to talk to Churchill about that? Yes, it was Bill Donovan. Bill met with the leader, he talked with British intelligence, and even had a bite to eat with King George VI. Churchill, of course, with his military background and love of legend, got along very well with Wild Bill, and he granted Bill access to top-secret information. Bill went back to the U.S. and told the president that Britain had what it took to fight the Germans, but the USA needed to get in on the act. He also told Roosevelt that the U.S. needed an agency much like Britain's intelligence services. Long before the CIA, there was the British Secret Service Bureau, and the branches we all know as MI5 and MI6. In fact, British intelligence really goes back centuries, but the modern bureau impressed Wild Bill. It was during this time that he spent a lot of time working with these secretive British agencies and with some spies who belonged to them. He spent hours looking over British intelligence reports, charts, and being trained by various personnel and spies. Bill had one thing on his mind, and that was to create an American version of what the British had, and that's exactly what he did. One British agent who helped Bill write the blueprint for his agency was none other than Commander Ian Fleming, the writer of the James Bond novels. The two men would also go on to work with each other on certain sabotage operations. Make no mistake, the US Army, Navy, FBI, as well as the State Department all had their own intelligence units. They had their own charts, spies skulked around for them, but it wasn't organized. Bill knew one organization had to be bigger and better. Roosevelt knew that too, and in 1941, he made Bill Donovan the head of the Coordinator of Information, or COI. This would soon get a name change and become the Office of Strategic Services, or the OSS for short. Not everyone in the US was happy about this though, with some heads of other branches of the military and government agencies seeing this new outfit as a threat to them. They didn't think there was any need for an entity that was in some ways above them. What happened was a kind of turf war. But the OSS went from strength to strength, and soon Bill was training new recruits. He devised all kinds of strategies to spy and attack based on a new kind of warfare. He hired folks from all walks of life, from intellectuals to creatives to criminals. He got on board businessmen, even actors and poets who could sway the minds of the public. He had famous psychiatrists working for him who analyzed enemies, and he had some of the USA's wealthiest people working in certain ways for the OSS. It was a force unto itself, and like nothing else the US had seen. This rising power did meet with some difficulties though. Soon, British intelligence became wary of it, as Bill's team mounted espionage and sabotage operations all over the world. The British didn't much like the style of the OSS at times, and even once said it was playing cowboys and red Indians. The Brits thought their intelligence was, more intelligent. The OSS, of course, now had a presence in various parts of the British Empire, and MI6 wasn't keen on having US secret agents performing chess moves on its own turf. Inside the US, some critics in the media said the OSS was an American Gestapo, and there were fears that ordinary American citizens would suffer. They believed Nazi-style propaganda would pervade the USA. Parts of the military feared that a super spy agency might get out of control and have too much power. Then, there's that famous spat with FBI Director Hoover, who had his own dossier of information pertaining to the wrongdoings of Wild Bill. That dossier contained information about Bill's womanizing and some sketchy ties to British intelligence. Wild Bill was reckless, according to Hoover. At the same time, the OSS had its own dossier on Hoover, which included information about his alleged sexual orientation. Hoover sent what were called poison pen memos to Roosevelt about shady methods employed by Bill, and he wanted nothing more than to bring him down. Hoover painted Bill as a villain. but it didn't do anything to impress Roosevelt, who had always believed in Bill. As time went by in the early 1940s, this fear of the American Gestapo grew, some of it flamed by Hoover. The OSS had its successes, but it also had its failures, some of which were leaked to the press. Then in 1945, Bill penned a secret proposal to approve an even bigger spy agency, and it sounded a bit like the secret police. That secret letter got leaked, and this caused some amount of damage to the image of Bill and the OSS. Hoover had even embedded a female mole to spy on Wild Bill, and she relayed a lot of information back to Hoover. Bill would always blame Hoover for the leak, and he believed Hoover tried for many years to destroy him. After all, Hoover wanted to be America's top spy czar. The thing is, though, in Bill's own attempt to become one of the most powerful men in America, he had fallen out with a lot of people. He lost a lot of powerful friends. And then, when his most powerful ally died, he found himself in trouble. That ally, of course, was Roosevelt. When the next president, Harry S. Truman, came to power, the OSS was still suffering from negative criticism due to some people still saying it was a Gestapo-like operation, but in the USA. The renowned Army general and later a president himself, Dwight D. Eisenhower, called the OSS vital, but this didn't stop its downfall. Others said it was way too close to British intelligence and so basically allowed British spies some control in the USA. So was that the end of Wild Bill? No, not at all. He played a big part in the Nuremberg trials and helped bring war criminals to justice. But then in 1945, when Bill asked Truman to create an updated post-war intelligence agency, he was snubbed and the OSS was officially made defunct. Not long after that, Truman realized the need for a central intelligence agency, and you can guess who wanted to be the head of that. Yes, Wild Bill, of course. Many members of the former OSS would become part of this agency, but Bill would never sit in the big seat. He might have written the book in one sense for a certain kind of super agency, but he wouldn't lead it as the Cold War escalated. Bill was always there behind the scenes, and he thought he might be head of the CIA when Eisenhower came to power, but it didn't happen. In 1953, he took the position of ambassador to Thailand. You might wonder why, and the reason is because Thailand was next to Vietnam, and the spread of communism in Southeast Asia was feared by the US. The CIA would play a big part in shaping Thailand's destiny, which is not taught in school textbooks in Thailand today. The CIA secretly helped orchestrate many events that happened in Southeast Asia over the years, and the fight against communism would be a bloody one. The greater good, of course, would sometimes mean supporting oppressive dictators who took a zero-tolerance approach to activism, and this is why Wild Bill's legacy will always have its critics. In 1957, while in hospital in Thailand, Bill's dementia got the better of him. Vanity Fair wrote that his last days were sad and his mental state was not good at all. That report said about Wild Bill with dementia, he imagined he saw the Red Army coming over the 59th Street Bridge into Manhattan, and in one memorable last mission fled the hospital, wandering down the street in his pajamas. Wild Bill Donovan passed away on February 8, 1959. He was 76. We know you like a good mystery. Who, when confronted with a puzzle, can't help but try and figure it out? The process can be frustrating, but we usually get there in the end, especially when given some clues. But what if we told you there's a puzzle that exists in this world that just can't be solved, and we mean by anyone? That the answer to the riddle has kept some of the brightest minds on planet Earth up nights on end. It's a puzzle that will drive you around the bend, that will draw you in and boggle your brain to the extent of you ending up in a padded cell wishing you would have never looked at the thing. It's the can of worms that has brought men to their knees, and we think it's time you had a look inside. The story of this puzzle goes back to the early 1990s, when the Central Intelligence Agency had a new building at their headquarters in Langley, Virginia. The CIA had this new place and they wanted it to look nice. That's why the agency's Fine Arts Commission got to work on decorating the place. A local artist by the name of James Sanborn was commissioned to build a sculpture, but this was going to be no ordinary sculpture. In the spirit of the secrecy of the CIA, this thing was going to be both an artwork and an unfathomable mystery. The sculpture was to be named Kryptos, which is the Greek word for hidden, and that's why these days we have lots of words with crypto in them, and these words usually refer to something secret or hidden. Anyone today can go and have a look at Kryptos, well, if they're allowed in the CIA headquarters, of course. It sits between the courtyard and the cafeteria. It might be a mysterious puzzle, but it's certainly not shrouded in mystery. The artist that was chosen to build the sculpture was known for creating things that made people think about the strange forces of nature, and being a man of high intelligence, he read up on cryptography before starting his design. He also worked with a CIA cryptographer. The sculpture itself is quite beautiful to look at. The materials used were petrified wood, quartz, polished red granite, copperplate, and lodestone. And sure, it's pleasant on the eye, but to most people the code code written on it would mean absolutely nothing to them. To some of the world's best cryptanalysts, amateurs or professionals, it was a huge challenge. Quite literally for some, a challenge of a lifetime. The part of the sculpture that the messages are written on is S-shaped copper screen. There are 4 encrypted messages in all, and at first glance they obviously have no meaning. All the symbols are from the Latin alphabet, you know, the one we use to write English. Here's an example of part of one of the messages. EMUFPHZLRFAXYU. You get the point. We're not going to read the whole thing out. Yeah, it looks a bit harder than your regular puzzle, and that's why ordinary folks likely don't have a chance of cracking it. But it didn't look quite as meaningless to some big brains, and so for years they studied the sculpture and its different messages. One particular man was determined to crack the code, and lucky for him, he worked in the building. This was the CIA analyst named David Stein. Many others tried, but none were as successful as Stein. He didn't use any fancy machinery to solve the puzzle, he just took a paper and a pencil with him to the sculpture. He spent in total about 400 hours over 8 years, and he actually managed to solve 3 of the 4 puzzles. One puzzle is said to be totally unsolvable, but we'll come back to that later. So what did Stein find out? Well, for a while, the CIA kept it a secret. They told him, well done, you are correct, but keep a lid on it. And a year later, they said, okay, you can publish your results in an internal newsletter. But to people like you and I, it remained classified for years to come. Didn't really matter that the CIA kept it a secret, because a computer scientist cracked the 3 puzzles sometime later. Still, this didn't become public knowledge, or at least the solution didn't. He also kind of cheated because he used a computer. Stein did it with his old-school pad and pencil. After the CIA declassified what Stein had found out, the world could read what he said about his 7 years with the puzzle. It's quite beautiful how he described the feeling of finally seeing how it all fit together. This is part of what he said. I was hit by that sweetly ecstatic, rare experience that I've heard described as a moment of clarity. All the doubts and speculations about the thousands of possible alternate paths simply melted away, and I clearly saw the one correct course laid out in front of me. To solve the first message, he had to use something called a Vigenère cipher. Just explaining how this works is not easy, but we'll give it a shot. We should say that these days you can enter a bunch of jumbled letters into a computer and then try out a bunch of ciphers, but with Stein he had to know the cipher and then work it out on his pad. Okay, so as an example, let's show you this. What does that mean? Not much to you, we expect, but using the Vigenère cipher, it reads, "The quick brown fox jumps over 13 lazy dogs." Hey, presto, aren't we clever? No, we just found that example on the internet. Not in a million years would we have seen those jumbled words and seen foxes jumping over dogs if we had to work it out for ourselves. It works like this. A simple hidden code might just be substituting one letter for another, such as A's are actually B's and D's are actually M's. This level of decoding is pretty simple, and even we could crack a message like that. Once you know the substitution, it's easy to read the full message. Prisoners serving time might write coded messages like this, and prison guards can crack them with ease. Those guys aren't qualified to work at the CIA, though. The difference with the Vigenère cipher is that there are lots of substitution alphabets. One letter isn't always substituted for another, and now it gets hard. There are many different alphabets that are used, and they can shift depending on where a keyword is placed. Basically, you have to know how each letter is substituted given that keyword and which alphabet you're using. If that sounds confusing to you, don't worry, it is to everyone. This is what the Vigenère cipher looks like in all those different alphabets. The solution to the first message on the sculpture actually spelled this sentence: "Between subtle shading and the absence of light lies the nuance of illusion." To solve the second puzzle, he couldn't use the same Vigenère cipher. Instead, another kind of formula was used, and that was a coordinate system called an abscissa. It's like a graph with an axis, so Stein could look at the scrambled message and using this picked out the right letters. He also had to know a keyword. Part of the solution read, "It was totally invisible." How's that possible? They used the Earth's magnetic field for X. The information was gathered and transmitted underground to an unknown location X. Does Langley know about this? When you read the full text, you get the coordinates 38 degrees, 57 minutes, 6.5 seconds north, 77 degrees, 8 minutes, 44 seconds west. And that is somewhere in the headquarters at Langley. The third part of the puzzle was solved using something called a transposition cipher. This kind of cipher doesn't substitute one letter for another in an alphabet, but the letters are arranged so that if you use a key, you can spell a word. You have to find the right key. An example would be you see a bunch of letters that are scrambled, but you know if you move 3 places to the left, 4 places down, and 2 more right, up and down, and then back again, you'll get the next letter. The problem is there are lots of different transposition ciphers. Stein figured it out and he read the message. Slowly, desperately slowly, the remains of passage debris that encumbered the lower part of the doorway was removed. With trembling hands, I made a tiny breach in the upper left-hand corner, and then, widening the hole a little, I inserted the candle and peered in. The hot air escaping from the chamber caused the flame to flicker, but presently details of the room within emerged from the mist. X, can you see anything? Q? What's all that about, you might ask? The answer is it relates to a question that was asked by a British archaeologist when the tomb of Tutankhamun was opened in 1922. The reply to the answer was, it was wonderful. Okay, so well done to Mr. Stein, who worked all that out with simple tools and his amazing brain. We imagine if 99.9% of the planet were asked to solve those puzzles with nothing but a pencil and a notepad, and given 10 years to do it, they would fail. If given no time frame, we imagine that they'd all complete it in the same time it would take an infinite number of monkeys to write word for word the complete works of Shakespeare. That said, now we have the software, and you can run such word puzzles through it and it'll get the job done in no time at all. You just have to figure out what cipher is being used. So the question is, how come no one has solved Puzzle 4? You'd think someone like Elon Musk, when armed with a team of crack engineers and the best cipher software known to man, could do it, but he hasn't, and neither has anyone else. This is part of the last puzzle. OBKR-UOXOXGHULB. You get it. 6 years ago, a clue was given, and that clue was clock. Since the fall of the Berlin Wall was happening at the time the sculpture was being built, some people think that this clock might relate to the famous Berlin clock. It's no normal clock though, and instead of using numbers, it uses sequences of colors. Each color denotes a time, so you have to read the time by looking at a sequence of colors. It all sounds very CIA. Still, the Berlin clock theory hasn't led to the solution of Puzzle 4. Clock might also relate to a method used by a Polish cryptographer to decrypt German Enigma ciphers. The famous British cryptologist Alan Turing used this kind of method to break codes. Years have passed since the clock clue was given, and still, no one has figured out the hidden message. And we assure you, many people have tried. There are threads on the internet that discuss this last unsolved puzzle, and people think that the reason no one can crack the code is because the cipher used is something no one has ever seen before. The CIA, the NSA, the best code breakers on the planet cannot seem to unravel this mystery. It's widely believed that to crack the complete puzzle, every message needs to be solved, because each message has a clue. If Puzzle 4 is not solved, then the entire puzzle cannot be solved. It's exciting to think about what it could all mean. The creator of the sculpture, Sanborn, is now in his 70s and is probably bored of waiting for someone to solve the puzzle. He's been interviewed and said even if he dies and no one has solved it, he has written in his will that the solution will be passed on to someone else. That, of course, doesn't mean that this person will give anyone else the answer, but he or she will at least be able to confirm if anyone cracks the problem. Maybe you should have a go at cracking this last code, because if you do, we have no doubt that your name will go down in history, and you'll likely be given a job at the CIA. 1979, the world casts a wary eye towards Afghanistan. The year prior, Nur Muhammad Takari had seized power and installed a communist government, much to the Soviet Union's pleasure. However, Takari's government has turned brutally oppressive with mass executions and extrajudicial arrests. The move sparks an insurgency, widely labeled as the Afghan Mujahideen. While the same name has a religious significance, the truth is the rebel forces are split along the ideological lines, with some practicing hardcore fundamentalism and others embracing secularism. They are united, however, in their wish to overthrow the Takari regime. In April, Nur Muhammad Takari is removed from power forcefully and replaced with Hafizullah Amin a few months later in September. At first, Amin tries to quell the growing rebellion with friendly overtures, but his security forces disappear thousands of people behind the scenes. The abuses only increase as time goes on, and the rebellion festers. Amin is so unpopular that the Soviet Union begins to suspect he's a CIA plant, purposefully placed in power in order to collapse the Afghan communist government. On December 25, 1979, the Soviet Union invades Afghanistan. Its goal is simple: remove Amin from power and establish a legitimate communist government. 2 days later, Soviet special forces locate and assassinate Amin. The war, if it can be called that, should be over in a matter of months. It would last 10 years. The United States is initially caught off guard by the Soviet Union invasion. Its intelligence efforts in the region have been to date an almost complete failure. The CIA and other intelligence agencies have been largely focused on Central and South America due to communism paranoia in the effort to keep the perceived threat out of America's own backyard. To date, the CIA has funneled $500,000 worth of medical and non-lethal aid to the Mujahideen. but not supported the insurgency in any significant way. Soviet fears of American intervention in Afghanistan are hilariously overblown, but that will soon change. Discussions about Soviet interventionism in Afghanistan have been taking place for months, though nobody suspected a full-blown invasion was truly imminent. America has a very real interest in making the Afghan situation difficult for the Soviets, but differ on how important it truly is. For some, Afghanistan is a chance to pay back the Soviet Union for its interference in Vietnam, a war that cost the US dearly in manpower and capital. Others fear that increasing aid to the Mujahideen would only encourage the Soviets to more directly intervene. An April 5th memo by National Intelligence Officer Arnold Horlich lays out the stakes. Covert action would raise the cost to the Soviets and inflame Muslim opinion against them in many countries. The risk is that a substantial US covert aid program could raise the stakes and induce the Soviets to intervene more directly and vigorously than otherwise intended. Preliminary meetings with the Mujahideen leadership have already been undertaken, but still the US has played a cautious hand in Afghanistan. The Soviet invasion changes all of that. Texas Democrat Congressman Charlie Wilson watches the invasion take place from a hot tub in Las Vegas. A playboy at heart, Wilson nonetheless is shocked at the brutality of Soviet bombing of Afghan civilians and vows to do something to help the Afghan people. With the best of intentions, he sets out to build a Washington coalition with one purpose: push for the direct military support of the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. Seeing an opportunity for payback and to force the Soviet Union to lose its focus in Africa, the program to aid the Mujahideen, now codenamed Operation Cyclone, is approved. At first, Operation Cyclone aims to keep U.S. involvement in the war within the realm of plausible deniability. To this effect, the program initially focuses on providing training and logistical support to the Mujahideen, as well as equipping them with Soviet-made weapons purchased by the CIA covertly. With Iran on one side, though, and the Soviets directly north, this leaves the U.S. with only Pakistan as a route into the country. This is a difficult position for the U.S., as Pakistan's recent development of nuclear weapons has put a severe strain between the two nations. In order to improve relations, it's decided that Pakistan would be granted near full control over the dissemination of American aid to the Mujahideen. Some within the CIA, State Department, and other agencies express concern over the decision, as Pakistan clearly favors the more fundamentalist forces inside Afghanistan itself. Their concerns are ignored, with inevitable disastrous future consequences. In order to coordinate the influx of America's funding, equipment, and weapons, Pakistan's President Mohammad Zia-ul-Haq turns to the Inter-Services Intelligence Agency, at the time a Pakistani intelligence agency struggling for legitimacy. The massive responsibility of coordinating millions of dollars in U.S. aid, however, skyrockets the agency's legitimacy, cementing it as an instrument of power in Pakistan for decades to come. This, too, would eventually be a mistake. Massive refugee camps are set up along the Pakistan border, and the United States contributes millions of dollars in humanitarian aid to these camps. Sensing an opportunity, however, hardline fundamentalist clerics from Saudi Arabia and other Muslim nations converge on the camps, slowly indoctrinating tens of thousands of young Afghan men into religious fundamentalism. One of these Saudi holy men bears the name Osama bin Laden, whose family owns a construction firm worth millions of dollars and has close ties to the Saudi government. Despite early warning signs that bin Laden and others are preaching a dangerous fundamentalist form of Islam to vulnerable young men who will soon be armed to the teeth, the United States ignores these warnings and continues on with almost no oversight of Pakistan's dissemination of U.S. aid. Even worse, the U.S. now directly helps spread the message of radical Islam, believing it to be a valuable recruitment tool. Right here in America, the CIA enlists Egyptian double agent Ali Abdul Saud Muhammad and sends him to recruit American Muslims to fight in Afghanistan. Operating out of the Kifa Refugee Center in Brooklyn, Muhammad preaches a fiery message of holy war to impressionable youths, bolstering the ranks of the Mujahideen. Around the world, the CIA encourages similar recruitment efforts, helping funnel tens of thousands of volunteer fighters to Pakistan. Muhammad would eventually make his way to Pakistan as well, where he would use his U.S. Army training to instruct both Ayman al-Zawahiri, the founder of Egyptian Islamic Jihad, and Osama bin Laden. Inside Afghanistan, the grinding war against the Soviet occupation continues on. American aid is now supplemented by the British, Saudi Arabia, and even China, whose own relations with the Soviet Union have seriously deteriorated. The British, leading the second greatest effort after the Americans, have thrown much of their support behind Ahmad Shah Massoud. Massoud is a brilliant guerrilla commander, instrumental in the defeat of several Soviet offensives, and is a growing national hero to the Afghan people. However, his fearsome militia is increasingly being infiltrated by hardline fundamentalists. While Mossad himself is a moderate, he has no choice but to accept the troops available to him. The MI6 thus arms Mossad's militia with thousands of rifles, mines, explosives, radios, and 50 missile launchers with 300 missiles. The British even used the SAS to train Mossad's militia directly. One thing is becoming clear though. Moderate voices within the Afghan resistance are becoming increasingly scarce. Pakistan and America may be allied in their wish to see the Soviets evicted from Afghanistan, but their long-term vision for the nation differs greatly. For one, America doesn't have one. It's not even remotely invested in the long-term state of Afghanistan, even as it becomes increasingly clear the Soviet Union can't maintain this invasion forever. This leaves the door wide open for Pakistan to shape the future of Afghanistan as it sees fit. For starters, it views the nation as a vital buffer between itself and Iran. It also needs a future Afghanistan that will not become a close U.S. ally. Pakistan fears that the United States, who does not look favorably on Pakistan after its development of nuclear weapons, might use Afghanistan as a staging ground for its own invasion in a bid to strip Pakistan of nuclear arms. Thus, it must make sure that the future Afghanistan is one hostile to U.S. interests. Luckily, the indoctrination of tens of thousands of Afghan youths and volunteer mujahideen by extremist clerics provides the opportunity they need. The ISI works busily to build strong relationships with the most fundamentalist of militias, funneling American weapons and money to them directly while choking off moderate forces. Pakistan's not particularly invested in the growing fundamentalist Islamic movement within the Mujahideen, but the movement proves to be a powerful binding force and the promise of a strong future government for the nation, which will be greatly indebted to Pakistan, of course. Even as warnings of rising fundamentalism continue to rise, they are ignored. And in 1985, President Ronald Reagan ends all pretenses by announcing America's global support of anti-Soviet resistance movements. Even as much as a few years ago, this would have been impossible and tantamount to a declaration of war against the Soviet Union, but news back home and in the USSR are not good. The country is experiencing increasing political unrest, and the war in Afghanistan, as well as the Soviet support for communist guerrilla movements around the world, are straining the Soviet economy. Reagan senses an opportunity to strike a definitive blow against the Soviet Union. With the declaration of the Reagan Doctrine, the flow of weapons and money to the Mujahideen increases exponentially. Free of the restraint of having to support the movement covertly, the CIA no longer has to limit its efforts by purchasing Soviet-made weapons. Reagan's proclamation allows the U.S. now to arm the Mujahideen with more modern and far more capable weapons. For years, the Soviet Air Forces wreaked havoc against the Mujahideen. Soviet Hind attack helicopters have been particularly deadly opponents, hunting down and annihilating Mujahideen forces even in their traditional safe zones high up in the mountains. Starting in 1985, the U.S. arms the Mujahideen with the Stinger shoulder-fired surface-to-air missile system, and almost immediately Soviet aircraft losses skyrocket. The effectiveness of the weapon would be hotly debated for decades to come, but one thing's for sure. After its introduction in Afghanistan, the Soviet Air Force no longer operated as brazenly as it had before. This allows the Mujahideen to make serious inroads in its fight against the Soviets. It's only with the introduction of the Stinger to the Mujahideen and the reports of mounting Soviet aircraft losses that America begins to show some concern over its to-date completely unchecked tidal wave of money and weapons to Afghanistan. There are growing worries that the Stingers will eventually make their way out of the country and be used to shoot down civilian or military aircraft, perhaps even American ones. For the first time, the U.S. takes note of the rising wave of dangerous fundamentalism against the Mujahideen, though ultimately America continues to leave Pakistan in charge of who receives what. Inevitably, the Soviet Union is forced to limp out of Afghanistan in 1989, suffering over 14,000 dead and 50,000 wounded. The war is over, the Mujahideen successful. Yet, even as moderates like Ahmad Shah Massoud are being forced into the peripheries of post-Soviet Afghanistan, the only concern that the United States shows in what happens next is the retrieval of the Stinger missile units provided to the Mujahideen. In what would become the single most baffling foreign policy decision of the 20th century history, President Ronald Reagan and successor H.W. Bush show absolutely no interest in the shaping of future Afghanistan. Even as civil war breaks out between extremist fundamentalists and the vastly outnumbered moderates, the United States pays no attention. With the direct aid and support of Pakistan, extremist forces take over most of the country, leaving what has become the moderate United Islamic Front for the Salvation of Afghanistan or Northern Alliance in control of only 5 to 10% of the nation. With the formation of the Taliban government, Pakistan has achieved its strategic goals in the nation, all on America's dime. On September 9, 2001, moderate leader and national hero Ahmad Shah Mossad, once backed directly by MI6, is assassinated by the Taliban and Al-Qaeda, who both fear that in their coming attack against America and the US's inevitable response, Mossad would be installed as a popular leader to reunite the nation against the Taliban. You've settled down in front of the TV to watch the news after a long day of being retired, when you see a headline you never expected. Crypto AG, the company that employed you for the majority of your career, has been outed for conspiring with the CIA. More precisely, they were owned by the CIA for almost their entire history. Your first reaction is denial. What do those reporters know that you don't? You worked there for more than 20 years. They've probably been researching the topic for about 20 minutes. And we all know the media don't always get it right. The amount of fake news out there these days is absurd. You're barely even paying attention to what this lousy presenter is saying. Your brain's just telling you that they must be mistaken. How could you have helped to create products designed not for security but for spying and not even realized it? It's ridiculous. Your wife even has the audacity to look at you expectantly, as if you have been in on this all along. You mutter to her that it's probably just another rumor, like that one that went around a few years ago. You didn't believe it then. Why should you believe it now? So you switch off the news, it's giving you a headache, and you can't stand the voice of that smug reporter who thinks he knows everything. But as you slump back on the couch in disbelief, a niggling thought enters your mind. What if the rumors are true? A few hours later, your phone rings. It's one of those few ex-workmates you're still in contact with, and he's asking you if you've heard the news. You say you have, but you're not sure where the allegations have come from or whether they're true. Then there's dead silence. "It's all true, David," he says slowly. It turns out that he's been in contact with more people in the company, including a couple of guys much higher up, and managed to figure out what's going on. But Crypto AG was always such a respected company, known for selling some of the best cryptography products in the world. You loved working for them. What's going on? Your friend takes a deep breath and begins to explain. Crypto AG may have been a Swiss company, but its background didn't exactly match the customer's expectations of political neutrality and secrecy. The founder, Boris Hagelin, was a previous employee of the CIA, or Central Intelligence Agency, and the National Security Agency, or NSA. Hagelin was also in close contact with William Friedman, an esteemed cryptology expert living in the US. Shortly after he founded Crypto AG in the 1940s, the two men made an agreement one day in a gentleman's club. The company would only sell equipment to countries approved by the US. Basically, this meant Crypto AG were going to work with the US intelligence agencies unofficially, and things started to get dodgy quickly. At this point, cryptography technology was moving from mechanical to electronic, which should have made decrypting codes harder. Different methods would have to be used. Having a cryptography company on your side was a smart move from the CIA. So to begin with, Crypto AG made two versions of their products, the rigged one and the standard. Guess who got which? As if colluding with the CIA unofficially wasn't enough, Boris eventually took things to the next level. In the 70s, he was coming close to retirement and wanted to sell his company. No prizes for figuring out who wanted to buy the stakes. Yep, it was the CIA, along with the BND, the Intelligence Agency of Western Germany. You know, the non-communist one. Of course, it didn't exactly go down on company records that a cryptography company was owned by intelligence agencies of two Western nations. Instead, it was bought by a front company from an unassuming nation everyone forgets about, Liechtenstein. However, the Liechtensteinian company was owned by the CIA and BND. Also in on the program were the NSA, or National Security Agency, who lead cryptography in the US government. It's a pretty damning revelation. You've got a company from Switzerland, the perfect beacon of neutrality, secrecy, and trustworthiness, to the point where over 100 countries buy their encryption equipment from the country, so they're trusted by companies and militaries all over the world, yet they're literally owned by two intelligence agencies who could potentially read everything that was communicated using the cryptography equipment. Wow, that's a lot to take in. So many questions swimming through your mind, and you're still not sure if this all makes sense. Who were we supposedly spying on? How did the whole thing work? What did Crypto AG gain from working with the CIA? Why did nobody find out? Now your wife is looking at you real suspicious, as if she thinks you're on the phone with the CIA right now, or maybe the police. Looking down, you realize your hand is shaking, so maybe you shouldn't be surprised at her reaction. But anyway, it's time to get to the bottom of this. You need to know what really happened. None of this will ever make sense before you know that. Your friend explains the whole thing was called Project Rubicon. Crypto AG became officially owned by the CIA and the BND during the Cold War, when fear was at an all-time high, and all countries were nervous about what other countries were doing. Are they building an atom bomb? Are they planning to wipe our nation out? Who are the double agents? Spying was high on the priorities list. Normally, spying would involve the recruitment and training of numerous agents on the ground, who then needed to be promoted to the highest offices. Even after all that, the spies could be found out or taken down at any moment, and everything would fall apart. But by simply reading the messages between the top officials of other countries, the intelligence agencies could take minimal risk for maximum reward. It was the perfect bulletproof plan. Meanwhile, Crypto AG was being paid handsomely by the two sides. The geopolitical events also meant many governments needed to buy cryptography products, and they'd pay Crypto AG good money to have what they believed were top-of-the-line products. It might have been ethically questionable, but it was pretty smart. You interrupt your friend right there. You don't care about the context and all this wishy-washy stuff. After all, you lived through most of it. You just want to know what on earth Crypto AG did to these machines to rig them. Your friend clears his throat. At first, countries were worried that there was a backdoor, meaning the machines had been intentionally weakened. Some rumors had been going around for a while, and like me and you both know, actually that wasn't quite the case. But the CEO was passing the full tech spec of the machine straight onto the NSA, which was just as bad, if not worse. All the codes could be cracked extremely easily. Imagine what a satisfying job that would be. All the glory of uncovering a top-secret code without any of the hassle or hard work. Even a second-rate cryptographer would feel like a genius. Plus, there may have been some weakening of the equipment too. There's evidence that there were different tiers of customers too. Some customers likely had machines with higher strength encryption, double sneaky. And it worked. About 40% of intel interceptions the US carried out were due to Project Rubicon, and a whopping 90% of the interceptions by West German intelligence. It's hardly surprising. Why even go to the bother of going through some high-tech or high-risk way to gather information when you can just sit back and have it all spoon-fed to you? Well, your friend sure sounds like he thinks he knows what he's talking about. But where is all this supposed evidence coming from anyway? The documents have been released, he explains. Remember William Friedman, the cryptography expert who made a deal with the owner of Crypto AG? We've found in print the details of their agreement in the early days, and the cooperation of the CIA, BND, and NSA. The proof of the ownership is there too, and the different tiers of customers. There's no longer any room for doubt. So maybe he's right. Maybe you really were involved in a huge spying coup. How many countries did the company dupe? Well, you'd expect the Soviet Union to be the biggest target of the US, but they never actually purchased any of Crypto AG's products. Neither did China. But plenty of other countries did. The pull of buying from a neutral non-NATO country was pretty attractive to them. 62 other countries bought products from Crypto AG. To be precise, I won't bore you by naming all of them, but amongst the suckers are reportedly Iran, Egypt, Yugoslavia, and Libya. It's crazy, isn't it? All those people unaware of their most private messages being read by multiple other countries. Wait, multiple other countries? Wasn't it just West Germany and the US doing this? Nope, as if spying in such a shameless, sneaky way wasn't enough, they also shared information with other nations. The cheek of it, a group known as the Five Eyes Intelligence Sharing Agreement, also included the UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Jeez, with that scale of operations, it just seems incredible nobody found out. For 6 countries to be spying on the information of 62 other countries just seems impossible that it's only just being revealed now. Well, they almost did find out. Numerous times. One engineer working for the firm in the 70s figured out that the equipment he'd provided to Syria was, faulty. So he flew to Damascus to fix it. And how did he respond to this honest, capable gentleman? The CIA complained they were no longer able to decipher the messages and he was fired. Similarly, a Crypto AG salesman in Iran was arrested by his government for installing backdoors into encryption machines. Although the man was eventually freed after proclaiming to be innocent, Crypto AG proceeded to fire him, which led to the man asking more questions about what Crypto AG was doing. Maybe they were up to something after all. In the 80s, some countries had become suspicious too. Argentina said they'd been hacked during the Falklands War, and other nations had similar ideas. To combat this, Crypto AG hired a renowned and respected Swedish academic to personally reassure any client who was suspicious, telling them the machines were unbreakable. And it worked like a charm. Why wouldn't you trust a famous Swedish academic representing a Swiss firm? Surely the CIA couldn't be playing a role in that. And that plan kinda worked, but the rumors continued to snowball. Even Ronald Reagan had his suspicions, commenting in a speech that he suspected Crypto AG were involved in a Berlin bombing interception. So don't feel too bad that you didn't know what was going on. Even the President of the USA didn't know. But the big reveal happened back in 1995 when the first documents were uncovered. Proof emerged that the NSA and Crypto AG had discussed the design of the machines in meetings together, but we didn't know much more. Crypto AG claimed it was all a ruse set up by bitter former employees saying their equipment was never tampered with. Even though nothing had been proven, the majority of countries stopped buying from Crypto AG at this point. But bizarrely, Iran continued their loyalty. In 2001, further suspicious news broke. The buzzwords that triggered the spying program of the US echelon were leaked to the public. One of them turned out to be Crypto AG, up there along with Kill the President and Nuclear. Not a good look. Wow, you ignored the rumors before, but now the evidence is laid out in front of you. It's hard to deny. You wonder how many scandals you've obviously unintentionally been involved in. This is the problem. It's all very well spying on enemies, but the uncomfortable truth is that the CIA probably ended up knowing about all kinds of crimes against humanity and human rights abuses, but couldn't say or do anything because of the questions it would raise. Assassinations, genocides, torture. Or maybe they just didn't care to bother to read about those things and stuck to things containing phrases like "kill the president." We now know we were spying on Egypt during the Camp David Accords, a peace treaty between Israel and Egypt that took place in the US. We also intercepted the communication of Libyan officials celebrating after a terrorism incident at a Berlin nightclub and during the 1979 hostage crisis in Iran. What else did we know about? All this came as a shock to those who inherited the company. In the 90s, the Germans became fearful the truth would be exposed, and so the Americans bought them out. But the company didn't disband until 2018. Slightly confusingly, Crypto AG and their logotype were then acquired by the Crypto International Group, a Swedish company. So imagine how they felt when just 2 years later they found out what Crypto AG had been up to behind closed doors. Not a great look, is it? Or maybe they secretly knew all along and were continuing the legacy. So the moral of the story is that you can't trust anyone with your secrets, not even a cryptography company. Good luck trying to keep your personal data safe. Russia and the United States have long been two of the largest international powers in the world. As a result, both countries have their own specialized and expansive security agencies, the Central Intelligence Agency, or CIA, and the Federal Security Service of the Russian Federation, or FSB. Established shortly after the Second World War in 1947, the CIA has been responsible for the gathering and analysis of highly sensitive information all over the world on behalf of the United States federal government. The FSB was formed more recently, in 1995, as a modern replacement for the Soviet Union's KGB. It's tasked with various responsibilities such as counterintelligence and counterterrorism operations, surveillance, border security, and investigating any violation of Russia's federal law. We previously covered how the CIA and KGB fared against each other in CIA versus KGB, which was better during the Cold War. But how do their modern, present-day equivalents hold up? We're pitting the CIA and the FSB against each other to see if we can determine which of them is the superior spy agency. So what do each of these agencies actually do? The main role of the CIA is to serve as the United States Foreign Intelligence Service, meaning that they're designed to gather intel internationally. The CIA, in theory, holds less jurisdiction to operate on home soil. Any investigations and operations that take place within America itself are usually handled by other agencies, such as the Federal Bureau of Investigation, otherwise known as the FBI. This is actually the first key difference between the CIA and the FSB. While the CIA's focus is on external threats and intelligence gathering, the FSB's role is to safeguard the Russian state from within. While the nature of the FSB is perhaps more akin to the FBI, that doesn't mean they haven't been involved in some CIA-style secret and dangerous operations, or that they don't have some pretty gnarly skeletons in their closet. So with that in mind, how do the two spy agencies compare in terms of their dark and duplicitous deeds? Let's start with one of the many secrets that the CIA likes to keep under wraps. Did you know that the Central Intelligence Agency has a top-secret assassination unit? Conspiracy theorists and even official sources have linked the CIA to a number of infamous, high-profile, and historically significant assassination attempts, from Cuban revolutionary Fidel Castro to Osama bin Laden. However, it was revealed that in response to the September 11th attack on the World Trade Center, U.S. President George Bush authorized the Central Intelligence Agency to use a covert assassination unit in order to track down and eliminate members of al-Qaeda. Journalist Evan Wright highlighted that this marked the first time the U.S. government outsourced a covert assassination service to a private enterprise, as the CIA brought in private contractors to carry out their secretive assassinations. The entire operation was even hidden from Congress themselves, meaning that the CIA had the power to abduct or kill anyone they believed to be associated with al-Qaeda, without their actions being tracked back to the U.S. government. That's a scary level of power and freedom for an organization to be granted, made even more scary by the fact that it was kept top secret for so long. No information about these assassinations was known to the public until almost a decade after President Bush had authorized the CIA to conduct them. And there's even rumors that the CIA are still using private security contractors to carry out assassinations to this very day. The FSB has just as many dark secrets of their own, however. For example, did you know that the FSB runs their own covert kill squad? No? Well, that's probably because they don't want you knowing. Meet the Alpha Group. These guys are one of Russia's toughest military squads, an elite team run by the FSB themselves. Very little is known about the actual directive of the Alpha Group, although many believe it's their job to act under direct orders from Russia's political leaders, meaning these guys most likely answer to President Vladimir Putin himself, a leader infamous for killing off critics. So what exactly is the Alpha Group? Officially, they're a subgroup of Spetsnaz, Russia's special forces. First established by the KGB in 1974, control over the Alpha Group was assumed by the FSB when they were founded to replace the KGB in '95, and the Alpha Group has been in their back pocket ever since. Their main job is to act as a counterterrorism unit, responding directly to any violent attacks that may occur. Of course, that doesn't mean the FSB couldn't find other uses for their private elite squad. One of the Alpha Group's most famous operations, the Nordost Siege, took place under the newly instated FSB only 7 years after the Federal Security Service was established. On October 23rd of 2002, a group of almost 40 Chechen terrorists stormed a concert hall in Moscow, taking 916 people hostage during an in-progress performance of a musical called Nordost. Several days of failed negotiations later, the FSB authorized a head-on assault, deploying Alpha Group to eliminate the threat and rescue the hostages. However, this wasn't to be any small feat. The Alpha Group soon found that the entire concert hall had been rigged with explosives that could be remotely triggered by the terrorists at the slightest sign of anyone trying to get inside, which would very likely have killed everybody inside. Given this tricky situation, the FSB instructed the Alpha Group to pump a nerve gas through the ventilation system as a way of incapacitating the terrorists while they gained access to the concert hall. With precise fire from silenced weapons, all terrorists in the hall were eliminated. We shot without fail. Hitting the body could lead to explosives detonation. That's why we aimed for their heads, said one anonymous former officer of the Alpha Group. Apparently, it took as little as 5 minutes for the team to eliminate every single one of the terrorists inside the main concert hall, and a further 10 to track down and take out any stragglers in adjacent rooms. The Nordost siege was over in a quarter of an hour, and while challenging for the elite Alpha Group, the FSB's direction and coordination resulted in them saving hundreds of civilians. However, 67 were killed in the siege, and a further 63 died in the hospital shortly after, supposedly as a result of the nerve gas that was pumped into the concert hall and ambulances being unprepared to treat any hostages that were exposed to it. Naturally, the CIA has plenty of operatives of its own at its disposal, enough to rival the FSB Alpha Group. What you probably didn't know is that some of them may even have psychic powers. It sounds like something taken straight from David Cronenberg's Scanners, or even the MK Ultra offshoot responsible for giving Eleven her powers and Netflix's Stranger Things. But the CIA are supposedly highly interested in the application of psychic abilities. According to declassified documents released in 2017, they tested the abilities of one Uri Geller. Geller's a British-Israeli TV illusionist, best known for bending spoons supposedly with the raw power of his mind. While this is a trick that has long been met with skepticism from the British public, Uri Geller's illusions allegedly managed to draw the attention of the CIA themselves. According to Geller himself, the Central Intelligence Agency wanted to ascertain if the entertainer was truly clairvoyant and telepathic. He even made the claim that they wanted me to stand outside the Russian embassy in Mexico and erase floppy disks being flown out by the Russian agents. This was all a part of a bizarre CIA program known as Stargate. Yes, exactly like the movie, which was focused on recruiting psychic warriors to operate on behalf of the CIA. After all, gathering intelligence becomes a much easier job when you've got an operative that can literally read an enemy's mind. The strangeness of the CIA's activities doesn't end with private assassins and psychic powers, though. In fact, in a classic old-school spy fashion, the Central Intelligence Agency may have perfected the recipe for invisible ink. Often synonymous with spies, invisible ink is a great way to conceal top-secret instructions for undercover operatives or to keep highly sensitive information classified and away from prying eyes. Featured within those same declassified documents from 2017 is the CIA's own recipe for homemade invisible ink, just like Grandma used to make. The recipe goes as follows. Make a silver print, fixed and bleached in mercury chloride. To make visible, dip in hypo. Okay, so maybe that's not the easiest concoction to recreate. The report featuring this recipe also includes instructions on how to open sealed letters without the recipient knowing, as well as what to do with messages that are printed with invisible ink on the human body. According to the report, in order to destroy any secret messages written on a body, that body needs to be thoroughly scrubbed down and washed with lime or lemon juice to hide any traces of the message. Russia's own intelligence agency has their own preferred modus operandi, of course. During March of 2018 in Wiltshire Cathedral City, UK, father and daughter Sergei and Yulia Skripal were found on a bench with foam spilling from their mouths after being exposed to a deadly poisonous nerve agent known as Novichok. Skripal was an intelligence officer who'd been moved to the UK in 2010 as part of a spy exchange. This assassination was eventually linked after an investigation conducted by the UK government to agents working for the GRU, another of Russia's intelligence services. Far from the James Bond-style spy thriller mystery of the CIA and their invisible ink, this incident was far more tragic. While the attack was carried out by the GRU, it's important to remember that the FSB could very easily conduct a similar attack. After all, they've already proved their fondness for nerve agents in the Nordost siege. It's fair to say that the nations of Russia and America haven't always had the best relationship, and trust between the two countries has never quite recovered since the Cold War. This is something that can be seen mirrored in the interactions between the CIA and FSB. The ever-present rivalry between the United States and the Russian Federation persists even today. It's widely believed that the FSB was directly involved in the email leaks that undermined Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign. Additionally, they've also played a hand in supporting a number of extremist parties in Europe, murdered Chechen opposition leaders in both Turkey and Austria, and perhaps most infamously of all, influenced the 2016 US presidential election. On January 10, 2017, a dossier published by BuzzFeed, albeit unverified and uncorroborated, suggested that the FSB had been collecting compromising evidence on Donald Trump. Many suspected that the goal of this was to blackmail the would-be president into acting as Vladimir Putin's puppet at the head of the US government. Whether this was true or not, President Trump's actions toward Russia have been seen by many as soft, and many military members considered his defense of Russia, even after learning of bounties put on US troops' heads by Russian agents, as tantamount to treason. But the CIA aren't above interfering in Russia's affairs either. Decades prior to the 2016 election, they recruited a Russian official who gradually began to climb the ranks of the country's government. This informant within the Kremlin became one of the CIA's most valuable and protected resources, feeding them information that pointed to the potential involvement of Russia and the FSB in the 2016 election. However, this informant, who served as the CIA's only eyes into their inner workings of the Russian government, was eventually extracted from the country for his own safety, with the CIA still protecting his identity to this day, although some believe it might have been the ill-fated Sergei Skripal. So which is the better spy agency? In one corner, secret assassins, psychic powers, and invisible ink. In the other, highly skilled elite special ops teams and a lot of nerve agents. It's almost too close to call. We'd like to think the CIA assassins with powerful telepathic abilities could hold their own against the FSB. And who knows, maybe somewhere in the world, in the shadows where civilians aren't allowed to look, a fight like that is going on, and we'd never even know. But if we're keeping our feet firmly rooted in the realm of reality, meaning psychic warriors need to be discounted and secret mind control projects like MKUltra are just seen as expensive and unethical failures, we feel like we need to give this one to Russia. While the CIA's history as a spy agency is definitely illustrious and influential, just ask the many countries and organizations they infiltrated, they don't quite match up to the calculated ruthlessness of the modern Russian FSB. Not to assassin shame you or anything CIA, but at least the FSB doesn't need to subcontract its extrajudicial murders. Just saying. Better enjoy this show while you can. Israeli fighter jets and bombers are launched across the Syrian border. Reports from Mossad spies indicate that North Korean nuclear scientists have been working in Syria for some time now. The pilots know that the stability of the world may be at stake if they don't hit their target in time. In 2000, Mossad, Israel's foreign intelligence service, began closely observing the newly elected Syrian president Bashar al-Assad. They were unsure exactly what type of leader he would be, but soon after taking power, Assad met with some very unsettling people. In 2001, several North Korean dignitaries were welcomed into Syria. It was not clear what their true intentions were, but in the coming years, a secret would be uncovered that would force Israel to risk all-out war. Mossad continued to keep tabs on Syria-North Korean relations when something truly scary was discovered. There was mounting evidence that North Korea was helping Syria develop some sort of facility capable of constructing weapons of mass destruction. At this point, it was only a rumor, but if Syria had nuclear capabilities, it could be disastrous for Israel and the rest of the world. Worse yet, if the nuclear weapons were being developed by North Korea, it meant that their own agenda might have been at play in Syria. In collaboration with the United States, Israel began to dig deeper. In 2004, U.S. intelligence intercepted several communications between Syria and North Korea. It was not entirely clear what was being discussed, but the CIA was eventually able to trace the calls to an isolated location in the Syrian desert. This area was called Al-Kibar, and it was immediately added to Israel's watch list. The question still remained, however. What were Syria and North Korea working on in the desert? Could they be building weapons of mass destruction? More information was needed. Then in 2006, Mossad launched a covert operation to recover intelligence and assassinate a top Syrian official. This would occur in an unlikely location. The operation was not to be carried out in the Middle East, but in London. Recent evidence suggests that the man being targeted by Mossad was the head of the Atomic Energy Commission of Syria, Ibrahim Otman. The documents containing information about the mission are still classified, so it's not entirely clear if Otman was the person Israeli intelligence was after. Regardless of precisely who was being tracked by Mossad in London, one thing was for sure: the person had vital information that Israel desperately needed. And at the end of their daring operation, Israel would uncover secrets that would result in the bombing of Al-Kibar. The Syrian official landed at Heathrow Airport under a false name. Israeli agents followed him as he made his way to London. After the official checked into his hotel, several undercover agents set up locations in the area to monitor his activity and take the shot if needed. Eventually, they caught a break. The official left his hotel room to head to the Syrian embassy and go shopping in the city. While he was out, the agents broke into his room. Members of the Nevoid division, who specialized in infiltration and hacking, bugged the Syrian official's computer and extracted as much information as they could from it. There were also other agents on the mission. They were part of the Kidon division, who specialized in the assassination of high-profile targets. It would seem that the plan might have been to assassinate the Syrian official, but it never came to that. Instead, the information found on the official's computer shocked Mossad. The agents were ordered to gather as much intel as they could without alerting Syria that they were onto them. They installed software that gave Mossad access to the system and allowed them to monitor the activity on the device. As the analysts at Mossad sifted through the data, they were horrified at what they found. Right there in front of them were hundreds of pictures of blueprints of the Al-Kibar facility. It seemed to be nearing completion, and what it was being built for was Israel's worst nightmare. In one photograph, North Korean nuclear official Chon Chi-bu met with Ibrahim Otman, and this could only mean one thing: North Korea and Syria were in fact working together to create some type of military site within Syrian borders. All evidence suggested that the mysterious facility being built at Al-Kibar was in fact a nuclear plant to enrich plutonium. At this point, Mossad informed the Prime Minister of the threat being constructed just beyond Israel's borders. North Korean nuclear scientists were actively working in Syria to help finish the facility, which would allow them to create weapons of mass destruction. But there was even worse news coming to light. Another player in the construction of Al-Kibar was being uncovered, and it was one of the last people Israel wanted to get involved with. Iran had been funneling money into the Syrian-North Korean nuclear venture this whole time. They did it in case their own enrichment program failed. It was estimated that Iran had invested around $1 billion into the project. Israel desperately needed to gather more information about the nuclear threat that was being constructed in Syria with the help of North Korea and Iran. Mossad sent spies to infiltrate the facility disguised as workers. They gathered more details and took pictures of the site. It was not yet completed, but it was further along than Israel had hoped. However, the spies had only so much access to the facility, and Israel needed more detailed intel on what exactly would be made at Al-Kibar. They didn't want to blow the cover of their spies, so Mossad decided to send in a commando unit from the Sayeret Matkal Reconnaissance Division to raid the site. Their mission was to bring back hard evidence that the structure was being used for nuclear development. The pictures of the facility were very suggestive, but without hard proof, Israel could not justify taking action. The commando team, made up of 12 men, went in at night. They were carried by 2 helicopters and dropped off just outside the facility. Using the cover of darkness, they made their way to Al-Kibar. They stealthily moved through the facility, doing their best to not engage any of the guards on duty. The commando team took pictures and, more importantly, collected soil samples to be analyzed. If the soil showed signs of radiation, then Israel would have the evidence they needed to justify moving on Al-Kibar. The commando team was in the middle of gathering additional intel when they were spotted by Syrian soldiers. A firefight broke out. The commandos covered one another as they made their way out of the facility. Using suppressing fire, they were able to evacuate to the extraction site, where they were ferried back to safety. Although the team's mission was cut short, they managed to take numerous photos and collect soil samples. Upon landing in Israel, the soil was sent to a lab for analysis. When the results came back, it was as they feared. The soil was irradiated. This confirmed all of Israel's suspicions. The North Korean scientists were there to help the Syrians build a nuclear facility. The cat was out of the bag. Israel knew that if the North Koreans and the Syrians were allowed to complete their project, it could destabilize the whole region, perhaps even leading to a nuclear war. There were talks between the United States and Israel about an airstrike on the facility, but to this day, the U.S. claims they did not support what happened next. The fear from the CIA was that if the site was bombed, it would certainly lead to war. But Israeli intelligence assured them that if it were done covertly and not publicized, Assad would not retaliate. U.S. leaders were not convinced and preferred to condemn Syria publicly rather than take direct action. Israel felt that this would have no effect on Syria's decisions, and therefore they were going to carry out the airstrike without the support of their biggest ally. As Israel planned their bombing mission into Syria, a new threat began to unfold. Days before the planned attack, a North Korean cargo ship docked at the Syrian port of Tartus. The shipment it was carrying was labeled as cement, but this could have been a disguise for critical equipment or even nuclear material that was being brought to the Al-Kibar facility. Israel decided it was time to strike. Between the North Korea and Syrian collaboration, the photographic evidence, and the irradiated soil, they had enough evidence to justify their next move. On September 6, 2007, Israel launched 10 F-15I Ram fighter jets armed with laser-guided bombs. They were escorted by a squadron of F-16I Sufa fighter jets. In order to mask their flight path, Israel used electronic warfare to take over Syrian air defense systems and fed them false data. They made it appear as though the skies were clear, when in fact the strike force was well on its way. Their first target was a Syrian radar site at Tal al-Abad. They destroyed it using conventional precision bombs and then moved on to their primary target. On the ground was a squad of Israeli Shaldag commandos that used a targeting laser to identify and sight the facility for the bombers. They waited a safe distance until the bombs were dropped, then confirmed that the site had been destroyed, and made their way back to safety. All Israeli aircraft and soldiers returned home, and their mission was a success. Immediately after the bombing, Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert contacted the Turkish Prime Minister and asked him to relay a message to Bashar al-Assad. The message stated that Israel would not allow a nuclear facility to be built in the region, but no further action would be taken against them at the time. It was also mentioned that Israel only wanted peace, and that if Syria did not draw attention to what happened, neither would Israel, and everything could go back to normal. The tactic worked, as Assad initially remained silent. It seemed as if he wanted to keep what happened in Syria as quiet as possible. It was actually North Korea who condemned Israel's actions first. In a statement, North Korean leaders said, "This is a very dangerous provocation, little short of wantonly violating the sovereignty of Syria and seriously harassing the regional peace and security." The following year, Michael Hayden, the director of the CIA, made it clear the danger that the North Korean-Syrian collaboration would have posed. He stated that the Al-Kibar site could have produced enough plutonium for 1 or 2 nuclear weapons per year, and that the facility was very similar to North Korea's Yongbyon Nuclear Scientific Research Center. Whether Israel was right to bomb the facility in Al-Kibar or not can be debated, but there's no doubt that the site posed a risk to the stability of the world and needed to be addressed one way or another.
Bad Teeth was the lead investigator. He spoke English the best. He also had noticeable cavities, hence David's secret nickname for him. Several times, the 3 prisoners were dragged from their stifling tiny cells in the bowels of G2, the Cuban intelligence agency, and taken to a small room where Bad Teeth and other interrogators repeatedly questioned them. From the start, the mission had been a risky idea, and this outcome was the worst-case scenario. In August 1960, 3 technicians from the CIA's Technical Services Division, David Christ, Thornton Anderson, and Walter Zeminski, were sent to Havana, Cuba, to install surveillance equipment in the future Chinese embassy. The year before, Fidel Castro and his band of revolutionaries had ousted the country's American-backed military dictator, Fulgencio Batista. U.S. and Cuban relations were very tense, and there was growing influence from the Soviet Union and China with Cuba.
hence the need for the US to bug the Chinese embassy. Upon arriving in Havana, the plan changed to installing listening devices in the apartment of a CIA asset who lived above the soon-to-open new China news agency. Just before midnight on September 14, 1960, the 3 CIA agents were installing hidden microphones when Cuban authorities burst into the apartment. They were searched and then herded into the back bedroom, where they were forced to remain silent. The Cubans laid in wait to ambush in case anyone else was coming. As the night dragged on, the captors became bored. One policeman accidentally shot himself in the hand while playing with his service-issued revolver. The next day, the 3 agents were moved to the prison at G2. Each time they were interrogated, they stuck to the same flimsy cover story. They were tourists. While visiting Havana, they had been asked by an embassy employee to do a little electrical work for him. Meanwhile, back at the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, John Mertz, the man tasked with extracting the captured agents, was sweating bullets. David shouldn't have been out in the field. He had recently been promoted to be in charge of the field techs who planted bugs. There was some grumbling that he was just a desk jockey. Therefore, David had leapt at the chance to go on a mission and bolster his rep. The problem was he had top-secret clearance and extensive knowledge of agency bugging operations worldwide. Even worse, not long before his disastrous mission, David had been briefed on the planned invasion of Cuba. These plans hadn't yet been finalized, but if he broke under interrogation, Castro's forces would be fully prepared for one of the CIA's largest ever covert operations. The 3 agents had gone to Cuba with shallow cover identities, just US passports and driver's licenses with fake names. The first thing John did was quickly shore up their identities, including falsifying records. Thankfully, between the background of the false identities and the Cubans being poor at interrogating, none of the 3 prisoners broke. The Cuban authorities came to believe that the men really were tourists that were duped into espionage by American embassy personnel. After nearly a month in G2, the 3 were transferred to La Cabana, an old Spanish fortress turned prison. The men tried to keep under a strong mindset. However, they could often hear the rat-a-tat-tat of gunfire as other prisoners were executed on the grounds not far from their cells. On December 18, 1960, the Cuban government held the agents' trial. The American consul, Hugh Kessler, made an appearance as their representative. Surprisingly, the prosecution did not demand a death sentence as the men expected, but rather 30-year prison terms. While awaiting sentencing after the trial, Hugh was upbeat, telling the prisoners they'd done great jobs on the stand. He left that afternoon promising to see them on the next visitation day. But a few days later, the United States withdrew diplomatic recognition of the Cuban government and closed their embassy. The prisoners were cut off from counsel and were ultimately sentenced to a 10-year prison term for activities against the security of the Cuban state. On January 23, 1961, David, Thornton, and Walter, along with 24 other prisoners, were sent to the Presidium Modelo on the Isle of Pines, south of the main island of Cuba. The prison complex was a panopticon, originally constructed in the 1920s. 5 circular buildings each held hundreds of cells, with no cell doors to keep the prisoners confined within. On the main floor, in the exact center of the common area, was an enormous watchtower with dark-tinted windows. Guards entered and exited through a subterranean tunnel, so the prisoners never saw them, and never knew exactly when the guards were looking at them. The first thing the new prisoners noticed upon arrival was the smell, a fetid stench of thousands of unwashed bodies living in poor conditions. The prison was meant to house 2,500, but was badly overcrowded with some 4,000 prisoners. The second thing was the noise. The prison had a persistent din. Men yelled, threw bottles, banged on metal buckets. The new prisoners were forced into a single-file line and marched inside. Then they were stripped naked, their meager possessions confiscated, and given ratty prison uniforms. Luckily, the 3 agents were able to get 2 adjoining cells inside Circular 4, so they stayed together for the duration of their sentences. Back at Langley, John was brainstorming on how to get the agents freed. The prison was heavily guarded, so going in guns blazing was a bad idea. Besides, an armed rescue might alert the Cubans to the fact that they had a valuable prisoner in their custody. John reached out to a contact of his, a federal drug cop who had myriad connections. His contact got in touch with the mafia, saying that the CIA was willing to pay $1 million, about $8.7 million in today's money, if the mob could rescue the prisoners. The wise guys liked the money, but refused. Castro had chased the mob out of Cuba, and they had no pull. At the prison, David, Thornton, and Walter were under incredible stress. Not only were they a small group of Americans among thousands of Cubans, they spoke limited Spanish. Riots and fights were frequent. Often a fight would set off a chain reaction of altercations. Most of the time, the guards turned a blind eye to the fights and would just collect the severely injured and dead afterwards. Suicides were common, as a prisoner could easily jump to their death over the railing at any time. Infection and sickness was common due to the unsanitary conditions. The men's Spanish language skills improved quickly since there wasn't much else to do. They began to teach other prisoners English. They even gave lectures on the US Constitution capitalism, and other facets of American life. Ironically, they ended up acting as agents of influence against the Castro regime from within the walls of its harshest prison. One night in April 1961, the prisoners were awakened by the sound of anti-aircraft fire. The prison shook as several American B-26 bombers swooped low overhead. David, Thornton, and Walter secretly cheered. They knew an American invasion would free them, but no liberators arrived. A few days later, through the prison grapevine, they learned that the CIA-led invasion at the Bay of Pigs had failed. After the attempted invasion, Castro was angry and also fearful of future takeover attempts. The location of the failed invasion suggested that the Isle of Pines might have even been one of the invaders' planned targets. If the Americans had been able to free the prisoners, Castro would have been driven out. Castro decided to implement a cruel preventative measure. He ordered that the Presidium Modelo be rigged with explosives, so if necessary, the entire facility could be destroyed and all the prisoners killed with the push of a plunger. Suddenly, the workers showed up at the prison and spent several days using jackhammers to cut holes in the support pillars of each building. They also ran a buried conduit far away to a point outside the perimeter fence, well out of the blast zone. Many prisoners were in denial about what was going on, but when military cargo trucks began delivering crates marked TNT, it could no longer be denied that the prison was wired to blow up. A former Cuban Air Force officer turned political prisoner, Captain Miro, recruited prisoners with various skills in his tower, including the 3 Americans, hoping to find a solution. At first, David was worried that helping others might blow their covers, but the potential for death if the bombs exploded trumped his identity being found out. The group realized that they'd have to figure out how to disable the explosives without leaving any telltale indicators of tampering. Also, anything they did would be common knowledge throughout the prison within hours. The men had to trust that the other prisoners understood that they were all in this together and that no one would snitch. Exploration revealed that in the first-floor lavatory there was a small drain pipe that led to the utility tunnel. From there, they could access the buried explosives. As a bonus, guards went out of their way to avoid the putrid toilets, so it wasn't often that someone was in there. Captain Miro tasked 2 prisoners, Manolo and Biscaino, with widening the hole from 5 inches to at least a foot wide. They used improvised hammers and chisels to chip away at the concrete behind the toilet. The typical noise of the prison disguised their work. Once the hole was bigger, one of the smallest prisoners, a street-smart kid nicknamed Americano, was enlisted. At noon, while the guards ate lunch, there was a 15-minute window where they wouldn't be around. Taking advantage of this time gap, Americano slipped through the hole and found himself in a large, dim utility tunnel. He tiptoed through the tunnel and took mental notes of what he observed. Large concrete support columns had narrow holes drilled into them and were wired together like telephone poles. Americano felt around inside one of the holes in the concrete until his fingers found a putty-like substance. Americano reported his findings to the crew. It wasn't good. The next day, Americano went exploring the utility tunnel again. This time he was tasked with bringing back samples of anything he could find. Americano returned with a primer cord, blasting caps, and a 5-kilogram block of TNT he had found lying in a corner. The soldiers had rigged the dynamite with some sort of fail-safe detonation system. An electrical line ran to thousands of pounds of explosives through the dedicated channels drilled into the concrete columns. Worse, there was a second channel with high-grade primer cord, the kind of high-speed fuse ignited with the blasting cap. If the electrical detonation system malfunctioned or was tampered with, the primer cord could be ignited from a shed a half-mile from the prison. Both systems would need to be sabotaged to stop a potential bombing without the guards realizing that sabotage had occurred from within the prison. What's more, the prisoners had limited tools to disable the explosives with: razors, knives, sewing kits, and whatever they could improvise. While David worked on creating a sabotage plan, Walter worked on a plan for what to do in case they disabled the bombs and the guards tried to trigger them and realized what had happened. They would have mere minutes from the time the bombs were triggered until the guards realized the sabotage. They would have to make frontal assaults on the main perimeter gate to have any chance of a mass escape. On subsequent trips to the tunnel, Americano stole several blocks of malleable TNT and blasting caps. Walter and some other prisoners made improvised hand grenades using empty tin cans, rocks, and nails. Crude timer fuses were fashioned from IV tubing from the infirmary and ground-up match heads. A prisoner who had been the chief chemist for the Bacardi Rum Company figured out how to distill alcohol from fermented fruit scraps and made Molotov cocktails. Because of the open design of the prison, the men worked in their cells in full view of the central guard tower. They worked in shifts and just hid their assembly efforts simply by turning their backs to the tower. David devised a method to short the electrical wire by cutting the insulation, twisting the wires into an X shape, then shoving the insulation back down over the twist, thereby concealing the break from cursory examination. He also came up with a method to use a sewing spool to block the tunnel once the primer cord was cut, therefore maintaining tension in the line. Once the sabotage was worked out, Americano had to be trained to perform the actual work. Mimicking the dark, cramped conditions he'd be working under, Americano practiced defusing the bombs by lying on his stomach, completely covered by a blanket to block out all available light. He went through the complex procedures over and over until they ran out of stolen materials to train with. One night, an hour before the final prisoner count of the night, Americano slipped into the utility tunnel and confidently sabotaged the bombs. Minutes later, he was back. Mission accomplished. After Americano's success in Circular 4, detailed instructions were passed through the prison grapevine to the prisoners in the other towers. Within several days, word came back from each circular. The explosives in all 5 buildings had been successfully defused. From the beginning, Wilma Christ had pushed the CIA for info about her husband David and the other 2 captives. Upset about the runaround she was getting from the CIA's Office of Security, she went around normal protocol and contacted officials she had met socially. Eventually, her tenacity paid off, and the CIA facilitated a meeting between her and U.S. Attorney General Robert Kennedy. Wilma was told about a plan to send a U.S. delegation to Cuba. The objective was negotiations to free 1,100 rebels captured during the Bay of Pigs invasion. At her insistence, Wilma was able to meet with the leader of the delegation, James Donovan, a prominent lawyer who previously negotiated the exchange of a captured Soviet spy for a downed American U-2 pilot. He was sympathetic to Wilma's pleas to get her husband free. Over many months, John made several trips to Cuba to hold face-to-face conversations with Castro. Ultimately, an agreement was made that Cuba would release the 1,113 prisoners from the Bay of Pigs and allow their families to depart Cuba with them, 9,703 people in total. Also, Cuba would release 37 additional American citizens, including David Thornton and Walter. In exchange, Cuba would receive $2.9 million raised by private companies and charitable organizations, $53 million worth of medicine and baby food for the Cuban people, the release of 4 Cuban prisoners, and 17,500 tons of surplus food from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. One day in March of 1963, guards called out the names of several Americans, including David Thornton and Walter. They were ordered to the courtyard. David thought they were going to be executed, but instead the prisoners were marched outside of the complex. After 2.5 years of imprisonment, the 3 agents were free. After flying to Miami, intelligence officers hustled the 3 agents away from the waiting cameras. They were subjected to interrogation and made to endure multiple polygraph tests. The CIA was very concerned that the 3 may have been brainwashed and were now double agents. They thought there was no way they maintained flimsy covers for 2.5 years under such circumstances. However, eventually Thornton and Walter returned to regular operational duty. David was reassigned to a desk job at the Directorate of Science and Technology, far away from field operations. Some 16 years later, as some of the secrecy around the ordeal lessened, the 3 men were awarded the Distinguished Intelligence Cross, the CIA's highest decoration for their overall courage, strong morale, under miserable conditions, and extraordinary risk-taking to help save the lives of their fellow inmates. The CIA has done some pretty shady things, but do any of them compare to when they secretly bought an airline for spy missions, spook insertions, and drug running during the Vietnam War? What the CIA did with their secret airline and the pilots that flew it will blow your mind. There are a lot of things the CIA have done that they don't want the public to know about. This was especially true during their fight against communism and the Vietnam War, but even classified documents tend to be leaked from time to time. Others are released to the public when the information in them is no longer deemed sensitive. This is how we know that in 1959, the CIA purchased a company called Civil Air Transport, renamed it Air America, and used it for their own intel, insertion, and extraction operations in Southeast Asia. But there was also a darker side to the Air American flights under CIA supervision. Most of the pilots that flew for the company had no idea who they were actually working for or what their cargo was. In 1990, a film called Air America was released starring Mel Gibson and Robert Downey Jr. about the more questionable missions that the CIA ran using their newly acquired airline. The movie depicts Air America planes transporting heroin and other illicit goods in and out of East Asia. But is there any truth to the story? Did the CIA use their secret airline to move drugs? As can be expected, the CIA has not been the most forthcoming with the information. Although the CIA did not use Air America explicitly for the shipment of drugs, there is definitely evidence to show that there was some drug running going on. At the very least, the CIA did not try to stop the shipment of drugs being smuggled using Air America planes, which makes them complicit in some of the drug trafficking that was happening in the region. The real reason that the CIA ignored the drugs being smuggled across borders on their airline was because this was a main source of income for anti-communist forces in Laos. The Mao, who were fighting against the Pathet Lao rebels, depended on poppy farming to fund their operations. The most lucrative side of poppy cultivation was opium. But the Lao rebels began to gain more and more territory, and as they did, the Mao lost airfields that had been used to ship the drug across Asia. The CIA couldn't let the Mao forces fall to the communists, but they also couldn't get directly involved in the opium trade, as the United States was not supposed to be in the business of trafficking drugs. The US was also not supposed to be involved in the war happening in Laos, so they decided to use a different tactic. The only major airline flying into and out of northern Laos was Air America. Whether it was under explicit orders by the CIA or done by turning a blind eye, Air America began flying the Mao's opium out of the country on their planes. It was reported that the opium would be transported to airfields, which were supposed to be for civilian and cargo use, and located onto the Air America planes. These situations would not be the first or last time the pilots were told to not ask questions or examine the cargo they were carrying. From northern Laos, the Air America planes would fly the opium to different parts of Southeast Asia. The CIA was literally trafficking drugs on their secret airline, whether they would admit it or not. But it gets even more messed up. Although there's no concrete evidence of where the opium would eventually end up, it is very probable that the drug was being brought to laboratories where it was cooked into heroin. The heroin would then be sold to addicts who craved the drug. A large source of these addicts were United States military personnel who were fighting in Vietnam. So it is possible that using their secret airline, the CIA aided in providing heroin to thousands and thousands of American soldiers who had become addicted to the drug during the hells they were experiencing in the Vietnam War. The CIA's complacency in the trafficking of drugs on their secret airline to fund anti-communist forces in Laos most likely did a lot more harm than good. This brings us back to what the airline was actually supposed to be used for. Originally, Civil Air Transport was a commercial airline that operated in China. It was founded by Whiting Willoughby and a retired U.S. military pilot named Claire Lee Chenault. Their goal was to conduct flights that would provide food and resources to anti-Mao forces in China, while also being a passenger airline. Regardless of the actual purpose Civil Air Transport was founded, when Mao finally seized control of China, the airline started to bleed money. The owners needed to sell, and the CIA was all too happy to take the company off their hands. With the communist threat in Asia growing, the Central Intelligence Agency needed a way to conduct covert missions in the region. Their newly acquired airline would do just that. Air America still flew regular flights with passengers into and out of Taiwan, but there were also other uses for the airline's planes, most notably the ability to allow agents to enter cities that would have been otherwise off-limits. This was done by disguising them as passengers aboard Air America flights. Since the CIA was in control of all aircraft under the Air America umbrella, they could manipulate their employees into doing pretty much whatever they wanted. Pilots who were hired most likely did not know they were working for the CIA, but if their boss told them to do something, they either did it or were fired. This included instances where pilots were told not to ask questions, talk to a passenger, or even look at who they were carrying. A former Air America pilot named Neil Hansen recounted one such flight. He was the pilot of a small passenger plane that flew out of Vietnam. Just before what was supposed to be a routine flight, Hansen was pulled aside and told that there had been a change of plans. His new orders were to fly a man out of Vietnam and into Thailand. There would be no legal formalities or documentation for the flight. Obviously, this seemed odd to Hansen, but as tensions were high in this region of the world, he thought it better not to ask too many questions. Hansen was also told that the man he would be carrying would need to skip customs and immigration as well. This meant that the boarding and unloading of the passenger would need to be done in secret. Hansen remembered his superiors telling him under no circumstances was he to talk to or even look at the passenger he was carrying. A legitimate flight plan that was filed saying the plane would take off from Saigon and land in Bangkok. However, all flight routes also needed to contain an alternate landing site if a problem arose. For Hansen's flight, Takli, Thailand was the alternate landing site. This airfield was much smaller and would have barely any airport or government security working there. He was assured by U.S. officials that no one would question his decision to land at the alternate site. It was assumed that the CIA had sent an agent to the Bangkok airport to make sure everything went smoothly for Hansen. The flight took off from Saigon and flew over the border to Thailand. Just before he was supposed to set down in Bangkok, Hansen radioed the tower and informed them that he needed to divert his route to the alternate landing site. They acknowledged his request, and Hansen changed course with his unknown passenger aboard. The plane went off without a hitch. Hansen landed the plane at Takli, where there was a black car with curtained windows waiting for them. The passenger got off, entered the car, and drove off. Hansen and his passenger did not have a single interaction. After the passenger departed, Hansen's plane was refueled and prepared for the return journey to Saigon. He moved into position for takeoff. As he accelerated down the runway, 2 Thai Army jeeps sped out onto the tarmac. They blocked Hansen's route. Hansen decelerated and came to a stop just in front of the vehicles. Thai soldiers had their guns raised, aimed right at the cockpit. Hansen was escorted off the plane. He was detained for a week by the Thai authorities. But since he knew nothing about the passenger he was carrying or that he was actually working for the CIA, Hansen didn't have any information to give up. He was just an Air American pilot who was following a flight plan. Eventually, the Thailand authorities released Hansen and he was sent to Saigon, where he resumed his flights for the secret CIA airline. Air America wasn't just used to fly spies and other persons of interest into countries. It was also used to get people out of dangerous situations. The most famous example of this was during the evacuation of Saigon, where 24 Air American helicopters were used to rescue around 7,000 people and transport them to safety. But this wasn't the only time that Air America aircraft were used to evacuate personnel. For supposedly being a commercial airline, the Air America planes and helicopters were put into harm's way and dangerous situations a lot of the time. Air America pilots would drop supplies and extract U.S. Special Forces soldiers from combat zones. The aircraft would also carry out photo reconnaissance missions of areas controlled by the Viet Cong. Basically, Air America was being used as a branch of the United States Air Force. These missions were often conducted without any explanation as to why a commercial aircraft would be so heavily engaged in war efforts. The pilots had no idea they were actually working for the CIA, but when they were given dangerous routes to fly, orders to extract downed Air Force pilots, or picking up special ops personnel from enemy territory, they probably started to get suspicious of who their actual employer was. When the Vietnam War ended and the CIA no longer had use for their secret airline, in 1976 the company was dissolved. The pilots were given final flight plans to bring the aircraft to the Philippines where they could board transport back to the US. Their tenure at Air America had come to an end. And this is where things get really messed up. The pilots who risked their lives on covert CIA missions while flying for Air America were now out of a job, without so much as an explanation. Pilots had been lost to sabotaged planes, enemy fire, and the chaos that ensued from evacuations. For all intents and purposes, the Air America pilots were working for the US military. Not only that, they were employed by a government agency, which meant that they should receive some of the benefits that other government employees enjoy, like a pension and healthcare. Unfortunately, that's not what happened. Since the CIA needed to keep their involvement in Air America a secret, the pilots who risked their lives were laid off, and that was the end of their story, as far as the US government was concerned. All in all, around 240 Air American employees lost their lives during the Vietnam War, and those who survived were not recognized for their contributions until over a decade later. When documents finally came out that Air America was owned and operated by the CIA, some other former pilots band together to try and get the United States government to provide them the benefits that other government employees received. The fact was they were employed and worked for a government organization. Sadly, Air America employees are still fighting this battle. In 2021, a bill called the Air America Act of 2021 is making its way through Congress. If it's passed, the bill would make the former Air America pilots employees of the government and eligible for federal benefits. It would also force the CIA to officially recognize the flights that were carried out by Air America as government missions. It's been over 40 years since Air America was dissolved, and this entire time the United States government has refused to acknowledge that the pilots and workers at the company were actually federal employees. Now check out 10 craziest CIA covert operations, or watch 50 insane facts about the Vietnam War you didn't know.